Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
You will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican boys, verbal sloppy.
That's literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Just have to make sure I'm here. Quick check of the cameras. How are y'all doing this morning? Hope you're doing great. Hope everyone's warm, safe, happy, full, and comfortable for a long day of court watching. It is wonderful to... hello, how are you doing? Welcome. It's good to have you here. Welcome. It's especially great to have Francis Fitzgerald here, who has won the internet yet again. I think this is twice in 1 week for you, Francis. Congratulations. First in Chat has its privileges, but it also has its punishment. We're going to focus on the punishment part for you. The 10th judge caves. That's funny. We're focusing on the punishment. Everything IP-related worldwide is your responsibility. That's what's it's you earned this, Francis. And so we say good riddance and good luck as you have everything IP-related to take care of. So I can only I can't help but notice what you said in chat when you arrived first thing. And
Mike. What day is it, Mike? Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. It's not there, guys. It's just not there. I reached for it and it was not there. I got a sideways thumb up. It was that was poor. That was poor. I tried. It was like, imagine when you're watching the Olympics and they're doing what's the little springboard vault thing? And they run up, but they abort right as they step on it. That was it. They stepped on the launch thing and they're like, nope, done. Back off. No flip. But that's all you get. Happy hump day, everyone. We're halfway through the work week. Saving my throat for the birthday song. You know, don't want to get our voice all discombobulated, if that's the right word. All right, Francis Fitzgerald, happy hump day. Very weak. I went wrong right at the start. I went right. Yeah, it was terrible. Probably too high. Finally, we lost no subscribers on that one. Yes, the 10th judge just changed his mind. Went back to not listening in his courtroom. Unsubscribing for real this time, says Greeners. Greeners, hope you had a happy birthday. I did. Thank you for all the for your gifts. I appreciate that. All right. Welcome. All in good fun. Appreciate you guys being here. We have some fun stuff to talk about today because we are still on catch up for court. We stopped yesterday when they went to lunch, and now we're hauling. Hang on, let me go up one and over. Trying to get right to the same spot on 2 devices. And play. That's not it. That just reset. That's not what we wanted. Why did I just fast forward on both devices and they both reset to the very beginning? Instead of stopping, continuing where we had paused yesterday. Oh, there we go. I've just got the beeps. The beeps are important, but we're gonna pause right there and hit play. but pause. Okay, I think we're almost there. All right, we have a little beep, beep, peep, beep. What was the, let's see, there we go. Happy birthday to Alex, Dr. Bullbutter, and Loves Bunny Hop. Awesome, let's sing happy birthday and get this show on the road, get everything started this morning, especially the celebration, which is the most important part of the day. Alex, Dr. Bullbutter, and Loves Bunny Hop. We're going to sing to you, and by we, I mean everyone here.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Including you, Judge Fleischer. Everyone within the sound of my voice is going to be singing happy birthday to Alex, Dr. Bullbutter, and Loves Bunny Hop. So stand up, take a breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, and blend your voice with your neighbor. Warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. Okay, it's a little loud. Turn the music down. That's my job. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Alex, Dr. Bullbutter, and Loves Bunny Hop. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. I think I said happy birthday wrong, but I got your names right, so we're counting it. Notice it's in alphabetical order, even if it's only 3. Yes, it was fantastic. All right, wonderful. That is amazing. Alex, Dr. Bullbutter, and Loves Bunny Hop, happy birthday. I hope you have a wonderful day. There are many special days. Today is your special day. And I realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. The privilege, the pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully, we can turn that joy back to you, make your day a little more specialer. Begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP, Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlop's House, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. There we go. Did I mess that up? I think I got it right. One day I need somebody to transcribe that for me and send it so I can have a readout in big letters so my old eyes can read it. Happy birthday. I hope you really do have a wonderful day. Thank you very much for letting us celebrate with you this morning. Enjoy your free pancakes. I did yogurt and granola for breakfast and very little of both. I'm back on the diet. So of course, Panda Express sends me an email yesterday and is like, hey, free biggie plate. No, I'm on a diet. I'm going to not redeem that coupon. All right. I'm also on ibuprofen. If you noticed, the past 2 days, my neck's been bothering me. It's just getting worse. Drum solo for finish. Hang on, here we go. Beautiful. It's just getting worse, and so I just can't turn some directions, which, you only need half your neck anyway. Just keep everything you're looking at in front of you, and then you're fine, right? So we're hoping that kicks in and I get a little more mobility. Or, I don't know, maybe like when those guys are playing World Series of Poker and they're lounging on their chairs, eating fine beverages or eating fine food and drinking fine beverages, and then someone from the casino comes up and gives them a back. I'm sure they're paying for that back rub, that massage they're getting while they're betting millions of dollars. I need that person stat, just right here, just right there. That's the spot. I found out I don't have that person in my family. No one's volunteered to come give me a massage while I watch court. Ibuprofen is key. I haven't taken anything for it yet, so maybe that's why. But I took some. I hadn't taken any up until that point. All right, let's go back to court because we are still catching up. Don't you have kids for that? Yeah, but all right. Do you play the drums? Never have I played a real drum set. We used to have I think it was Roland brand virtual drum set. So they're all real pads. They're plastic pads, but it's electronic. It wasn't virtual. It was electronic. And I got good enough that I could play along with some of my favorite songs. So I can do the hi-hat and the bass pedal and the snare and everything, and I can do that. I've got a little bit of dexterity. My kids have gone to school for it, a couple of them. So I don't, is the truth. We gave the drum set away to our friend who does play the drums, and he has a wig from the 80s, like big hair wig, which he wears when he plays it. So all-in-one electronic drum machine. It's just a drum machine with it has a kick pedal and a hi-hat pedal, and I think 5 programmable pads, one for snare, and then you've got your toms and a couple cymbals and things like that. So yeah, it's a full set. All right, look at this, Gigi. Our electricity was finally restored yesterday around 5 p.m. Woo! Just in time for the next storm. No, just kidding, Gigi. Just kidding. I don't think there's anything coming. Hopefully not. Our drum machine is called Ringo, like the drummer, Ringo Starr. Wow. All right, where are we? We own 4 different entire drum kits. We determined when our son wanted to play the drums that we would only be doing the electronic versions because we liked our neighbors and we liked ourselves, and I didn't want to. It's like buying your kid a recorder. Okay, and you know, back in the day, everyone had. Remember when you went to school and like everyone in like 3rd grade, it was like mandatory. You had to learn how to play "Mary Had a Little Lamb" on the recorder or something. And so you come home with a note from the teacher, and it's like, I have to bring $2 to school to buy a recorder, and we all get these recorders, and I'm pretty sure all of them were used, but we supposedly bought them, and then you just drool in the thing and slobber over it while you're blowing it like a whistle, a train whistle, and trying to figure out what the fingers do, and the teacher's trying to tell you how to cover multiple holes at one time and only lift one finger at a time, and it never worked. It never sounded like Mary Had a Little Lamb in any class I've ever been to. But those things were the worst. Like a whole generation of parents hate the recorder because their students tried to play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star in elementary school. My daughter is currently learning the recorder. I hope she's doing better than I did. I really do. All right, you guys remember the recorder. So bad. That was a great business. I'm not sure who it was who's like, hey, I've got an idea. Let's make every kid in America buy one of these and guilt their parents into it, and we'll just laugh all the way to the bank. I'm sure they're still, kicking back on a beach somewhere on a tropical island that they now own, paid for by millions of recorders, and parents have gone deaf because of them. All right, I was a recorder kid. My career never took off, sadly. Bree, I apologize for that. Just the wrong people didn't, the right people didn't get to hear the talent you had. We called them flutophones or something like that. It's the same thing, right? A rose by any other name would sound the same. My son in 5th grade is still learning the recorder. Stick with it. It's good to learn a musical instrument. Okay. We learned the Marines hymn, can still play. Whoa! That's like levels beyond Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, which is also the alphabet song if you listen to the two. They still did it in my kids' elementary school. The scam continues. I mean, the program continues. I played the clarinet in elementary because I liked the flavored reeds. You get to suck on the reeds, right? To soften them up so they don't split. Mine was the violin. I still play though, but man, those first years were rough. The beginning violin years, parents who have kids that begin to play the violin, they're a special breed of parent that can sit through that. All right. Enough talking about reminiscing about the good old days in elementary school and all that. I do hope if your kid is learning, they're learning well. But let's bring some sound in. See if we can get some courtroom. Here we go. We've got court. No, that's this one.
I wanted you to cook for me, but so far it hasn't happened.
Oh, I didn't know. What's your allergies?
Everything is good for me. All right, so we're back on the record. The state of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-020283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Chris Decker, Assistant Monmouth County Prosecutor for the state.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Monica Mastalone on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, who's present.
Good afternoon, Judge Andy Murray for Paul Caneiro.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Mr. Caneiro. All right, we're ready to continue on with the state's next witness. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Detective Sergeant First Class Chris Clayton.
Okay.
Detective Sergeant First Class Chris Clayton is our next up.
Sir, how are you? Just watch your step there, if you don't mind. When you're ready, if you can put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, once you're comfortable and seated, can you state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please?
It's Christopher James Clayton, last name C-L-A-Y-T-O-N.
Thank you. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant Clayton, can you tell us where you work?
I'm currently employed by New Jersey State Police.
Okay, approximately how long have you worked with the New Jersey State Police?
20 years, 6 months.
Okay, and what is your current assignment?
I'm currently assigned to the ballistics unit.
Okay, and approximately how long have you been with the ballistics unit?
16 years, 6 months.
Okay. Now, taking you back to the beginning of your career with the New Jersey State Police, did you have to go to Police Academy, State Police Academy?
Yes.
Okay. Did you complete that?
Yes.
And once you completed the New Jersey State Police Academy, can you tell us a little bit about your first assignment?
Sure. So after the State Police Academy, it's approximately 6 months long down in Seagard. My first station was down in Woodbine, New Jersey. My second station was at Buena Vista. Then I was at the Atlantic City Expressway. And then I was fortunate enough to get selected into the ballistics unit where I'm currently at now.
Okay.
His boss made him say that.
Approximately 16 years?
16 years, 6 months, sir.
Okay. Now, can you just tell us generally what the ballistics unit does?
Sure. So the ballistics unit examines firearms, and then we also do microscopic comparisons of discharged bullets and discharged cartridge cases, and trying to identify if they came out of a particular firearm or not. We'll spend a lot of time doing that in my job as a firearm tool mark examiners. But we also test fire weapons to see if they're operable and capable of being discharged, to see if a gun works or not. We do serial number restoration. We also take in evidence, and then we also obviously do courtroom testimony as well.
Okay. Now, your current rank, you say, is what?
My current rank is Detective Sergeant First Class.
Okay. And when you began your career in the ballistics unit, what was your rank?
I was General Road Duty Trooper 1.
Now, I think you talked about what the ballistics unit does. Can you tell us what your day-to-day job duties entail as a firearms and tool mark examiner?
Sure. So right now, as my rank, I'm the assistant unit head in the ballistics unit. So I assist in running the daily operations of the unit. I think we supervise about 40 employees, that's both civilian and enlisted employees, enlisted troopers who do examinations. So a lot of my duties now are administrative, but I'm still active in doing casework. So I'm still an active fireman tool mark examiner.
Okay. Can you talk about the initial training that you received once you joined the ballistics unit?
Sure. So the training that we get in the ballistics unit, it's pretty extensive. It's about an 18 to 24-month training program that we go through. Our training is in-house, so we work side by side with another qualified examiner who acts as our trainer and mentor throughout the process. It also acts as an apprenticeship-style program as well, because we're active in doing casework with our trainer, so we see firsthand the cases that are coming in. The first part of our training, or the first couple months, it's a lot of handling different firearms. We're fortunate in our unit. When I was there, our reference collection of firearms was over 3,000 guns that we had. So a lot of our training is focused on handling different types of firearms: semi-automatic pistols, revolvers, shotguns, rifles, semi-automatic weapons, fully automatic weapons. So we'll test fire all types of weapons, and then we'll take the guns apart. We'll put the guns back together. We'll identify malfunctions with the guns. We also follow AFTI's training manual. AFTI is the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners, and AFTI is an organization specifically for practitioners of firearm and tool mark identification. The next part of our phase of training, after we handle all those firearms, we spend a lot of time doing the microscopic comparisons of discharged bullets, discharged cartridge cases to a particular firearm. We spend hundreds of hours underneath the microscope. Specifically, what we'll look at is bullets and cartridge cases that are fired from the same gun, and then we'll look at bullets and cartridge cases that are fired from different guns. So you get really good and proficient at recognizing patterns and pattern recognition. You really get to see patterns or corresponding patterns of tool marks that are fired from the same gun and how they correspond, and that lack of pattern agreement from bullets and cartridge cases that are fired from different guns. Also within that training phase, that 2 years that we go through, we'll spend about 2 weeks and we'll visit other manufacturers, firearms manufacturers, so we get to see firsthand, one, how firearms are made, and then two, we'll also get to see how these parts of the firearms are manufactured and how those imperfections in those firearms are transferred over or imparted to the bullets and cartridge cases that they come in contact with. At the end of that 2-year training phase, we'll go through a series of proficiency tests and moot courts or mock trials before we start doing examinations on our own.
Okay. So did you ultimately complete that process that you just described?
Yes.
And during the course of that, you talked about going to manufacturing facilities. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Can you tell us a little bit about which ones you've been to and the purpose of that?
Sure. So I've been through numerous. I think in total about 18 different firearms manufacturers that I've been to. Some of them, Sig Sauer, Smith & Wesson, Beretta, all different firearms manufacturers. And there's two reasons why we go to do that and why it's important. One, we get to see firsthand how guns are made, how firearms are manufactured. And then the second part of that, we get a really good understanding of how during that manufacturing part of these gun parts, whether it's a breech face, a firing pin, the inside of the barrel, how there's imperfections or distinct imperfections inside these parts of that gun that are transferred over to the bullets and the cartridge cases that they come in contact with. And that's where me as a fireman tool mark examiner can make those identifications or eliminations to a specific firearm.
Okay. Now, before I ask you about additional training and experience, once you began doing casework, I just want to show you what's been marked as S348.
You say 348?
348. Okay. Let me ask you to take a look at that and let me know if you recognize it.
I do, sir. So that State Exhibit 348 is a copy of my state police resume.
Okay, does that document your educational background and
I don't know why that's
a lot about your career and your training?
Correct, sir.
Okay. And I guess starting at that point, can you tell us about your educational background prior to joining the
Did
state
I
police?
bump something?
I went to Rutgers University, and then I got my master's degree while I was in the state police through Seton Hall University.
Okay. Now, whether you need to reference S348 or not, can you tell us about additional training that you've undergone during the course of like the approximate 16 plus years in the unit?
Sure. So once we go through that initial training phase, about 2 years or so, and you're starting to do your examinations on your own, the training for us continues. So we're constantly learning and we're constantly going through continuing education in our career. I think in total, I've been to at least, 34 different workshops that I've attended for firearms-related courses. Firearms manufacturers, like I said before, I think it's about 18 different manufacturers that I've toured throughout the United States.
Those sound like fun tours.
Training conferences. I think there's at least about 21 training conferences that I have attended, and that would be through AFTE, the Association of Fireman Tool Mark Examiners. They have an annual conference that they would do, and then other seminars that I've been to, whether it's the FBI, the ATF, or other law enforcement agencies. So for us as examiners, you have that initial training phase of those 2 years, which it takes, but the training and education for us continues throughout your career.
Now, you talked about your current rank being a Sergeant First Class, correct?
Correct.
Now, as a result of that, are you involved with training others in the field of firearm and tool mark examination?
Yes, sir.
Can you talk about how that works?
Sure. So throughout my career, I've also trained other new examiners in our unit in the past. I'm currently training 2 examiners now that have been in our unit, and then I assist with training other examiners as well within the unit.
Have you done presentations for anyone on the field of firearm and tool mark examination?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and where? For what?
With State Police. State Police had a crime scene investigation school. I taught or lectured there, and then through other county prosecutors as well, and then also through a high school and some colleges or the high school kids will come through tours. So lectures and doing that on firearm tool mark identification, we'll also do that throughout our career.
Okay. Now, what types of agencies submit evidence to the New Jersey State Police ballistics unit?
All types. So it's law enforcement agencies throughout the state, local police departments, the state police, also the ATF and FBI.
Now, if you could approximate for us, I know it's probably a little difficult, how many cases you've completed throughout your 16 plus years in the ballistics unit?
I'd say close to 3,000.
And when we talk about that, what types of firearm-related evidence are you examining?
All types. It could vary. So the cases that we get, it could be one gun, it could be one bullet, it could be a cartridge case, it could be several bullets, several cartridge cases, several guns. So it varies. So with those 3,000 cases I've completed close to, or even over, it's all types of weapons, all types of ammunition that get submitted to us.
As part of your work, I mean, does that involve also test firing weapons for purposes of determining things like operability?
Yes, sir.
Okay, approximately how many weapons have you test fired for that purpose?
Easily hundreds of weapons throughout my career.
And when we talk about microscopic comparisons between bullets and cartridges and things like that, can you approximate how many types of approximately how many number of comparisons that you've engaged in?
Sure. I mean, in over 16 years doing this, thousands of comparisons.
Now, when you talk about being under a microscope, both in training but also in the casework, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Does your work supervising others, does that also involve looking underneath a microscope?
Correct, sir.
How does that work?
So in our lab, we'll do microscopic comparisons of, like I said, discharge bullets, discharge cartridge cases. So a lot of time is spent doing these comparisons. What we also have in our lab as a policy Once I reach my conclusions, doing a microscopic comparison, all our work is also peer-reviewed by another examiner. So not only am I doing my own work of comparisons, I'm also peering other examiners' work throughout my career.
Now, specifically, that peer review process, can you explain how that works at the ballistics unit?
Sure. So like I said, anytime we do any type of microscopic comparison work, we'll write up our report, we'll have our own conclusions, but then we have another examiner also peer that work that we did. And they're going to look at everything, but they're going to do it in a blind manner where they don't know the results of our conclusions before we give it to them. So they're going to reach their own conclusions. The reason why we do that, one, it's protocol, but two, it's as a safety measure for our lab. I realize that anything that there's a human endeavor or there's humans doing things, there's always the potential that there could be an error. But we take every step that we can as examiners in our unit to ensure that a mistake does not go out. So that's why we have that peer review process set in place.
What types of cases are you asked to analyze as an examiner in the ballistics unit?
All types of cases. So the cases are going to be obviously firearms related. So there's going to be some type of firearm involved or ammunition, bullet, cartridge cases, or fragments. So it's firearms related, but those could be anything from a crime from found items to murders to homicides to aggravated assaults.
Have you investigated like police-involved shootings?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you investigated police-involved shootings involving essentially colleagues within the New Jersey State Police?
Yes.
Okay. And have you, during the course of those police-involved shooting examinations, have you been able to include things like bullets and shell casings and associate them with a particular gun?
Yes.
How about exclude?
Yes, sir.
Now, during the course of your 16-plus years, have you had the occasion to testify in Superior Court in New Jersey?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during the course of that, have you ever been offered as an expert in the field of firearm and tool mark identification?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Approximately how many times?
65.
That's how many times you've qualified as an expert?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when we talk about those 65 times, is that just in State Superior Court or other places as well?
So it's been mostly in Superior Court, and I've testified down in Salem County, as far south there, all the way up to Hudson County, Passaic County. We testify all over, obviously Monmouth County, Mercer County. That's been the majority of courts that I have testified in, but I've also testified 4 times in federal court as well.
Now, during the course of your work, and specifically your casework, have you ever had any of your work re-examined by another outside examiner?
It has been.
Have you ever had an occasion where someone was retained to look at your evidence and actually physically looked at the evidence?
Yes.
Now, based upon your experience, your testimony, and the work that you've done, are you aware of any situations where you have concluded to something, either a match or an exclusion, that has been determined to be wrong?
No, to the best of my knowledge, no, sir.
And I know you talked about it a little bit earlier, but why is that?
I think there's several reasons. I think one, the extensive training that we go through, the training program that we go through is extensive. Like I said, it's about 2 years before you start doing your own casework. Also, the documentation that we do when we do any type of microscopic comparison work through extensive notes. We photograph what we're looking at, and if there is an identification, we'll photograph it, and then we have that peer review process. So I think those are the steps that we take to do the best we can to ensure that an error does not go out.
Just this time, the state would offer Christopher Clayton as an expert in the field of firearm and tool mark examination.
Objection?
Thank you, Jeff. Sure.
Good afternoon, sir.
So I just want to go back to one thing you said. You mentioned that you've had situations where you've been tasked with a comparison where there's been a single gun and a single bullet involved in a case, right?
Correct.
But there's also situations where it's more complicated. You've had multiple guns, multiple cases, right?
True, yes.
And those guns are, I'm sure, not always the same make and model of weapon, right? Sometimes a case could involve different brands of firearm, right?
Correct.
And it could involve not only different brands of firearm, but different types of ammunition.
Yes,
Right? And to complicate things even further, just because, let's say, a 9mm handgun was used in an alleged crime that you're investigating through ballistics, people don't always load their guns with the identical types, make and manufacture of ammunition, right? Like I could have a gun, it's a 9mm, I can load it with 9mm ammo, but there's more than one company who makes 9mm ammo, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm sure you've seen in your career, sometimes a gun can be loaded with different manufacturer types of the same ammunition.
Correct.
And so that ammunition, obviously, all of it is designed to be fired out of the same caliber weapon.
True.
But those individual casing bullets, the cartridges are manufactured by different companies.
Correct.
And you've had situations where I'm sure you've had to compare casings and/or bullets that were, though the same caliber of ammunition, were potentially manufactured by separate companies, right?
Sure, yes.
And what you've relied on, I imagine, in those situations, is being able to identify unique factors in the tool markings on the parts, relevant parts of the weapons themselves.
Correct.
Also, obviously, ammunition can be made of different metals in different places, right?
Correct.
Like a casing could have a nickel primer and a brass case.
Correct.
It could also have a brass primer and a brass case.
Correct.
You've had situations where you've had both those types of ammunition in an investigation?
Yes, sir.
And you've had to compare a nickel primer brass case with brass primer brass case and say, were these types of ammunition fired from the same weapon?
Correct.
And to do that, you're going to look at things like, if you're looking at a bullet, obviously, you're looking at the markings on the bullet, right?
Correct.
But if you're looking at the shell casing, you got to look to things like the breech face, right?
Correct.
And you've got to look to things like the hammer mark, right?
Firing pin?
Firing pin, sorry.
Yes, sir.
Firing pin. And you got to look to perhaps the ejector port markings, right?
Correct.
But in those cases, the fact that there was perhaps a different manufacturer of the same caliber of ammunition, that hasn't prevented you from being able to make an identification, right?
Or no, yes, you're right, sir.
And that fact hasn't prevented you obviously it hasn't prevented you from making an exclusion, I'm sure.
Correct.
But you've also been able to make positive identifications despite the fact that there were different manufacturer types of ammunition in the case.
Correct.
Defense is voir direing the expert here before he's
And
qualified.
then you just said before that, to your knowledge, none of your conclusions have ever been proven to be incorrect.
Correct.
Okay. When you were answering that question, were you thinking about within the context of your laboratory, where there's a reviewer of your work, or were you thinking about the situation where you testify in court, where that's never been proven? Like, what were you thinking when you said that your work has never been shown to be incorrect?
So in the context of whether my work going out or any work from our unit that went out with the peer review and it finding through an outside agency or further investigation that it was an incorrect conclusion.
Okay, once your work is peer reviewed and it leaves the lab,
Correct.
what is the next layer of review that would be applied to it?
That would be the final review. If there's no other review, it would go to the outside agency, and that would be the final, I guess, outcome of the case.
Okay. So, like, the reviewer who reviews your work within your lab is really the last opportunity for there to be a determination of whether your conclusions are correct or incorrect.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you're saying that your conclusions, as far as your work in the lab, have never been shown to be incorrect.
Correct.
And that would mean that the reviewer who's peer reviewed your work has never disagreed with your findings.
It's rare. On occasions in my 16 and a half years there, you can get a peer reviewer that would look at your work, and they might indicate it could be an inconclusive result. But there's never, to my knowledge, that I had a peer reviewer look at my work that would either be an identification or an elimination where there was any type of discrepancy. And if there would be, in that case, and this is the policy for our unit, if there's any type of discrepancy between the original report that went out or the conclusions, and then the peer reviewer had a discrepancy, then the reviewer and the original examiner would come together and you would figure out why there was a discrepancy before the report went out.
Okay.
We fix all errors before they are found.
That discrepancy you're talking about, and in terms of your personal work that's been peer reviewed, have those situations happened in your career or have they not happened?
16 and a half years, there have been occasions where the conclusions would be different.
Okay. Meaning that somebody peer reviewed your work and said, either you're making an inclusion or an exclusion, and this peer reviewer says, I don't agree with that finding.
On those rare occasions, I can't recall a time when it was an identification or an elimination. It would more be along the lines of, hey, if I came to the conclusion and it was inconclusive, maybe they shot different ammunition or they used a different light source, and they might have come up with an identification result. And in that situation, or if we did have those situations, you would get together and figure out why. I would want to know why it would be an identification, or it could be an inconclusive. You don't know. So to answer your question, in my 16 and a half years there, have there ever been a discrepancy? It does not happen often, but I'm sure there was times when if it was an inconclusive result or an identification, you can get varying results. And that's why we have that peer review process, to go over it, to ensure that, again, we don't have a false identification that goes out as that final product.
Okay, so that what you're referring to there is a discrepancy, which sounds like it's a bit of a disagreement between the peer reviewer and yourself as the initial reviewer. When you say it maybe has happened a handful of times, would you say over 16 years there's that kind of discrepancy has arisen 2 times, 3 times? Like, do you have any way of...
No, I can't quantify it, and I wouldn't put a numerical value on it, but it does not happen often.
Would it be less than 5 or more than 5?
Again, I don't want to put a numerical value on it, but it's rare. It does not happen often.
Okay. Would it be less than 50?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be less than 10?
Again, I don't know, sir.
Okay. Judge, could we just approach briefly?
All right, so defense is trying to catch him out, I think, but why is it not working? There we go. Blink twice if you're alive, Paul. There he is. He's moving. Okay. I would have taken issue, too, with the idea that I've never made a mistake in all my years. I mean, who in their job can say that?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Here's the letter.
We're going to accept Detective Sergeant First Class Chris Clayton as an expert in the field of firearms and tool mark examination. Again, very limited. You are not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider the opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it is entitled, whether that is great or slight, or you may reject it. In examining an expert opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may consider the qualifications and the credibility of the expert. Again, it's within your function to make that determination one way or another. I've given you this charge 3 times, or would have been 3 times today. I feel very confident that everyone understands that charge. It's probably the 9th or 8th time you've heard it already in this case, but I'm not going to go through it in detail.
12 yesterday.
At this point. With that being said, prosecutor, go ahead.
Sergeant Clayton, you just asked some questions about, like, comparing different firearms and different types of ammunition. You know, it could be a Glock pistol, but it might not be always the same ammunition to fire it. Now, is that essentially what you do for a living?
Yes, sir.
Now, any of the questions you were asked, do those scenarios pose problems for you in your day-to-day work activities? Now, I want to ask you what firearm and tool mark identification actually is.
Sure. So we have firearm and tool mark identification. So tool mark identification is a discipline of forensic science where the primary objective is to determine if a tool mark was or was not made by a specific tool. And you have firearms identification, which again is a discipline of forensic science where the primary objective is to determine if a bullet or cartridge case was or was not fired in a particular firearm. Firearms identification is a subset of tool mark identification, where a firearm is a tool, and it leaves tool marks on the bullet and the cartridge case that it comes in contact with.
You said, I was going to ask you what a tool is. You said the definition of tool includes firearms, correct?
Correct, sir.
What's a tool in general?
So if we define what a tool is, it's just an object that's used to gain a mechanical advantage over another object. That's the technical definition. But a tool is just like what you would think a tool is, whether it's a hammer, a screwdriver,
I've met a few tools.
Pliers, a crowbar. And to me as an examiner, a firearm is a tool. And a firearm is actually, you have a gun, but it's made up of several parts, whether it's the barrel, ejector, breech face, firing pin. These are different tools. So you have to, the way I think of it as a firearm, it's just a firearm is one gun, but it's made up of several tools.
And we'll talk about the parts of the gun momentarily, but what's a tool mark?
So tool marks are produced when you have 2 objects that come into forceful contact with one another. Then the harder object is going to mark the softer object. So the harder object being the gun or the parts of the gun, and the softer object would be the bullet and the cartridge case that come in contact with those parts of the gun. And that gun leaves tool marks on these bullets or the cartridge case.
Are there different types of tool marks?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you tell us about that?
So there's 2 main types of tool marks that we look for as a firearm tool mark examiner. One would be a strided mark. So strided marks are just scratch marks. And those are produced by lateral force and motion. And then you have impress marks, which are just created by compressed force. Think of it if you stamp something. So you have strided marks and compressed marks, or impressed marks are the 2 tool marks that we look for.
So when a firearm fires a bullet out of the gun, are there actually tool marks imparted on different firearms evidence?
Correct. So a bullet going down the barrel would create strided marks or scratch marks on that bullet.
And are there different characteristics or types of tool marks?
There are, sir.
Okay, can you tell us about the 2 main types?
Sure. So we can break down tool marks into classes of class characteristics. So the first would be, we call them class characteristics. And they're just measurable features of the specimen that would indicate a restricted group source. They're predetermined from the manufacturer. So what that means is the class characteristics of a firearm, one would be the caliber of the gun, which is just the size of the barrel of the bore. What else is inside that barrel of a gun? You would have lands and grooves. And we'll talk about that a little later, but you have a specific number of lands and grooves that are inside the barrel of a gun. And then those lands and grooves twist either to the right or to the left. And the reason why you have that twist, it spins the bullet better trajectory. A good analogy I can give you is if you look at the barrel of a gun, if you think about a candy cane, that red ribbon that spirals, it's very much like the barrel of a firearm. So those are all class characteristics. And I'll break it down like this. If me as an examiner, and I just have a bullet, and we're talking about a fireman tool mark examiner, if I just have a bullet, well, the possibility could be I have this amount of tools in the world that could have marked that bullet. Well, I know it's a gun. So now you go from this pool, now you're looking for a gun, it's smaller. And then I look at that bullet, or I measure that bullet, and I can measure it as a 38 caliber class. That pool shrinks, shrinking even more. And then I just count the number of lands and grooves on that bullet, 6 lands, 6 grooves, and it has a right twist. Now my pool, that restricted pool, goes from this now to this of the possible guns that could have fired that bullet. That's where that restricted group source comes in. It's the same thing with a cartridge case. When you fire a cartridge case or a shell inside that gun, it could be the shape of the firing pin. It could be a circular firing pin. The aperture could be circular. There's different types of breech face marks. Those are all class characteristics that would be unique to that firearm. So we'll do the same exercise with a cartridge case. I have a discharge cartridge case, okay? I know there's tool marks on there. You take every tool in the world. Well, I know the tool that made those marks. It was a gun. It came from a discharge cartridge case. So now the pool goes from this to this. I could look at the caliber of that cartridge case. It's going to be head stamped right on that cartridge case. You could say 9mm Luger, for example. That's 38 caliber, so my pool shrinks even more. Circular firing pin, it shrinks even more. And then the type of breech face marks. So now that's that restricted group source. Those are class characteristics. The other class, or the other type of characteristics that I'll talk about for a fireman tool mark examiner, we have class, and then we have our individual characteristics. Individual characteristics are tool marks that are produced from the imperfections on a tool surface from the manufacturing process. So we use those individual characteristics to individualize a tool mark back to the specific gun that made that mark. So if we go back, my class characteristics are in this small pool. There's this group of guns here. Now I'm looking for those individual characteristics to pick out that one gun that specifically made that mark. So that's what I'm doing as a fireman tool mark examiner. But those are two different or important characteristics for me as an examiner to identify would be class and then your individual characteristics.
We'll get specific in a moment, but with respect to determining, like, you referenced like a bullet. With respect to trying to figure out the class characteristics of a specific bullet, do you do that visually? Do you do it under a microscope? How does that happen?
So if I just have a bullet, visually for those class characteristics, you don't have to go underneath a comparison microscope to look at these class characteristics. You can just look at it at a regular the microscope. You can count the number of lands and grooves on the bullet. It's small, but you can count them. And then they're going to twist, rather to the right or to the left. And you can see that visually with your naked eye. To get the caliber of a bullet, if the bullet's in good condition, you just measure the base of the bullet. And that will give you the type of caliber size of the bullet and the type of gun that's meant to fire that class of bullet.
And when you receive, like, bullets in a case, do you individually examine each item, each bullet, in order to measure it, determine number of lands and grooves, determine caliber and things like that?
Yeah, so the first step of my examination process is going to be examining the bullet or the cartridge case for its class characteristics first.
And you mentioned lands and grooves a few times. Can you just tell us specifically what a land is and what a groove is?
Sure. So most firearms, there's rifling inside most firearms. And the reason why there's rifling in a gun is to impart a twist on a bullet for accuracy. So what rifling is, you have these spiral grooves that are cut inside the barrel, and then in between those cuts for the grooves, we call them the lands. That's the metal that hasn't been removed, so they're raised. So again, those are manufacturer specs as far as how many lands and grooves they want inside their barrel. And then the lands and grooves can either twist to the right or to the left. That twist spins the bullet for accuracy and trajectory purposes.
Now, maybe I should ask earlier, but when we talk about like a semi-automatic handgun, have you encountered those during the course of your career?
Yes, they're very common.
Okay. Now, is that, specifically, is that like something you actually carry as a member of the New Jersey State Police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you just tell us, generally speaking, how a firearm actually shoots a bullet and what actually happens?
Sure. I'll run down the whole process. So typically, the most common handgun is a semi-automatic pistol. That's just a repeating firearm that requires a single pull of the trigger for each shot fired. And then it uses a portion of that energy to cycle the action and repeat it again. That's the technical definition. But how it works is this. You would have your ammunition magazine, and then you would take cartridges and load your cartridges inside the ammunition magazine. That ammunition magazine gets loaded inside the grip of the gun or the magazine well. Once that ammunition magazine is inside that grip, the gun technically isn't loaded yet. You have to have some type of action to put one of those cartridges in the chamber of that gun. So magazine ammunition is in that grip of the gun. The top part of the gun is the slide. It's under spring tension. So you just pull that slide back. That slide comes forward, and it's going to pick up one of those cartridge cases, load it into the chamber of the gun, and it's also going to cock that gun. So now the gun is ready to be fired. It's loaded. Pull the trigger. When you pull the trigger, it trips a hammer or a spring mechanism, and there's a strike for the firing pin that hits the primer of that cartridge. It detonates that cartridge, and then there's pressure that builds up from that burning gunpowder or propellant. The pressure builds up, it pushes that bullet down the barrel of the gun. There's pressure that goes forward, and then there's also pressure that's coming back. So there's pressure that's coming back, right? And that slides under spring tension again. Slide comes back because that pressure's pushing it back. There's an extractor and ejector piece inside that gun, which automatically extracts and ejects that cartridge case. Slide comes back, the cartridge case is ejected from the gun. The slide comes forward again, and it's going to pick up another one of those cartridges, loads it into the chamber, and then the gun is ready to fire again. Now when you pull the trigger, it's just going to repeat that cycle over. That's how a semi-automatic pistol works.
Now, can you talk a little bit about the process of comparing bullets and cartridges? Are there evaluation steps that are undertaken?
Yes. So the steps for us, it's common. It's always the same process. Whether we have a bullet or a cartridge case, the first thing we're going to do is evaluate that bullet. If there's two bullets or two cartridge cases, evaluate the specimens for their class characteristics. If the class characteristics are the same, meaning it's the same caliber, the same number of lancing grooves, the same direction of twist for a bullet. For a cartridge case, same thing. Is it the same caliber? Does it have the same breech face marks? Does it have the same shape of the firing pin? If the class characteristics are the same, then we'll go and we'll do a microscopic comparison of these two specimens, and we'll look for those tool marks to see if there's corresponding marks or not. If at that first part of the evaluation, looking at those class characteristics, if I have two bullets and the class characteristics are different, one twist to the left, one twist is to the right, I know they didn't come out of the same barrel. They're different class characteristics, different numbers of lands and grooves. I could do an elimination right there, meaning that these two bullets did not come out of the same gun. You don't have to take it to a microscopic comparison level. Same thing with the two discharge cartridge cases. If the class characteristics are different, maybe the shape of the firing pin, one is a circular shape, one is a square shape, different, your evaluation or examination can end right there. They did not come out of the same gun. The class characteristics are the same. It's the same process. We'll go to that next step or that next level, and then we'll do a microscopic comparison to see if these two bullets or these two cartridge cases were fired in the same gun or not.
Now, when you talked about AFTI before, correct?
Correct, sir.
And does AFTI have any documentation regarding identifications of tool marks in the field?
You do.
Can I just approach? That's okay. Show S500. I'm just going to show you what the mark is S500 for identification. You recognize what that is?
I do, sir. It's State Exhibit S500, and it's AFTI's theory of identification as it relates to tool marks.
Okay. And what is the purpose of that document?
So AFTI's theory of identification is their theory of identification of what you would need as an examiner to reach a same source conclusion. A same source conclusion meaning that these two tool marks share the same source. If it's two bullets or two cartridge cases, that they were fired in the same gun.
Now, that theory of identification, does it talk about what you need to see as an examiner in order to conclude a match or in order to eliminate?
It does. So it breaks it down. It is lengthy, but it breaks it down and gives guidance as far as what you would need to render a same source conclusion, meaning an identification.
Now, are there two conditions that need to be met under the AFTI theory of identification in order for you to make a conclusion or an identification?
There is, sir.
Can you talk about those two things?
Sure. So for me as a fireman tool mark examiner, for me to make that determination of an identification, meaning that these two bullets or these two cartridge cases were fired out of the same gun, there's basically two criteria that I'm looking for and that has to be met. And then one, when I'm looking at these tool marks and comparing them and evaluating them, that this is consistent with what I would expect to see from two bullets or two cartridge cases that were fired in the same gun. The second criteria, the second point would be that when I'm evaluating these tool marks, that I would not expect to see this type of agreement from two different bullets or two different firearms that were fired in two different guns. So one would be it's consistent with, and the other part would be it exceeds the agreement from two different firearms that I would expect to see from two different firearms.
Is there a range of conclusions under the AFTI theory?
Yes, sir.
And what are those?
So basically there's four different ranges of conclusions that we can come up with when we're doing a microscopic comparison. And the first one would be when you're looking at two specimens or a specimen, it could be unsuitable. Unsuitable meaning that there's no tool marks to really evaluate, so you really can't do anything with it. It might be a piece of metal, a piece of lead, but there's no tool marks on there for comparison purposes. So we just call that specimen unsuitable for microscopic comparisons. The other conclusion that we can reach would be an identification. Like we said before, an identification is a conclusion that these two bullets or cartridge cases were fired in the same gun, and then it has to meet the two criteria that we're looking for, that this is consistent with, and then it also exceeds the agreement from two tool marks fired by two different guns. That would give you an identification conclusion. The other conclusion would be an elimination, that I could come up with the determination that these two bullets or these two cartridge cases were not fired in the same gun. The other conclusion that we can reach is an inconclusive result. So when you're comparing tool marks to each other, the result that you can get, if you're not seeing that sufficient agreement, or there's not agreement of those tool marks, to render an ID or an elimination would be inconclusive, meaning I don't know if these two specimens came out of the same gun or not. For me as an examiner, if there's any doubt in my mind whether these two bullets or cartridge cases could have come from the same gun, or maybe these bullets or cartridge cases could not have come from the same gun, if there's any doubt in my mind, it would be an inconclusive result.
I think you mentioned it earlier, but are there times when you receive, just bullets in a case for purposes of comparison?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and if you just receive bullets, no gun, no shell casings, what are you doing with those items?
So if it's a case where there's no gun that's submitted to us and it's two bullets, you can still render a conclusion. It would still be the same, an ID, an elimination, or an inconclusive. If it's an ID, my conclusion would be that these two bullets were fired in the same gun, but I don't know what particular gun it was fired from because I don't have the gun. But the conclusion would be that these two bullets came out of the same gun. Same thing for a cartridge case. It would be the same for an elimination as well. If I don't have the gun, I can't tell you what specific gun, but I would be able to tell you that they did or did not come from the same firearm.
I imagine you've also had cases where you've gotten bullets, you've gotten cartridge cases, but you've also had a weapon or multiple weapons submitted, correct?
Correct.
Now, I just want to turn to how evidence comes into your lab at the state police. Can you talk about that process?
Yes. So we're in-house. We don't go out to the scenes. We don't collect the evidence. Any ballistic evidence that is submitted to us from an outside agency is submitted by them to us. So what the outside agency would do is there's an evidence pre-log system. It's a LIM system, Laboratory Information Management System. So they have a pre-log. We have evidence technicians in our unit. The evidence would get submitted to them by the submitting agency. They would take custody of that evidence. At that time, the evidence is going to get their own individual itemized number with our laboratory number, and then that case is going to get its own ballistic laboratory number as well. The items are going to get scribed. The case number is going to go on each of those items. In return, the submitting agency is going to get an evidence receipt, and the evidence receipt will get turned over to them saying that, hey, we have this evidence now, it's in our custody. Once the evidence is cleaned, once the evidence is scribed, it gets sealed, and then the evidence will go in a pending vault until it's, assigned to an examiner to complete the examination.
Obviously, you're here today to testify about some evidence that you were asked to review as part of your duties, correct?
Yes, sir.
I want to just show you what's been marked as S349. Do you recognize that?
I do, sir. This is an evidence receipt at State Exhibit S349.
Okay. Does that ultimately have a New Jersey State Police unique laboratory number?
It does, sir.
And what is that?
It's C18-10138.
And does that ultimately indicate that someone brought potential ballistic evidence to the state police that ultimately went to you for evaluation?
Yeah, so this indicates what evidence was dropped off to us, and in return, the evidence receipt will get turned over to that submitting agency saying that we have custody of this evidence.
If you could, how many items of evidence were provided to you under that laboratory receipt?
I believe this one was 17.
And those, now, did each one of those items, did they ultimately get a New Jersey State Police item number?
It did, sir.
And what were the item numbers, if you could give us like this number through that number?
It goes through item number 10 all the way to item number 26.
Now, before going further, I'm just going to show you S350 for identification.
Once it gets done identifying this, we're going to actually see some evidence. Hopefully get to see the side-by-side comparisons for ourselves. This is one area of scientific study.
So it's another evidence receipt.
Okay, does that document that some items of ballistic evidence were provided to the state police for analysis?
Correct, sir.
Were they both delivered on the same date or different dates, those two, S349, S350?
So State Exhibit S349, that was received at 11/26/2018. And then State Exhibit S350 was delivered on 11/26/2018.
Were they delivered by the same detective?
They were, sir.
And that second one, S350, How many items were listed on that receipt?
Looks like 11 items, sir.
Okay. And were those also assigned New Jersey State Police item numbers?
Correct.
And what were those item numbers?
Item number 9 through 19.
Now, specifically starting with S349, that's case number C18-10138.
Yes,
Did you ultimately do any analysis upon those items, that's New Jersey State Police 10 through 26, and then draft a report at a later date regarding your analysis?
I did, sir.
I'm just going to show you what's been marked as S352 for identification. Do you recognize what that is?
I do, sir. So State Exhibit S352. It's a copy of my laboratory report.
Okay. And does that document analysis that you did of those items that were submitted under S349?
Correct, sir.
And do you ultimately offer conclusions regarding your analysis?
Yes, sir.
Now, as part of your analysis in this case or any case, I think you may have mentioned it earlier, but do you also have notes that you utilize to document some of the work that you do?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just going to show you what's been marked as S358. Actually, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that notes related to the work under C18-10138?
Yes, sir. There are notes and photographs related to my laboratory report.
Okay. And Sergeant, I'll leave those there. If you do need to refer to them at any point, just please let us know.
Yes, sir.
Now, with respect to the first part of your analysis under that case, I just want to show you what's been marked as S327, S328, and S329. First, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S327 for identification. Do you recognize anything on there?
I do, sir.
Okay, and what is that?
So, State Exhibit S-327. These are evidence envelopes that were submitted to us for examination.
Okay. Now, is there a New Jersey State Police item number on those items?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what are they?
So it's our item number 22, and then our item number 22A and 22B.
Okay. Can you tell us why there's a 22 and then a 22A and 22B?
Because at the time of submission, it came in as, or there was 3 items that were in one envelope, and that's why I had to break it down. So that item number 22, there was 3 pieces of evidence in that envelope, so that's where it was subdivided into A and B.
Okay. Now, I think there's some envelopes there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And within those envelopes, there's some writing there, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that that was put there by whom?
Myself, sir.
Okay, and what are you documenting on envelopes 22 and then, or the New Jersey State Police, the yellow sticker 22, and then 22A and 22B? What are you documenting there?
So I'm documenting the description of the item, and as well as any of the class characteristics that I can observe as well.
Okay, now with respect to those, were you able to make any determinations regarding class characteristics?
With these 2, or these 3 items, sir, no.
Okay. Were you able to do anything with them other than weigh them?
I was able to weigh them and then do a description of what they are.
Okay, and when we go back to, sorry, I'm just going to take you back to S349. S349, can you tell us if number 22 is actually listed on that property receipt with a description?
Yes, sir.
And what does it say?
It has item number 22, it's department number 22, envelope, bullet specimen recovered from the head of Keith Caneiro at autopsy.
Okay. Now, did you document both in your report and in your notes the conclusions, essentially that you were able to weigh those items and that was essentially it?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Now, I want to show you what's been marked as S328. Do you recognize that?
I do, sir. So State Exhibit that S328, it's our evidence envelope marked number 23.
Okay. And does that indicate on the property receipt essentially where that came from?
On the evidence receipt, item number 23, department number 23, envelope, bullet specimen fragment removed from the head of Jennifer Caneiro at autopsy.
Okay, so is it fair to say that's a fragment again?
Lead fragment, sir, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S329. Can you tell us if you recognize that?
I do, sir. So State Exhibit S329, that's our evidence envelope marked number 24.
And were you able to individually evaluate that item for purposes of trying to, just determine the class characteristics?
I couldn't determine any class. I could just do the weight, which is 12.9 grains, and this is a lead fragment.
Now, these three items
Thanks, Legally Blonde.
that we just talked about, S327, S328, and S329, were you able to make it? Were you able to ultimately, do any analysis or comparison with these items to other ballistic evidence?
So the only analysis I could do with those items would weigh them, describe them, what they were, and then I would evaluate them to see if there was any tool marks for comparison purposes. But with those items, they were just too small, so there was no tool marks for me to do any type of comparison work with.
Now, I want to move on to S330. Do you recognize what S330 is?
Yes, sir. So State Exhibit S330, it's our evidence envelope marked number 25.
Okay. And were you able to weigh that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, and if you need to refer to your report to refresh your recollection or anything, or your notes, can you tell us what, if anything, you were able to do in your evaluation of that item?
Yes, sir. So I'll just refer to the report so I don't miss anything. So that examined the specimen marked number 25, item number 25, I weighed it. The weight is 7.6 grains, and it indicates rifling with a right twist. As far as the caliber and the number of lands and grooves, I wasn't able to make that determination because of its damaged condition. And I could just describe what it is, and it's a portion of a metal jacket from a discharged metal jacket.
And ultimately, does the evidence property receipt, does that indicate where that came from?
So on the evidence receipt, item number 25, department number 25, it's a bullet specimen fragment removed from the head of Jennifer Caneiro at autopsy.
Okay, if I keep you there for one more moment, I'm going to show you next what's New Jersey State Police number 26, which is S331 for identification. Is that the next item listed on that property receipt in front of you?
Yes, sir. So State Exhibit S331, it's our item number 26, and it's the next item on the evidence receipt, number 26.
So right hand twist is all he got off that, and it's full metal. It's a part of a metal jacketed bullet removed from Keith's wife's head at autopsy.
Now, with respect to that S331, New Jersey State Police 26, can you tell us, based upon your analysis, whether you were able to weigh it and whether you were able to determine any class characteristics relating to that item?
I was, sir.
Okay, and what were the determinations you made?
I'll just refer to my report just so I can be accurate. So that item number 26, I weighed it. It was 12.6 grains. It indicates 6 lands, 6 grooves with a right twist. It's a portion of a metal jacket from a .38 caliber class discharge bullet.
Okay. So you were able to determine the lands and grooves, correct?
Correct, sir.
And also you were able to determine the direction of twist, right?
Correct.
Did you also receive under C18-10138, did you also receive 4 bullet specimens that were kind of less damaged than some of the ones we discussed already?
Correct.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as first S302. Do you recognize what that is?
I do, sir. So that's State Exhibit S-302. It's our evidence envelope. It's our specimen number 11, and it's a discharged full metal jacketed bullet.
Okay. And were you able to do an individual analysis of that item during your analysis?
Yes, sir.
And what, if anything, did you determine regarding New Jersey State Police item number 11?
It's, again, I'm going to evaluate for its class characteristics. I'm going to weigh it. It weighs 147.5 grains. It's a discharged full metal jacketed bullet. It has 6 lands, it has 6 grooves, it has a right twist, and it's a .38 caliber class.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you S304 for identification. I'm going to ask you if you recognize that.
So State Exhibit S-304, it's our item number 12. And again, this is another discharged full metal jacketed bullet.
Can you tell us the class characteristics you're able to determine based upon your analysis?
Yes, sir. So I weighed it. It weighs 156.9 grains. It's a discharged full metal jacketed bullet. It has 6 lands, 6 grooves with a right twist, and it's .38 caliber class.
Okay. Now, when we look at, we've looked at your number 11 and number 12. Can you tell us where those 11 and 12 items came from?
So I'm going off the evidence receipt. I will go item number 11, department number 11. It's an envelope, it's a bullet specimen from grass underbody of northwest of property.
Okay. And the next one, 12.
Number 12, or item number 12, department number 12, envelope, bullet specimen from grass south of body, near feet on northwest of property.
And you're reading from S349, correct?
Correct, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S309 next. Can you tell us if you recognize it?
State Exhibit S-309. It's our item number 17. And again, this is another discharged full metal jacketed bullet.
Okay. Did you determine the direction of twist?
That's right direction.
How about the number of lands and grooves?
6, sir.
Okay. And is this another item based upon the evidence property receipt that would have came from the scene at Colts Neck, New Jersey?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you S325 for identification and ask you if you recognize what that is.
You have State Exhibit S-325.
Okay.
It's our number 20, specimen number 20. And it's again, this is another discharged full metal jacketed bullet.
Okay. Were you able to determine the direction of twist of the bullet?
Yes, direction of twist was to the right.
And how about the number of lands and grooves?
6.
Okay. So you just talked about 11, 12, 17, and 20, correct?
Correct, sir.
Full metal jacket
Based upon
means
class
the whole thing's
characteristics
covered
that
with
you
copper.
just testified to the
So
direction
it's
of
not like a
twist, the
hollow
number of
point.
lands and grooves. Are you able to then do something else with these items for purposes of analysis?
Yes, sir.
What are you ultimately going to do?
So again, that's the first step in that process where I'm going to evaluate for this class characteristics. Class characteristics are the same, then I'm going to go and do a microscopic comparison of these specimens to see if they were or were not fired from the same fire.
Now, in order to make a comparison between these 4 bullets that you just talked about, how do you go about actually doing it? Can you explain that process?
Sure. So the process is always the same. Evaluate for the class characteristics. Class characteristics are the same. Then I'll take 2 specimens, 2 of the bullet specimens, and we utilize a comparison microscope. What a comparison microscope is, they're just 2 microscopes that are connected by an optical bridge, and it allows you to see both of the specimens, both of the bullets, at the same time, using the same magnification. So what I'll do as an examiner, I'll look at one specimen, one of the bullet specimens, and I'll evaluate and examine for tool marks on that bullet, on that discharged bullet, microscopically. And then what I'm looking for is a pattern or group of patterns of those tool marks. Once I find a pattern or group of patterns, I'll look at my other specimen, the other bullet specimen, and I'll compare them to see if I can see a similar corresponding pattern or not. And then from that, I'll do my evaluation, I'll do my examination, and then I'll come up with conclusions based on looking at those tool marks, those corresponding marks.
Now, when you look at 2 of these items under a microscope, do you ultimately document anything in your notes about what you see?
Yes, sir.
Do you also take photographs?
Yes.
Now, I just want to show you again S302 and S309, and these are State Police 11 and 17, respectively. You just testified about these, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ultimately do an evaluation of these 2 items underneath the comparison microscope?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you document that in your notes?
I did.
Okay. And did you ultimately photographically document that comparison?
Correct, sir.
Can we have the back table, please? I'm looking at S1G. Before we go, I'm just going to show you what's been marked as S1G, slide 3 here. It's a little dark, but do you recognize what that is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is this that you're looking at?
So this is a bullet comparison I did between bullet number 11 and bullet number 17. And this is just a representative snapshot of my area of agreement of corresponding marks.
Okay. Just ask that you put up slide 3 of S1G. Now,
Sergeant, can you just undo the screen on the bottom there? It's bottom right.
Bottom right, yes, sir. Or yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
now, Sergeant, is that what's on the screen right now? Is that the photograph I just showed you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that is S1G, slide 3, correct?
Correct, sir.
And what are we looking at here?
So what you're looking at is a microscopic comparison that I did between bullet number 11 and bullet number 17. And this kind of gives you a good idea of what a comparison microscope is. And it's where you can see 2 bullets at the same time, number 11, number 17, underneath the same magnification. Down the middle is a dividing line or division line there, and I'm comparing tool marks from bullet number 17, and I'm comparing them against tool marks on bullet number 11.
Now, based upon what you're documenting here, and based upon what you did in evaluating these two specimens side by side, were you able to make any determinations with respect to State Police 11 and State Police 17?
I was, sir.
Okay, and what were those conclusions?
So again, my conclusion at looking at number 11 versus number 17 was that these two bullets were fired out of the same barrel of a gun.
Now, at this point in time, you're not making any comparison to a specific firearm yet, correct?
No, it's just 11 versus 17, sir.
Okay. And these bullets, I think you said previously, 11 and 17, they both came from Colt Snap, correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Now, you talked about your notes earlier, and you talked about documenting areas of agreement, correct?
Correct, sir.
I'm going to show you, you have S358 up here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so,
Thank you.
okay. And S58, do you actually document in those notes your observations and your conclusions with respect to what we just saw on slide 3?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what do you document about what it is that you saw in this photo?
So document what was compared, number 11 versus 17. I'm also documenting my conclusions, whether it would be an identification, an inconclusive, or an elimination, and then my areas of agreement, where I found that agreement. And the area that this agreement that I'm seeing is in one of the land impressions on those two bullets.
When you talk about a land impression, is that something, that agreement, is that something that we can see within that photo, which is page 3 of 10 of your notes, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay, can we see it there?
It's boxed out, highlighted in an area. That's the area that I used. That I did my comparison. I found sufficient agreement, and you see those corresponding marks.
Okay, so it was your conclusion that those two bullets came from the same gun?
Correct, sir.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been marked as S309. I believe you've already indicated that this is one of the items that you evaluated for class characteristics, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's a bullet identified as State Police item 17?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Now,
taking our time here with the next one. I wish I could see both pieces continuing past that
can I just have one moment?
the merge line.
You know what? Jury's been going at it for an hour and 15 minutes. Can we turn the lights back on? I'm going to give everyone their afternoon break at this time. Come back out about 5 minutes after 3. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. Thank you all.
All right, quick break for the jurors and give the prosecutor some time to find the evidence that he's looking for. Judge also gets to go restock the candy bowl. I don't know. Is it the judge? People say it's not the judge's candy. The judge definitely has been one of the coffers. Maybe he's not the coffer. But.
Sorry, we were just talking about a comparison of two bullets. First being New Jersey State Police item 17, which is S309, New Jersey State Police item number 26, which is S331. Are these two items that you ultimately microscopically compared to one another?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when we talk about 17, we talk about it coming from where?
17, according to here, a bullet specimen from kitchen floor.
Okay, and with respect to item number 26, from State Police item number 26, does that indicate where it came from?
On here, it has a fragment of jacket, right side of brain.
Okay. Can I have slide 4 of S1G? Now, in front of you is page 4 of your notes, correct? You're looking at S358, correct?
Correct, sir.
And what's on page 4 of your notes? Is that what's on the screen right now?
It is, sir.
Okay, and what is that photograph? What does that photo depict?
So this is another photograph of bullet number 17 versus that bullet specimen number 26.
Okay. These are the two items we just discussed, and you identified, correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what we are actually seeing within the box that you placed on slide 4?
So within that box, you're looking at a pattern or a group of patterns of tool marks, and they correspond with one another. Bullet number 26 or bullet specimen 26 versus bullet number 17. And this is another land impression that I used as an area of identification.
So that, based upon your analysis of the comparison between 17 and 26, you are saying that they came from the same gun?
Correct, sir.
You previously testified regarding a prior comparison that involved that same bullet number 17 as well as bullet specimen number 11. Correct, sir? Now, I'm going to show you S304 in State Police item number 12. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does it say where that came from?
Oh, bullet from grass south of body, adjacent 2 feet.
Okay. Can I have slide 5, please? Now, the slide that's before you, what is that showing?
That's another microscopic comparison that I did between bullet number 12 and bullet number 17.
Okay.
Okay, I
Bullet
see
number 12 we already talked
matching
about
marks
is
there.
S304, and then bullet item number 17 is here in front of you. It's S309, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, can you describe? Well, straight there. Is this a photograph that you took?
Yes, sir.
Is it? Now, does it depict or does it identify observations that you actually made under a microscope?
It does, sir.
And can you tell us what, if any, conclusions you were able to draw, which are documented in that photograph?
That bullet number 12 and bullet number 17 were fired in the same barrel of a gun.
Okay. And did you document in your notes or in your notes, let's say, the areas of agreement that you identified based upon that microscopic evaluation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you document?
They were located in that land impression.
You have S304 already, correct?
Correct, sir.
That is State Police item 12, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then I'm going to show you what's been marked as S325. Do you recognize what that is?
That's State Exhibit S325, and that's our item number 20.
Does it indicate where that came from?
It says bullet specimen from northwest of property embedded in ground.
Now I want to show you slide 6 from S1G. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what are we looking at here?
It's a microscopic comparison that I did between bullet number 12 and bullet number 20.
Okay. And does that accurately show the observations that you made under the comparison microscope of those two bullets?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you able to draw any conclusions after making those observations under the comparison microscope?
That these two bullets, 12 and 20, were fired from the same barrel of a gun.
Did you, again, in your notes, did you document any areas of agreement between those two specimens, bullet 12 and bullet 20?
Yes, the areas of agreement were found in the land impressions.
Now, can you see the land impressions in slide 6?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, I'm just asking, using the stylus on that slide, potentially, if you could kind of just mark what it is we're looking at and where you see those areas of agreement.
Yes, sir. So if we look at the bullet as a whole, and what I can draw on here, this area here that I'm marking, that's the groove impression on the bullet. And this area, pretty much starting from here on down, would be the land impression. So what we were talking about before, when I talked about rifling, inside the barrel of a gun, that groove inside the barrel of a gun is cut out. So it's the inverse. When that bullet's going down the barrel of the gun, that groove on the bullet becomes that raised portion, and then the raised land portion inside the barrel is making more of a flattened impression on the bullet for the land impression here. So what I'm looking at are tool marks. One one of the first things I'll do is I'll look at bullet number 20, and I'm looking for a pattern or group of patterns on bullet number 20. And this is the area that I found. For me as an examiner, it's a pattern or group of patterns of tool marks, striated marks, being created from imperfections on the land impression inside a barrel of a gun. Once I find that pattern, then I'll go over to bullet number 12, and I'll see if that pattern is repeating or corresponding on bullet number 12. When I was looking at bullet number 12, this is the area here of corresponding marks that I found, and they're corresponding, they're blending together, they match. And when I see this type of agreement on 2 bullet specimens, this is telling me or showing me as an examiner that these 2 marks were produced by the same tool, meaning it's a bullet, so these marks were produced by these 2 bullets being shot out of the same barrel of a gun.
And based upon what you just described in your observations under the microscope, you document in your notes and also in your report that you believe that these 2 bullets came from the same fire.
Correct.
All right. So this is slide number 5, it was? Just confirm.
So that makes sense.
It's number 6, Your Honor.
I can see that.
So it's 6.1.
There's an argument that's to be had here that Ian Runkle would weigh in on quite loudly. Specifically with better and better machining processes, the microscopic differences are becoming
Now,
less and less
report,
pronounced.
based upon the things that you just said, in your report, do you document any conclusions that you reached between the State Police items 11, 12, 17, and 26?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what ultimately did you conclude in that regard?
That those bullets or bullet specimens were fired in the same barrel of a gun.
Now, also as part of the initial evidence submission, I believe it says 349 in front of you, did you also receive any cartridge cases for purposes of analysis?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as S305, S306, S307, S308, S311, S312, S326. Can I ask you if you recognize these items?
I do, sir.
Okay, and what are those items?
So all these items are discharged cartridge cases. They're of 9mm Luger caliber, and they're head stamp 10, a GFL 10.
Okay, and did you individually look at each one of those cartridge cases in order to determine, class characteristics and the like?
Yes, it's the first part of my analysis.
Okay. Now, based upon that part of your analysis and your individual observations with respect to all those cartridge cases, what then did you do?
So again, because they have the same class characteristics, I would go to that next step or next level of analysis, which would be a microscopic comparison of these cartridge cases to see if they were or were not fired in the same gun.
And how do you go about doing that with respect to all of those?
It's the same as I would do with a comparison of discharged bullets. I would take one specimen, one of the cartridge cases, and I could look at the breech face, the firing pin, chamber marks, different areas where tool marks come in contact with this cartridge case. I'd look for patterns or groups of patterns, and I would compare them to another specimen, another cartridge case, to see if those patterns or group of patterns of tool marks, of individual characteristics, correspond or not.
Now, if we were going to look at your notes for that report, I know the notes are up there. Now, do you document your evaluation of all those cartridge cases in, I believe it's part 3 of your report?
I do, sir.
And do you write anything specific with respect to characteristics of those cartridge cases that they all share?
So they're the class characteristics that they share are that 9mm Luger. The head stamp is the same, which is that 10 GFL 10. But then I'll also do additional notes and observations where each one of these specimens have a brass case, a nickel primer, hemispherical firing pin. There's extractor ejector marks, and there's chamber marks present.
Now, when you just said there's extractor marks and ejector marks present on those casings, what exactly does that tell you?
One of the things that tells me is that these cartridge cases, without absent of a gun, that they were fired in a semi-automatic pistol, because those are characteristic, an extractor mark and ejector marks of parts that you would see in a semi-automatic pistol.
And does the presence of marks, does that tell you that you can then go and place each one of those under a comparison microscope?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's things to compare to one another?
Right, so there's tool marks that are present for comparison purposes.
Now, I'm going to show you specifically S305. Can you tell us what that is?
S305, it's our item number 13, and it's a discharge cartridge case, 9mm Luger caliber, head stamped at 10 GFL10.
Okay, and that 10 GFL10, what does that mean?
That's the head stamp. Okay. So the GFL would indicate the market, or the brand, or the manufacturer of that cartridge case.
Okay. Now, is that also, is the head stamp also marked on another part of the packaging of that item?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's it say there?
There's another evidence envelope, cartridge casing, GFL 10, 9x19 on grass near paved deck on northwest of property.
Okay. And then S307, do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Is that another casing?
It is, sir.
And is it marked with the state police number?
It is, number 15.
Okay. And does it indicate where that was found?
Written on the envelope, it's cartridge casing, as is GFL 10, 9x19 on grass near paved deck on northwest of property.
Okay. And just in case we didn't ask, with respect to all the cartridge casings that you've identified thus far, did they all share the same head stamp?
They did, sir.
Okay. And ultimately, we still have it. Can you undo that? Or can we preserve that if we didn't do it already? I'm sorry.
We did it.
We did.
6.1, yep.
Can you just undo that then? Can I have slide 7, please? Now, what are we looking at there, Sergeant?
It's another photograph that I took of my comparison between cartridge case number 15 versus cartridge case number 13.
Okay, and what area of those cartridge cases are we looking at right there?
You're looking at the tip of the firing pin impression, which struck the primer.
Okay. And what, if anything, were you able to determine based upon, not so much the photo, but your observations under the comparison microscope?
So based on my observations, I'm doing the same analysis, or the same microscopic comparison, where I'm looking at cartridge case number 13, and I'm finding a pattern of tool marks within that firing pin impression, and then I'm comparing that pattern to cartridge case number 15,
the bullet, if you're looking
and
on
seeing
the
if that
back
pattern
of it.
corresponds or not.
Right here,
what I'm
to
looking
see
at,
where
again, these are those
hits.
individual characteristics. These marks are made from when the firing pin hits that primer. So there's imperfections on the tip of the firing pin, which are distinct to that firing pin, and they're striking that primer, and they're leaving this pattern or group of patterns of tool marks. When I'm comparing these tool marks, and I'm looking to see if these tool marks are corresponding or not, this is the type of agreement I'd expect to see from 2 firing pins that were made by the same pin and the same gun.
Does that allow you to make any conclusions with respect to cartridge case 15 and cartridge case 13, whether or not they were actually fired from the same firearm?
Yes, correct. The 15 and 13 were fired in the same gun.
You have 307 up there, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay, and that's NJSP number what?
Number 15.
And then I have, I'm going to show you S308. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, sir. State exhibit S308. It's R number 16, and it's another 9mm Luger caliber discharged cartridge case, head stamp 10 GFL10.
And does that indicate where that item was actually found?
This item number 16, cartridge casing, GFL10, 9x19 on grass near reddish stain on northwest of property.
When we talk about property, we're talking about cold snack, correct?
Correct, sir.
Can I have slide 8, please? Now, what are we looking at in slide 8?
So again, it's another photograph between cartridge case 16 and then cartridge case number 15.
Okay. And does that accurately depict or show your observations that you made under the comparison microscope when looking at cartridge case 16 and cartridge case 15?
Correct.
And based upon your training and experience and your observations, what, if any, comparisons or conclusions were you able to draw?
So the same conclusions as before, that based on this area, these are breech face marks, so this is different than your firing pin impression. These marks are created when that cartridge case is getting pushed back against the breech face of a particular gun. It's leaving an impressed mark, like we were talking about before. So when comparing number 15 and number 16, looking at these breech face marks, and again, you're looking at, comparing one pattern of surface contours, comparing them to the other pattern on number 16 and 15. And again, this is the type of agreement I expect to see from 2 cartridge cases that were fired in the same gun, coming in contact with the same breech face. So it was my conclusion, based on these observations, that these 2 cartridge cases were fired in the same gun.
Now, in your notes, because I think you talk about different areas thus far, correct?
Correct, sir.
Different areas of agreement between 2 cartridge cases?
Correct.
Now, do you document the identifications in your notes?
Yes, sir.
And do you document the areas of agreement in your notes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what exactly did you document with respect to the comparisons that you made between the cartridge cases?
So between these cartridge cases and all the cartridge cases specifically, that they were fired in the same gun. So I have an identification for my conclusion. The areas of agreement that I used were the firing pin, the breech face marks, and then there were chamber marks as well.
I'm going to show you S306. Ask you if you recognize that.
So State Exhibit S306, it's our item number 14, and it's, again, a 9mm Luger caliber discharge cartridge case, head stamp 10, GFL 10.
Does it indicate where that was found?
This was found as cartridge casing on the paved deck on northwest of property.
And then S326. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is it?
It's State Exhibit S326. It's our item number 21. It's a 9mm Luger caliber discharge shell, head stamp 10, GFL 10.
Does it indicate where it was found?
Yes, sir. Cartridge casing from northwest of property, embedded in ground.
Can I have slide 9, please? What are we looking at there?
This is cartridge case number 21 against cartridge case number 14. And we're specifically looking at chamber marks. So this is another area of a firearm, separate from the firing pin and the breech face. What chamber marks are, when that cartridge casing gets loaded inside the chamber of a gun, there's 4 walls where that cartridge case is at. What happens is when you fire a gun and that cartridge casing gets discharged, that pressure builds up, that casing will actually swell up like a balloon, and it's going to come in contact with the chambers, the 4 chambers, I guess almost like a room, walls. It's going to come in contact with that, and then when that cartridge casing is going to get ejected and extracted from there, it's causing striated marks, scratch marks, as it's getting ejected and extracted from that chamber.
4
and then,
walls?
again, I'm comparing a group of patterns on number 14, and I'm seeing if that pattern repeats on number 21. And that highlighted area there is those corresponding marks. And again, this is the type of agreement I'd expect to see from 2 cartridge cases that were fired in the same gun, specifically the chamber area of that gun. I would not expect to see that type of agreement from 2 cartridge cases fired in 2 different chambers.
Was one of these a dropped
Based on your
cartridge?
evaluation of the 7 cartridge cases that you received, they're State Police item numbers 13 through 16, 18, 19, and 21. What, if any, conclusions did you draw regarding all 7 of those cartridge cases?
And all 7 of those cartridge cases were fired in the same weapon.
So 7 fired rounds, 1 dropped round, and 1 round in the clothes in Paul's basement that were burned and frozen. Bloody clothes. I thought I heard that he was comparing a dropped round. A dropped round is not a fired round. It would never have expanded and got those marks. It might have been cycled into the gun, but it wouldn't have been fired.
I just wanted to, same report, I wanted to go back to your item number 10. It's S301. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, sir. So State Exhibit S301. It's our item number 10, sir.
And what is it?
It's a 9mm Luger caliber metal jacketed bullet cartridge. Head stamp 10, GFL 10. It's mark number 10. This is an unfired cartridge case. This
Okay,
is
here's the dropped round.
Okay. Do you make any notes regarding whether or not it's got any identifiable markings on it?
We would, sir. So I would identify the type of primer and then also what is on the head stamp as well.
Okay. And ultimately, in your report, which is, or in your notes, S358, do you draw any conclusions regarding number 10 and any other mark, and any marks that you could ultimately compare to something later?
Yes, so number 10, it wasn't fired in because it's an unfired round, but it was chambered in and extracted from the same gun as those other 7 cartridge cases.
Okay, and how did you go about determining that?
So what I would look for is there's an extractor mark is where I made that identification. So what would happen if you have a live round of ammunition that's unfired? You can load that round inside your firearm, and then there's an extractor inside that chamber, which hooks around the rim of the cartridge case. So if that gun is loaded, and there's a cartridge case inside the chamber of that gun, and you don't fire it, but you just bring that slide back, which is under spring tension, that extractor is going to pull back on that cartridge case, and then it's going to hit, there's an ejector, and it's going to get extracted and ejected from that gun without being fired. So I could look at that extractor mark from the extractor of the claw because it's marking it, and then I would compare it to extractor marks from any of the cartridge cases that were fired.
I don't understand the four walls thing.
Now, ultimately, did you document a comparison between state police items 14 and 10, that being the live round that you just discussed, which is S301, and the cartridge case S306?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I have slide 10, please? Now, can you explain what we're looking at here?
So this would be on the underside of the rim of the cartridge case, on the side of the cartridge case. And it's actually, it looks like a claw mark, and that's from that extractor. So when that cartridge case, number 14, again, is being discharged from that firearm, it's that claw is leaving a tool mark on that rim. So again, I'm looking at a tool mark and a pattern, a group of patterns of tool marks, and I'm comparing them to that live round number 10. And I'm seeing those corresponding marks. So what that's telling me, as an examiner, that at one time that live round number 10 was cycled through the same firearm as the cartridge case number 14.
Now, with respect to, obviously you photographically document the conclusions you just talked about in slide 10, correct?
Correct.
Okay, that's your representation. That's a photo depicting what you saw under the comparison microscope, correct?
Yes, sir, a snapshot of what I was looking at.
And ultimately in your report, however, were you able to make any conclusions with respect to that live round and all of the other 7, or of the 7 cartridge cases that you analyzed?
Yes, sir, that live round at one time was cycled through the same firearm as those 7 other cartridge cases.
I'm not buying that one. I mean, yes, I think they were, but I don't think you can get that from those 2 marks.
Now, the receipt up there, I believe it's S-350. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
You referenced that earlier, correct?
Correct, sir.
And based upon receiving that that request there, were you asked to look at some other ballistic evidence under a different case number?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's the case number, to be clear?
It's our case number, laboratory number C18-10139.
Now, did you ultimately draft a report under that case number, or more than one report under that case number?
Yes.
I'm just going to show you what the mark is. S353 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
That's a copy of my lab report.
Okay. Now, at the top, before you talk about firearms, do you talk about some other piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is that regarding?
This is regarding an unfired live round.
Okay. Is that a different unfired live round than the one we discussed previously?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you able to draw any, or were you able to make any observations of that, at least from a class perspective?
Just the caliber of that cartridge case, sir.
And what was that?
It's a 9mm Luger caliber, middle jacketed cartridge, head stamp 10, GFL 10.
Okay. Now, was that consistent with the head stamps that you described previously?
Yes.
And based upon that request for analysis, request for analysis, were you asked to analyze or test fire several firearms?
Yes, sir.
And did you document all of the firearms that you test fired that were delivered to the state police by Detective Steve Vogt?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall how many firearms you test fired?
8, sir.
8.
Or, I'm sorry, there might have been, there's 8.
Careful, don't make your first
9,
mistake.
sir.
There you
I'm just
go.
going to show you what's been marked as S259. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is it?
This is my nomenclature or note page reference to these firearms that I tested.
Okay. Now, I just want to talk to you about, did you document the test firing or each firearm individually in a page in your notes?
Yes, sir.
And so right here, we're looking at the first page, correct?
Correct.
And what type of weapon are you documenting here?
It's a 9mm Luger caliber Glock semi-automatic pistol.
Okay. And does it reference a state police number?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
It's item number 9.
And did you individually document your observations or your analysis of each firearm that you received?
Yes, sir.
And on that property receipt, we just talked about here, S350. Can you just let us know what the firearms are that you received for purposes of test firing?
Yes, sir. So item number 9 was a semi-automatic handgun, a Glock 19 9mm handgun. Item number 10, another semi-automatic pistol, Glock 17 9mm Luger handgun.
Shot both of those.
Number 11, semi-automatic handgun with black grips, Springfield Armory, model 1911. Number 12 is another semi-automatic handgun with a wooden grip, unknown make or model. Number 13, semi-automatic handgun, black grip, Colt model.
Unknown maker model.
Number 14, semi-automatic handgun,
Saturday
6
Night
hour
Special.
P229. Number 15, semi-automatic pistol, 6 hour P228. Number 16, ballistic evidence is a gun barrel, 9mm Parasig. Number 17, ballistic evidence, unknown possible firearm part. And you have 18, firearm semi-automatic handgun, P228. And number 19 is a Smith & Wesson Walther PPS 9mm handgun.
Now, as part of your evaluation of those firearms, did you analyze each of them for purposes of like class characteristics, the firearms themselves?
So not so much the class characteristic. Well, the class characteristic would be a part of it in my nomenclature. But with firearms that come to us, we'll test fire every gun that comes to us, and we want to find out if the guns are operable and capable of being discharged, whether fire or not.
And ultimately, did you test fire each one of those delivered firearms?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just going to show you what's been marked as S354. Do you recognize that ultimately?
I do, sir. Yes.
Okay. Is that a report that you later drafted?
It is.
And it's going to discuss cross comparisons between different items?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But as far as what we were discussing on S353, your 2/4/2019 report, do you document the test firing of the weapons?
I do, sir.
Okay. Now, based upon that, were you able to determine whether each one of those weapons was ultimately capable of being discharged?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the next part of that report is part 3, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what does that talk about? Which item does it talk about?
So it's item number 16.
Okay. And what is item number 16?
That's a gun barrel.
This is where it gets interesting. This gun barrel was found in the bag in the back of the car that Paul was in. The backpack.
Item number 16. I just want to show you item number 18. I'll show you item number, State Police number 18, which is S-181.
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize what that is?
He opens it. Takes it
Your
out.
Honor, the gun's unloaded. It has a lock on it, safe to handle.
You're just supposed to say, yes, I recognize the box. He's
I
inspecting.
do, sir.
Okay, what is it?
It's a SIG semi-automatic pistol here.
Okay, and is that, like you said to the court, does that have a gun lock in it?
It does, sir.
Okay, and it's safe, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you document in your notes how you found that weapon, or anything about the weapon, the way that it was delivered to you?
If I can just reference the note page so I don't miss anything.
Here.
So my notes, I'll do a description of the firearm, as well as test firing the gun. Description is 9mm Luger caliber SIG Sauer semi-automatic pistol. Has a serial number of B341027, models of P228. 6 lane, 6 screws with a right twist. That's semi-automatic pistol. As far as the observations made with this, it has a green tritium dot front sight. When I received it, inside the chamber was a red dot laser bore sight, unknown brand or manufactured, marked 9mm Luger. And then it was submitted without any type of ammunition magazine.
Now, that red dot laser bore sight that you said was in the chamber, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm just going to show you as part of the item here, still marked NJSP item number 18. Can you open that up? What is that we're looking at?
So this is a mechanism or a device which you would put inside the chamber of the firearm. It's inert, so if you fire it, it's not going to detonate anything. It's not a live round. There's no bullet, there's no propellant or anything like that. What this is on the back side of it, when that firing pin will strike the back of this mechanism, it's a laser sight. So you can use this for test firing or practice your accuracy with a gun.
Now, we were discussing a barrel, correct? That you talked about being provided for purposes of analysis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recognize S-176?
I do, sir. So State Exhibit S-176, it's our item number 16, and it is that SIG branded barrel.
The threading on the barrel is for the attachment on the end of the barrel, sometimes referred to as a silencer, but it's a suppressor. They've been calling it a other firearm part in this. Looks like a silver pipe.
To show you what the mark is S-177 for identification. Ask you if this was an additional item that you received for purposes of evaluation.
So State Exhibit S-177, it's our item number 17. It's also labeled with a sticker as well, with our laboratory number, that's C18-10139, and number 17.
What is that?
That's a homemade silencer device.
There it is.
Did you ultimately compare it to see if it fit and functioned with any of the firearms that were submitted?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall which ones it fit and functioned with?
Yes, sir.
Which ones was this?
Again, just so I'm accurate, if I could refer to my report. The silencer was test fired with a 9mm SIG Sauer semi-automatic pistol with serial number B341027. It's our item number 18. And then I also test fired it with the SIG Sauer semi-automatic pistol, serial number B232995, our item number 15. So those were the two firearms that I used that silencer to test fire it with.
I wonder if it was
Now,
well manufactured, if it was just
You
a
talked
pipe.
about the New Jersey State Police item number 16, which is S-176. Can you tell us what ultimately you did with this barrel?
So again, with that barrel, I'll identify it for its class characteristics because there's rifling inside that barrel. 6 lanes, 6 screws with a right twist. And then I would take that barrel and I would test fire that barrel with the 2 SIG pistols that were submitted for examination.
And ultimately, did it fit into both of those SIG weapons that were submitted to you?
Yes, sir.
So he's going to have to piece together this the barrel evidence from the tool marks and the ejector port or ejector claw evidence and the firing pin evidence to see which barrel and which gun minus a barrel were used.
Previously identified S-181. This was the 6 Sauer that had the laser in the chamber, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as S-193. Do you recognize what that is?
State Exhibit S-193. That's our item number 15. And it's a 6 Sauer semi-automatic handgun, model number P228.
And ultimately, S-193 and S-191, I'm sorry, S-181 and S-193. These are both 6 Sauers, correct?
Correct.
And were these the 2 weapons that you placed the barrel in order to test fire them?
Correct, sir.
Okay, just these 2 handguns, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, as far as like how you went about doing that, like is that switching barrels? Is that hard?
No, sir.
Okay, and can anyone do that, or anyone who knows firearms can do that?
It's not hard. There's just a slide release lever. You would push the lever down, and that would allow the slide to come off of the frame. And then you would just take the barrel, comes right out. It's under spring tension, but it's not difficult at all.
Okay. And both of those 6 Sauer weapons that you just identified, they both came to you with barrels in them. Is that
Yes,
accurate?
sir. Yes.
Did you fire them with the barrels that they came with?
Yes.
As well?
Yes, sir.
And then also with the barrel that was submitted under State Police item number 16.
Correct.
Now, I want to talk to you about ultimately whether or not you were involved in doing any cross comparisons.
Yes, sir.
You had items that were submitted, bullets and shell casings, correct?
Correct.
And you also had some weapons, right?
Correct.
Some firearms in the barrel, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us, just generally speaking, how you go about actually doing comparisons between ballistic evidence and the firearms?
Sure. So the process is always the same. You look for those class characteristics on the bullets and the cartridge cases, and then I'll just compare them to the class characteristics of the firearms that were submitted. The class characteristics are different on the bullets and cartridge cases to the submitted firearms, but you don't have to do any type of microscopic comparison. The class characteristics are different. for those firearms where the class characteristics are the same as the bullet and the cartridge case, then you would do a microscopic comparison of those. How we do it when we have a gun that's submitted to us and it has the same class characteristics, I would take one of the 6-hour guns, and we have a range, so I'd fire 2 shots into our water tank. So I have my known test standards. I have known bullets and known cartridge cases that were fired in that gun. And then I'll take those test standards, my 2 known bullets, my 2 known cartridge cases, and I'll look at them microscopically and see how they're marking, or the tool marks are marking. So I have my knowns from that gun. So I'll take my knowns and I'll compare them to my unknowns, and I'm looking for patterns and see if those patterns correspond or not, and try and determine if they were fired in that particular gun or not.
Okay. So ultimately, you're firing the weapons, and then you're maintaining the test shells, correct, or test bullets?
Both, yes, sir.
Okay. And then ultimately, you use those to make comparisons.
Yes, my knowns to my unknowns.
Okay. Now, was there a point in time when some additional ammunition was provided to you for purposes of test firing these guns?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you tell us why you utilized ammunition that was provided to you by the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office?
Sure. So you want to use like ammunition when we're test firing. In our lab, pretty much our policy is we use our own ammunition. We don't typically use ammunition from the outside because we don't know where that ammunition comes from. So we have a reference collection of ammunition that we'll use to test fire, to do any test fires or microscopic comparisons. The one issue in this case, the test fires that we had were different ammunition than the items, the bullets and the cartridge cases that I did my initial examination. And it mattered. One of the things that was unique with this 9mm Luger ammunition from the scene, or that was submitted from the scene, was a bigger bullet. It was a heavier bullet. It was a longer bullet. We didn't have that type of ammunition. So when I did my test fires, and I compared the tool marks to the tool marks from the casing, or from the bullets from the casing, it wasn't marking as well. The marks weren't repeating as well. So it really helped me to use that same ammunition because we didn't have it in reference collection, and the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office was able to provide that ammunition to me for test fires, so I can shoot like ammunition, and I can get a best representative sample to do my comparison work.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as S351. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
So State Exhibit S351, it's another evidence receipt, and it's the box of ammunition that was submitted to us from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office for test fires.
Okay. And ultimately, did you use that for test firing purposes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm opening it up.
This guy opens his own evidence.
Correct. You recognize ultimately what's in here?
Yes, sir. So State Exhibit S-195, that's our item number 21, and that's that box of Fiocchi ammunition that I use for test fires.
Okay. And ultimately, does it indicate where this actual Fiocchi box of ammunition came from?
The location says here,
Paul's basement.
27 Tilton Drive in Freehold Township, Paul Caneiro.
And ultimately, did you utilize those this ammunition to test fire the 2 6-hours as well as both with the barrel number 16 in them?
Correct, sir.
And these have the same, this box, what's marked as NJSP, item number 21, States Exhibit 195. Does it have the same head stamps as those, the shell casings that you previously identified?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir, before you put that away, you said S-195 came from where?
Your Honor, the location was 27, it's like Tilton, Tilton Drive in Freehold Township.
Okay. In Freehold Township? Okay.
Now, ultimately, did this ammunition assist with the markings from your test fires?
From the bullets, yes, sir.
Yeah, they used Paul's own ammo. Open the safe. So we'll use some of that.
Now,
It's a direct match.
You have your 2719 report up in front of you. Now, we talked about looking at those weapons and determining like which weapons could fire which types of ammunition. Were you able to make exclusions from the submitted weapons with respect to whether or not they could actually fire the type of ammunition you had in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you exclude all guns except for those 2 6 hours?
Yes, sir.
Now, you previously talked about the 5 bullet specimens, correct?
Correct.
And those are the ones that you said all came from the same firearm, correct?
From the barrel of the same firearm, yes, sir.
I just want to be clear about that. You said the barrel of the same firearm. Can you just explain why we're talking about the barrel as opposed to the actual firearm itself?
Yes, because the barrel is a removable part. So you can have a barrel and a firearm. And then, like I said, you can just drop that slide, release lever, remove the slide, or remove the barrel, and put another barrel in there. So a barrel is interchangeable with the actual firearm.
Okay. Now, with respect to your 2-7, February 7, 2019 report that's in front of you, S354, did you ultimately make any conclusions regarding New Jersey State Police items 11, 12, 17, 20, and 26?
Yes, sir.
And those are 5 bullets that came from Cold Snack, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What, if any, conclusions did you draw with respect to those cross comparisons?
That those 5 were discharged in that one submitted barrel. I think it was number 16. I'm sorry, from that barrel that was submitted.
So when we talk about S176, this is New Jersey State Police item 16, the barrel, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And ultimately, you made a conclusion that all 5 of those bullets were fired from this barrel?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you ultimately do any comparison work with respect to the shell casings that had also been recovered at the Cold Snack scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and we talked about all 7 of those earlier, correct?
Correct.
How they all matched each other?
Yes, sir.
Now, with respect to the comparison that you ultimately were able to make, was that with respect to one of the 6-hour firearms?
Yes, sir.
And again, you just talked about the bullets and the barrel. Now we're talking about the cartridge cases and the firearm, correct?
Correct.
And can you just explain that difference?
Yes, sir. So in that slide portion of a gun, the firing pin, your breech face, your extractor, your ejector, the firing pin aperture, that would be contained inside that slide of the gun.
Okay. And in your report, ultimately, do you talk about the 7 cartridge cases and the comparison to any of the firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what were the conclusions that you drew in that regard?
So those 7 cartridge cases marked 13 through 16, 18, 19, and 12. I compared them to test cartridge cases that were fired in a 9mm Luger caliber SIG semi-automatic pistol, serial number B233959, and those cartridge cases were identified as having been discharged in that submitted pistol.
So when we're talking about those comparisons, we're looking at S193. That's the 6-hour serial number ending in 959.
Yes, sir.
And your conclusion in S54 is regarding all the submitted shell casings and the comparison to that weapon, S193.
Correct.
And your determination, just to be clear, was what?
That those were fired in that submitted pistol.
Can I have S1 slide 14, S1 G slide 14? Now, Sergeant Clayton, can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at?
So it's another snapshot of the comparison that I did between bullet number 17 and then one of the test bullets that I fired out of that barrel, number 16. So again, I'm looking at a land impression, one of the land impressions, and I'm looking for a pattern or group of patterns and see if it corresponds to my known bullet that I test fired in that, for one of my test bullets from number 16 from that barrel. So I'm doing that comparison. And then what I'm looking at is those corresponding marks between bullet number 17 against one of my test bullets that I fired in bullet number 16. And I'm seeing those corresponding marks. So what that's telling me as an examiner, seeing that level of agreement, would be that bullet number 17 was fired in the same bullet, my test fired bullet out of that barrel number 16.
Can I have slide 15, please? And what are we looking at here?
So it's the same bullet number 17, and then I compared it again to that same test bullet that was fired in that barrel, mark number 16. And this is another land impression. So there's 6 land impressions on this bullet, and this is a different land impression where I'm finding that agreement between bullet number 17 and that test bullet that I used that was fired in number 16. So it's just another area of agreement on that bullet that I'm using to make an identification. So now there's 2 land impressions that you're finding that type of agreement.
Okay. So there we're talking about, those last 2 photos were test bullets fired using this barrel number 16.
Correct, and comparing them to bullet number 17.
Which is one of the 5 bullets from the Colt's neck scene.
Correct.
Now, can I have slide 16, please? Now, what are we looking at here?
So here is I'm looking at cartridge case number 13, and I'm comparing it to a test cartridge case that I fired in that SIG gun, number 15. So on the left side is a test fire from that gun, and I'm comparing it to the cartridge case number 13. And specifically what I'm looking at is that firing pin drag mark. What that firing pin drag mark is when that firing pin hits that primer to detonate that primer, when that slide comes back and the pressure drops, that pin's not getting out of the way in time, so it's dragging across a portion of that primer, and it's creating these firing pin drag marks. So again, within that firing pin drag mark, I'm looking for a pattern or group of patterns, and I found a pattern, and I'm comparing that pattern to the pattern that's on that test fire cartridge case that I fired in that SIG gun number 15. And again, you're seeing those corresponding marks. And what that's telling me as an examiner, that these 2 cartridge cases, based on that firing pin drag, they were fired in the same firearm. So number 13, my unknown, I compared it to my known, which I fired in that 1 SIG gun. I'm seeing those corresponding marks, and it's telling me that number 13 was fired in the same gun as that submitted gun number 15.
That cartridge case number 13, that's also one of the cartridge cases from Colt's neck that you've already said matched all the others there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can I just ask you on slide 16, does it indicate the level of magnification there?
28 times.
Okay. Now can I have slide 17? And what do we see here?
So number 17, this is a picture of a snapshot of the firing pin impression. So again, I took number 13, my unknown, and then I compared it to one of the test cartridge cases that I fired in that same gun, that gun number 15, and I'm seeing agreement within that firing pin impression again, and that's telling me that number 13 was fired in that gun number 15. I'm comparing my unknown to my known sample from my test fire.
Can I have slide 18, please? What are we looking at here, sir?
Again, I used cartridge case number 13, and I compared them to another cartridge case, another test fire cartridge case that I fired in that gun, number 15, and I'm looking at those breech chase marks. And again, I'm seeing those a corresponding pattern on number 13, and I'm comparing them to the pattern that I found on one of the test fires from number 15, and I'm seeing those corresponding marks. And again, what that is telling me that, again, number 13 was fired in that cartridge case that came from gun number 15.
Can I seek your expert opinion that all of those cartridge cases that you previously examined and compared to one another, that they all came from that gun number 15?
Yes, sir.
Just to be clear, when we talk about gun number 15, this S193?
S-193, yes, our number 15, sir.
Just to be clear, as far as the marking on this box, it does contain the serial number, correct?
Yes, sir, it's B233959.
Okay, and does it indicate where it came from?
It says recovered from basement.
I'm not disputing that the lines line up. I would just like to see this test run with 2 guns off the same production line, back to back. Or with 10 guns, back to back.
Now, I want to just show you what's been marked as S364 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
It's another cross comparison that I did.
Okay, well, what is it that you were cross-comparing in that report?
So what I cross-compared was bullet cartridge mark number 10, and that was in our laboratory number C18-10138. And I compared that against one of the test cartridge cases that were discharged in that Sig Sauer semi-automatic pistol, serial number B233959.
If you look back at your earlier receipt, can you tell us what NJSP 10 is?
NJSP would be that live or unfired cartridge case.
Just going to show you what's been marked previously as S301. Do you recognize that?
State Exhibit S-301, it's our item number 10, and it's a 9mm Luger caliber metal jacketed bullet cartridge, head stamp 10, GFL 10.
It indicates it was found on the paved deck on the southwest side?
Correct.
And it shares the same head stamp as all the other casings?
Correct, sir.
And ultimately, you said that report that we just talked about, you were comparing item number 10, S301 to what?
It's item number 10 from one of the test cartridge cases that I fired in that SIG semi-automatic pistol, serial number B233959.
Can I have slide 19, please? What are we looking at there?
So this is one of the test cartridge cases that I fired in that gun, and I compared it to that bullet cartridge number 10, and we're looking at that extractor mark again. And again, I'm looking at the corresponding marks from the extractor marks from both the test cartridge cases to that bullet cartridge cases, and you can see the agreement corresponding marks that's showing me as an examiner that bullet cartridge number 10 was chambered in and extracted from that firearm at one point in time.
Okay. Can I have slide 20, please? What are we looking at here?
So again, this is a cartridge case, or one of the test cartridge cases, the same one that I test fired in that gun, and I compared it to that bullet cartridge number 10. And this is a tool mark that I'm looking at on, again, from that bullet cartridge being extracted from the chamber of that firearm. So I'm looking at that tool mark that I found on that wall of cartridge case from it being extracted or chambered in and extracted from that gun. It's just another area of agreement where I'm finding corresponding marks.
Okay, so this is slide 20 of S1G, and we just looked at slide 19 of S1G, correct?
Correct.
They're just two different areas of agreement that you noted?
Correct, sir.
Okay, I just want to lastly show you the mark with S368.
How much is one of these microscopes cost? The stereo microscopes.
Yes, sir. What is that?
So again, these are my notes, and it has bullet cartridge number 10 versus one of the test casings from that gun. My conclusion was an identification, and my area of agreement was in the extractor mark, and then a tool mark on that case body of that cartridge case.
And were those, the areas of agreement we just discussed, were they depicted or were they adequately shown in slides 19 and 20 of S1G that we just looked at?
Yes, sir.
Again, ultimately the conclusion was that your State Police item 10, the live round, was chambered in and extracted from this firearm. State Police item number 15. This time I don't have any further questions for you.
All right, can we turn the lights back on? All right,
Defense?
ladies and gentlemen, heard a lot of expert testimony today, so we're going to stop it.
Oh.
For today. We're going to come back tomorrow. Where'd my voice just go? So we're going to stop for today. We're going to come back tomorrow morning. We'll continue with cross-examination of this witness, and then we'll continue on. So I also want to just give you a heads up so that you are aware. Your day off this week will be Thursdays, so you will not have to be here on Thursday. And then we'll be back in on Friday based on scheduling. That was the best way it could work out for witnesses. So don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. Have a safe trip home. I'll see you all tomorrow morning, same time, same place. Thank you all.
All right, so judge calls it for the day. His voice gave out on him. Apparently, he can only have so much candy before it's too much, which means we are now back on the current day. I think we'll be caught up after today, which is bad because we have nothing to watch tomorrow. Dr. Bullbutter, happy birthday. Good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Let's do a quick jump to current.
Page 4.
Oh, not that current. We're not going to go that current quite yet. Okay. Let's see. All right, here we go. All right, present time. This is this morning.
All rise for the court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Mark Lemme presiding.
Good morning, please be seated. Morning. So here's my question for the day. Anybody here ever use Airborne? Use it? Okay, from the people that have used it, do they think it works? Some. Okay. I don't want to, be an advertisement against something,
Not
but
a
I
sponsor.
just was wondering if I'm the only one it's not working for as much as it should. So what is it? I got to work on it. Airborne is it's like a vitamin C. You put it into a tablet. If you guys see me up here drinking pink stuff, it's not like lemonade or anything else. It's it's not an alcoholic drink. Just so that we're clear. But just keeping us moving along. All right, I digress. This is State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro. It's indictment 19-02-0283. Can I have the appearances of counsel for the record?
Your Honor, Assistant Prosecutor Nicole Wallace on behalf of the state.
Everyone is not a
Assistant
sponsor.
County Prosecutor for the state.
Good morning, Your Honor. Monica Mastalone, attorney on behalf of Mr. Paul Caneiro, Vice President.
Good morning, Andy Murray from Paul Caneiro.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Mr. Caneiro. Okay, we are going to continue with the cross-examination. Detective Sergeant Christopher Clayton.
Airborne's like, we can't sue
Sir,
him.
you're still under oath from yesterday, okay?
Sure.
All right, you can take a seat. Thank you. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Murray.
Thank you, Judge. All right, good morning, sir. Good morning.
Dr. Ballbutter, thank you
just
very
to
much.
recap some of what we
27
did
months.
yesterday.
Oh, gee. We're now in
when
cross-examination.
you're doing the work that you do,
To Mark Expert.
You are attempting to match, if you can, cartridge casings to firearms, right?
Correct.
And bullets to barrels of firearms.
Correct.
It wouldn't be possible to match a cartridge casing to the barrel of a weapon.
No, sir.
Because the cartridge casing doesn't go through the barrel.
Correct.
Only the bullet does.
Correct.
And that's where the bullet is imprinted with the lands and grooves that are inside of the barrel. The
Yes.
rifling.
Correct, sir.
The bullet is obviously it's propelled out of the gun by an explosion, right?
By gases, yes, sir.
And it's forced through the barrel, and as it encounters that rifling, it begins to rotate.
Correct, sir.
Okay. And so those marks that the bullet gets are caused by it rotating through the barrel as it's being forced out by an explosion of gas, and begins to rotate because it's encountering that metal rifling.
So the marks are being created by the imperfections inside that barrel, the landing and groove impression. So yes, you're right.
Okay. So that's, I would imagine that's a higher degree of force that's on that bullet than the amount of force that's on the shell casing as it's ejected from the weapon.
It could be. I don't know about the force.
Okay. Well, do we know whether the higher forces, if the forces are higher on the bullet in terms of moving through the barrel than they are in the shell casing being ejected from the weapon, do we know if those higher forces could have an impact on the amount of marking impressions that the bullet receives versus the shell casing?
Yes.
But we do know about that.
The pressures could vary. So if you have a higher pressure with the bullet going down the barrel, that could impact the type of marks that it picks up. Yes.
Okay. So if I'm understanding this correctly, would a higher pressure, in your estimation, lead to a greater likelihood of more definite impressions?
I don't know. It could vary.
It could vary.
Yes, sir.
What I heard you say, I think yesterday, about the Fiocchi ammunition was that it was able to mark better?
Correct, sir.
And that means it left more definite impressions?
Yes, sir.
And those more definite impressions were on the bullet?
Correct.
Okay. The Sig Sauer S-193, that's the evidence item of it, S-193, that was the weapon that you were able to match to the shell casings found at the Colt Snexy?
Yes, so that's our item number 15.
15? Did I just show that to you?
Yes, sir.
Will this defense attorney be the first person to prove this guy made a mistake? Says he's never made a mistake in 10 years. How I like the detail this firearm and tool mark expert has shown us in the pictures.
Well, S181 and S193. I'm going to approach. Okay. So I'm going to show you S193. And I believe you looked at this yesterday. This is the one with serial number B233959.
Correct, sir.
Could you open that for me? Could you take that item out? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, the one that you're holding in your hand now, you want a glove?
No, I'm fine.
Yeah. The one that you're holding in your hand now, that is the weapon that you matched to the shell casings from the Colt's neck scene.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Could you hold it out for the jury? Thank you. And then there was another SIG pistol that you looked at, right?
Correct, sir.
And this was serial number B341027?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This was eliminated.
Correct.
As far as being the weapon that discharged the shell casings.
Correct.
Okay. Could you hold that up for the jury? All right. That was the one that had the bore sight in it, right?
Yes, sir.
But that one also has rails on the bottom of the frame, right?
Correct.
And what could one do with rails like that?
You can put an accessory on there, say a flashlight or a laser sight.
A laser sight. Now, this weapon, the one that was matched to the shell casings, doesn't have rails, right?
Rails are down here on the bottom.
Okay.
They attach to the bottom.
No, it doesn't.
So it doesn't have that accessory mounting capability that this weapon does, right?
Yes.
We also saw something yesterday, and I'm not sure what the evidence item for it was, but it was a silencer.
Correct, sir.
And that silencer was able to be mounted on that barrel.
Yes.
Right? And the barrel, that was the barrel that fit into either of those SIG pistols that we just saw, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that barrel could be fit into the SIG pistols, and that silencer could be mounted onto the gun, right?
Yes, onto the barrel. Yes, sir.
Onto the barrel.
We're probably still going to be here in this trial.
You fired test shots with that silencer, right?
Correct.
And I think you determined, based on what I see in your report, that silencer effectively reduced the sound of the gun firing.
Correct.
Now,
By
I
how
don't
much?
think you measured it in like decibels, right?
No, sir.
But it was obvious to you when you fired the gun with the silencer, it was significantly quieter than without the silencer.
Correct.
You didn't measure the sound difference?
That silencer is also fairly large in diameter. Would you agree with that?
Yes, sir.
And it kind of, it's round, obviously, it's cylindrical.
Correct.
And it screws onto the barrel, but it's much wider in diameter than the barrel itself, right?
Correct.
And it actually sits over the sights of the gun.
Yes, sir.
So, also, I think we should mention that
Pretty easy to measure.
The ammunition is subsonic ammunition.
Correct.
And what does subsonic mean?
So subsonic means that type of ammunition goes under the speed of sound, how it travels.
And when a bullet goes over the speed of sound, what does that change about the sound that the bullet makes?
You'll hear a crack. It goes over that beat per second or that sound.
Right. So you actually hear it breaking the sound barrier. Right. But these bullets don't travel fast enough to do that.
Correct.
So, subsonic ammunition, also used in conjunction with the silencer, would lead to a significantly quieter sound when the gun is fired versus, regular ammunition without a silencer.
Correct.
Okay.
Which, if he used it at the scene, would have made it harder for the neighbor to hear the
Obviously,
gunshots.
you issued a number of reports in this case. There were comparisons of bullets, comparisons of shell casings. There were cross comparisons. You also did a firearm assessment of the various firearms that you were given by the prosecutor's office in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
They included various calibers of weapons. It looks like mostly 9mm, right?
Correct.
In your report dated February 4th, 2019, it's a two-page report, S353, you examined also a 45 caliber 1911 type semi-automatic pistol.
Correct.
You said manufacturer unknown.
Correct.
You said it was consistent with an 80% pistol frame kit.
Correct.
Meaning it's
sort of home built, home finished.
It's operable, right?
Correct, sir.
It could be it fired bullet.
Yes.
Okay. But it was like it was homemade. Well, not homemade, but it was from a kit.
Correct.
Okay.
Most of the gun was made but not finished. He made his own parts at home to finish the gun or assemble it the rest of the way. He did have tools in his basement just for that.
I just want to ask some questions about the actual examination process, because I think yesterday one of the things you said is, to the best of your ability, you want to make sure that you avoid mistakes going out of your lab, right?
Correct.
What we saw yesterday in the comparison slides were pictures taken from under your comparison microscope, and there was a dividing line between various bullets and various shell casings that you compare, right?
Correct.
And all of these were the purpose of them was to demonstrate points of comparison between the two objects, right?
Points of agreement, yes, sir.
Points of agreement. Just so I understand, none of these slides that we saw yesterday, none of them were for the purpose of showing points of disagreement, right?
Correct.
All of these are just examples of where you have concluded these two objects agree.
Correct.
Okay. Some of these, now these points of comparison come from different parts of the shell casing, right?
Correct.
They can come, you mentioned the breech face yesterday, right? And the firing pin.
Correct.
And then there's ejector marks as well.
Extractor marks.
Extractor marks, I'm sorry. And all those are places where you could get potentially an impression from which you could derive a point of agreement.
Correct.
And what is, like, when you're looking at this, we're seeing grooves essentially cut into metal, right?
For the bullet, yes, sir.
Okay. Or we might see in a shell casing something like an impression from the firing pin.
An impression mark, yes, sir.
How many of these points of comparison do you need to see before you determine that either two bullets were fired from the same barrel, or that two shell casings were loaded into and ejected from the same weapon?
We don't use points of agreement, sir.
You don't use points of agreement?
No, sir.
Okay. So basically, you look at the bullet or the shell casing and decide whether you think that it matches enough?
Yes, so there's enough sufficient agreement there.
Enough sufficient agreement.
Correct, sir.
But it's not, so it doesn't sound to me like there's a number of areas on the bullet or the casing that need to agree?
No, sir.
And it doesn't sound like there's in the area of agreement that there's any metric for the way it needs to agree in order for it to be a comparison?
No.
And it sounds like then it's kind of just your judgment call about it.
Well, yes, it's my judgment call based on my training and experience, but again, it also has to meet those 2 points to make an identification or a same source conclusion, which would be when you're looking at those two patterns, that's consistent with tool marks that I would expect to see from tools that were produced by the same tool. It's consistent with. And it also exceeds the agreement, meaning that I wouldn't expect to see that type of agreement from two bullets or two cartridge cases that were fired in two different firearms.
Okay. Okay. It also appears that this comparison in agreement that is based on your experience, there's no corresponding measurement in terms of the depth of these impressions that you determine to agree, or the width of these impressions that you determine to agree?
No, we don't take those measurements, sir.
Okay. Would you agree with me that you could take those measurements?
No, we don't have that capability in our lab, that type of equipment to take those measurements of the depth. No, sir. No.
I mean, but this is the state police's lab.
Correct.
Okay. And then there was something that was included in the case report, something from IBIS stats.
IBIS, so that would be Niven, sir.
Okay. And that's where, this is the database.
Yes.
This is the database that shell casings and perhaps bullets are input into to see if they can be a match to any national unsolved crime, something like that?
Correct, so not the bullet, the cartridge casing.
Cartridge casing. And then, so on these IBIS tracks, what we're looking at then is it would still have to be the result of a test fire, right?
Correct.
And the test fire would produce certain impressions on the cartridge casing.
Correct, either the breech face or the firing pin impression.
And then those impressions would be input into Niven.
Correct.
And those impressions would be used to see if they were similar in character to other casings that had been collected in unsolved crimes.
Correct.
Okay. One thing that I noticed about these is that it appears that there's measurements of the impressions.
I don't know,
on the
sir.
weapon. I'll show you.
Sure.
So I just picked this one because it's the Sig Sauer pistol that you match to the shell casings. Just take a look at that for a second.
Are you saying in this case or just...
In this case, I'll go through a judgment in this case.
What's the exhibit number?
This is D144.
Okay.
So I'm looking at comparison microscopes.
So this was one of the test shells from one of the firearms that was test fired.
Yeah, I think if you flip the page, you'll see
for a used one.
Which one it is.
I'm not going to order one today.
Okay. So this is the Sig Sauer pistol that you matched to the shell casings that were found in Colt's neck in this case, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then on this page, we see what's input is a shell casing fired from that Sig Sauer pistol, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At the bottom of this, we're going to see that there's certain measurements for the firing pin outline, the inner outline, and the outer breech face outline, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then, and so we're clear also, this was fired using a nickel primer brass case shell casing, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then that same weapon was test fired again
Yes, sir.
again using a shell casing with a nickel primer and a brass case, right?
It's a different shell, sir. So that's T4. That's T2.
Right.
Case. Nickel primer brass case.
Right. So they're both nickel primer brass case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, we have measurements of the impressions left by the weapon on the shell casing, right?
Well, no, they're not measuring the impressions. They're measuring the outline of the firing pin, and they're measuring the breech face. They're not measuring the individual characteristics, the actual breech face marks, sir.
This is firing pin outline, .0082.
Yes, sir. So it's measuring the impression. They're just measuring the firing pin impression. That's it. They're not taking measurements of the actual individual characteristics of the breech face or the individual characteristics of the imperfection on the tip of the firing pin. They're not taking those measurements, sir.
But they're able to take these measurements down to .082 inches, right?
Yes.
And they're able to take these measurements down to .077 inches.
Correct, sir.
Right? So I guess my question is, if this thing can do this, if this IBIS Trax or Niven can do this,
correct,
then this is in your lab, right?
Yes.
Okay. And doesn't this imply that there is an ability to take measurements of the actual impression on the weapon?
No,
or the impression on the shell casing?
They're not taking the impression of those individual characteristics, those imperfections. It's measuring either the breech face or just the firing pin. That's all it's measuring. It's not measuring the individual characteristics that I use to make a comparison.
Right. But if it can take these measurements, can it look at the shell casing itself? I mean, these are impressions on the shell casing, right?
Objection,
right. It's
ask
not
and
looking
answer.
at those individual characteristics, those imperfections from the breech face or the imperfections from the tip of the firing pin.
Right.
It's only measuring the breech face. It's only measuring the firing pin impression.
Right. Right, but, okay. I guess my question is, this thing can take these kind of precise measurements, right?
No, it's measuring, again, it's measuring the breech face, right, that primer, and it's measuring just the firing pin impression. It's not measuring those individual characteristics that I would use to either make an identification or elimination.
This thing is called Ayden HD 3D match point, right?
Yes, sir.
This is...
What was the brand?
What's being uploaded for review is not the thickness or the width of the inner outline of the breech face. My understanding was this is being uploaded because it's going to be relevant for comparison to other shell casings and unsolved crimes.
Correct.
Okay. So when this gets uploaded, have you used this before in your own investigations?
As far as Ayden, sir?
Yeah.
Yes, the unit uses Ayden to link potential cases together.
Okay. And it's called Ayden HD 3D because isn't this software capable of actually taking a full picture of the casing itself?
Yes, sir.
And it can do a 3D image of the casing, can it?
Correct.
And then that 3D image can be basically put into 2 dimensions.
Correct.
And then the examiner can look at the entire casing in one screen, so that you don't have to rotate the surface to see what's on the casing.
We wouldn't rotate this. You're just getting an image of the breech face of the head portion of the cartridge case. You're not doing any type of rotating like a bullet.
Right. No, I'm saying it on if there was like an extractor mark or something like that, this software can actually turn that 3-dimensional object into a 2-dimensional picture.
Correct.
Okay. And then it can, it can measure certain impressions on the image, correct?
No, it doesn't measure the images. I'm kind of confused what you're asking.
Yeah, okay. I know you don't take measurements.
Correct.
Right. I'm not saying you take measurements. I'm saying that the software is capable of doing it.
Of taking measures of what, sir?
Of the impressions, of the tool mark impressions.
Virginia Little.
No, it actually doesn't take measurements of the actual tool mark impressions.
Oh, gee, 22 months. Thank you, Virginia.
Now, okay. Well, this is, just so I understand, this is not what you use to do your comparisons in this case, right?
No, sir. Okay.
And
asked the same question like 10 times.
When you have used this before, this software in your casework before, what have you've looked at these impressions and what do you do with them? Do you compare these microscopically? Or do you look at them through the actual IBIS system?
So what will happen is we have a test fire. We test fire guns. Mm-hmm. So we'll take those test cartridge cases. They'll get entered into that Ayden system. Okay. And that Ayden system is going to take a digital image of that breech face, so the breech face and the firing pin impression. And then what that system does, it compares it to other cartridge cases, crime scenes throughout New Jersey, or wherever you want to correlate to see if there's a match or not. Okay. So in return, that system will bring back these images, digital images and photographs, what it thinks potentially could be a hit. Okay. So we would have an Ayden tech or another examiner look at these images, and if they think there's a potential there because you're seeing those corresponding marks off of that photo, it will go out as a potential hit to the submitting agency. Mm-hmm. If that submitting agency wants that potential hit confirmed, we'll bring back the actual physical evidence, and then we'll actually look at the physical evidence, not at the photograph, and then we'll do a confirmation. And to actually confirm by looking at the physical evidence, just like I would do in this case, actually looking at the physical evidence, and we would confirm that hit. So that's how it would work. In this case, Ayden wasn't involved in this case at all, doing comparison work.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I think I understand. So
I don't think you do.
To go back. What you did then was test fire the weapon, and you took when you test fired it, you shot it into a water tank, you said?
Yes, sir.
And then the water tank, I guess that's so that you can retrieve the bullet?
Correct.
Okay. And you test fired it, I I don't know if you said this yesterday. I think you had 12 test fires for the SIG pistol, the B233 pistol.
Yes, there were numerous test fires.
Okay. And there was also several test fires you did for the other SIG pistol. I think that it was like 3 test fires for that pistol.
That sounds right, sir. Yes.
Okay. And the those were all through. Were all those test fires through the barrel that was included? That separate SIG barrel that you received? Were all those test fires, the 12 for the one SIG and the 3 for the other, were all those test fires done through that barrel that you received?
Yes, sir. Either from one of the 3, either the 2 pistols or the barrel too. Yes, sir.
Okay. But when you got the guns, when you got those SIG pistols, they both had barrels, right?
Correct.
And were some of those test fires with those gun barrels, or were all of those test fires, the 12, the T exhibits in your reports, the 12 for the one SIG and the 3 from the other, were all of those fired through the SIG pistols using that other barrel?
Yes, I have to check my notes, but
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I found a comparison microscope for just $3,000.
Is there any particular reason why,
it's a lot cheaper,
when it came to the SIG pistol that you identified as a match to those shell casings, was there any particular reason why you shot the 12 test shots for that particular weapon?
No, sir. So, again, we're using like ammunition.
Mm-hmm.
So I would do multiple test shots as common. Mm-hmm. You're looking for your best exemplar test standard.
Okay. So when you're saying you're looking for your best example or test standard, what is that? How do you know when you get there?
Because you're looking at all the test standards, you look for your best exemplar.
Okay. So does that mean that the test standards can look different?
Yes.
Even though they're fired by the same weapon?
Ooh.
Yes, sir.
At the same time.
Spicy.
Correct.
In a like a controlled setting.
Yes.
And then the bullet goes into a tank of water, right?
Correct.
The purpose of that tank of water, I guess, is so that it slows down the bullet?
Yes, sir.
And then it stops the bullet from, like if I fired a gun and I shot the ground, the bullet could like deform when it hit the ground.
You can deform, you can get lane impressions that get wiped, they wipe out the tool marks.
Okay.
Yes.
But the water, I guess, the idea with the water is it stops that from happening?
Correct.
Okay. And then, but even if you're firing those test shots under the same conditions through the same weapon and the same barrel, it sounds like you're going to get different results.
No, not different results. But you're comparing one, you want to see the tool marks that are repeating, those repeating marks from one to the next.
Yeah.
And then as you do that, you could look at your exemplars, and then you could say, okay, this one mark, this is your best exemplar. Or you like to have this one marked the best, it left the best marks on there.
Okay.
So you would use that exemplar.
So they don't all look, I guess the thing I'm trying to understand is it sounds like you're saying that when you're doing these test fires, you're firing the bullets on the same conditions, same barrel, same gun into the water tank, but they're leaving, the impressions being left on them are not identical.
They might not be identical, no, sir.
Okay. And then you want to find one that, in your estimation, is the best to you.
Correct.
And that's the one that's most readily observable as being comparable to the item of evidence you're looking at.
Yes.
Okay. So what we were seeing, I guess, what we were seeing yesterday was those kind of best case scenario examples from your test fires.
Correct.
So we weren't seeing the ones that didn't, in your words, mark as well, right?
Correct.
And the ones that may not have been identical, right?
Yes.
Okay. And can there be, if you're looking at a shell casing, can there be areas of agreement and disagreement?
No, I wouldn't expect to see that. If I would expect to see an area of disagreement and an area of agreement, I want to know why.
Okay. So then there were 12. It was, what was necessary in this case, though, it seems like, was that you had to fire that SIG pistol that you matched to the shell casings, you had to fire that weapon 12 times.
12 times, but there was also 2 because I was test firing it with that silencer as well.
Yeah. And how many test shots were with the silencer?
I have to go back to the notes, but I think there was at least 2.
Okay. Okay. The Fiocchi ammunition, you said that marked better.
Correct.
So I take that to mean, can you just walk us through when you get these things? I think you first get the first set of evidence on the 26th of November.
Sounds right to me, sir.
And then, so can you just walk us through what you do once you get that?
Once we get the evidence?
Yeah.
Sure, evaluate it for its class characteristics.
Okay.
Class characteristics are the same. Then we go on and we do a microscopic comparison of those specimens to see if they were or were not fired at the same fire.
Okay. So when you get the specimens, right, either the shell casings or the bullets or bullet fragments,
correct,
is your step 1 comparing them to each other?
No, step 1 is evaluating each specimen, whether it's a bullet or a cartridge case, and identifying the class characteristics.
Okay. And then after you do that, and you say, these either have the same class characteristics or I can't tell, right? Or maybe they don't have them. But in this case, you're examining shell casings, right? And they appear to be the same type of casing.
Yes, sir.
They were all GFL 10 9x19.
Same caliber,
Yeah.
same shape of the firing pin, same breech face, parallel breech face marks,
Yeah.
class characteristics.
Okay. What I'm wondering, I guess, is more when you get these things, you've looked at them, these are the bullet fragments and bullets and shell casings. When you look at them and you say, okay, I've determined class characteristics, what is the next step after that?
The class characteristics are different, right? You can make an elimination off of the class characteristics.
Okay.
If the class characteristics are the same, then we will go and do a microscopic comparison of either the bullets or the cartridge cases to see if they were or were not fired out of the same gun.
Okay. Now, when you say if you go on to do that comparison to see if they were or were not fired out of the same gun,
correct?
Is that a comparison? That's a comparison amongst the evidence items themselves?
Yes.
Okay. Because there was also this comparison you did to the firearms that were collected in the case.
Yes, sir.
And I think the firearms were delivered on the same day that the evidence items like the shell casings and the bullet fragments were delivered, right?
Yes, sir.
So you had that all at one time.
Yes, sir.
And so I guess my question is, just in terms of order of operations, do you begin by, let's say, taking, item 11, a cartridge casing, right, and comparing that to a test fire from one of the weapons, or do you begin by comparing item 11 to item 13, another cartridge casing?
Both of them came in at the same time.
Yeah.
I was working both cases at the same time, sir.
Yeah. Well, do you remember? So, will you have a specific order to how you did that, though?
I don't. Typically, I would look at the evidence first,
Okay.
and then I would compare it to the test fires.
Okay. Because I think here, one of the things that happened is there was like a bullet fragment 25, and you weren't able to confirm whether that was fired from, that was consistent with the other bullets that were recovered, right?
It was inconclusive when I did my microscopic comparison, sir.
Okay. And so, okay. So then after you've done those comparisons, with one bullet recovered at a scene to another bullet recovered at a scene, one shell casing recovered at a scene to another, then you would typically do the cross comparison where you compare it to the other weapons.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The date on these, just so I understand this, there's dates on these slides that we saw yesterday, the slides of your comparisons?
Yes, sir.
Are those the dates that you did the comparison, or are those the dates that you took the pictures, or what?
Those are the dates that I took the photograph.
Okay. So those dates don't necessarily correspond to the dates when you did the comparison.
Yes, sir.
So for these photos that are dated December 17th, 2018, you actually did a comparison, but didn't take photos at that point in time, back in November?
No, so the date on the photograph is when I took the microscopic, the photograph of my comparison. That's the date I took that photograph.
Okay.
It's not necessarily the date that I actually looked at the evidence. That's not noted in my report.
Okay. Okay. So it's not the date It's not the date where you drew the conclusions.
That's the date that, no, that's the date that indicates when I took that photograph.
Right, right. But it's not necessarily the date where you concluded, oh, this has sufficient agreement or not.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So now you've gotten this evidence, you've looked at it, you've done some test fires, I suppose, with the other weapons, and the ammunition that you're using isn't marking as well, right?
Correct, sir.
One of the things that you mentioned yesterday was about, I think it's like ways to demonstrate that this field of forensics is trustworthy and reliable, right?
Yes, sir.
And I think one of the ways that you mentioned is obviously having peer review of your work, right?
Correct.
But also trying to avoid a situation where the examiner is coming into it with a bias about what the results are or should be.
Yes, sir.
And is one way to eliminate that potential bias that you mentioned briefly yesterday would be not informing the examiner about, all the details of the case, right?
Well, not necessarily the details of the case, but the results of my conclusions. So when I do a peer review,
but you're the examiner, right?
Yes.
Okay. So go ahead. What were you going to say?
No, you're asking me about the peer review process.
Right. Well, no, I'm asking you. I'm not really asking you that. I'm asking you more. Is it important, in terms of making sure that you don't have a bias in the case, is it important for you just to get the evidence, do your work, and report your results, or is it okay for you to have a conversation with the investigating detectives about who they think did it and how it happened, and then you do your work?
No, sir. It's the first. So when we testify, we're examining the evidence. That's all we care about, is examining objectively the evidence that is before us.
Okay. So then the idea would be we don't want you to have this extraneous information. We want your results to be based on your review of the evidence and your work.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because obviously, if we did it the other way and you were allowed to have full access to the case, then, consciously or otherwise, that could interfere with your conclusions. Is that fair to say?
Potentially.
Okay. In this case, though, you notice that the test fires weren't marking as well.
Correct.
But I guess the question would be, as well as what?
The test fires that we have, I mentioned it the other day, in our laboratory, the 9mm Luger ammunition that we would use. We didn't have the same ammunition that, I guess that was on the bullets that were submitted to us at the crime scene. The bullets that we use, the bearing surface, meaning that surface of the bullet that comes in contact with the lands and the grooves, it was smaller. The evidence bullets that were in this case, the bearing surface that comes in contact with those lands and grooves, it was larger. So that impacted the tool marks that it would pick up.
But then, even when, so I guess I have questions about that, but even when you got the Fiocchi ammunition, even some of those were not marking as well as others, right?
Correct.
That's why you had to shoot those 12 test shots with the gun that you ended up matching, right?
Well, again, the 12 test shots were not just from, it was also with that silencer on and with that silencer off.
Sure. I think you said 2 with the silencer, right? But I guess what I don't understand is, you're saying it's not marking as well, but how do you know that that's the result of having the wrong ammunition as opposed to not having the right gun?
No, the imperfections inside the barrel are the imperfections that are inside the barrel. The ammunition, the reason why you want to shoot like ammunition is because ammunition can mark differently. It depends on the type of propellant, it depends on the weight of the bullet, it depends on the shape of the bullet, the bearing surface like we're talking about. The ammunition the Fiocchi ammunition, we didn't have that in our laboratory. Typically the 9mm Luger ammunition we have, 114, 124 grain bullet. This ammunition, the weight of that bullet, it's a heavier bullet. It's about 158 grain bullet. We don't have that. It has a larger, again, that larger bearing surface. The best way I can explain this is that if you go outside to the parking lot and the concrete parking lot is rough, right? Those are those imperfections that would be inside the barrel. If you take your hand and press it on that concrete and scrape it, you're going to get those striated marks, right? If I take my hand again and put more pressure on there, more pressure on that concrete and press harder.
How many pounds? Like 6
It's the
or
same
7?
marks, same imperfections. They're just going to mark differently. One's heavier marks, one's a lighter mark. And it's the same idea with using different ammunition. The tool marks, the imperfections inside that barrel are the same, but depending on the type of ammunition, whether it can mark harder or softer, that's where you get that varying degree of variation when you're looking at those comparisons. But the tool marks inside that barrel are the same. It all depends on just how that ammunition comes in contact with those markings.
But even with the same ammunition, this is what I don't understand. Even with the same ammunition, the degree to which the weapon left those markings changed, right? Even with the same ammunition, it was different from test fire to test fire.
No, but it's not that different. The variable's not that different. The markings are still the same, but you're taking multiple shots. So, for example, I wouldn't just go into, when I was taking those additional shots, I wasn't just taking one shot at a time. I would take multiple shots at the same time, put them in the water tank, and here's my test standards. And I would use those test standards, and then I would compare those test standards to see how those marks are repeating. And then I would just take my best exemplar from that group of test standards, those additional test standards that I took.
Right.
And then I would use my best exemplar, and I would compare them to the other bullets that were at the crime scene.
Best exemplar is where he's getting hung up.
Right. But you shot 12 of them because you shot 12 of them because of something that something prevented you from being able to just shoot. For the purpose of comparing the gun barrel, right, to the evidence you had, right?
Right.
Forget about the silencer for a second. For the purpose of just comparing the gun barrel to the evidence you had, there was something that made it make more sense for you to shoot multiple test fires rather than a single test fire.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And that thing that made it make more sense was?
No, I was shooting the additional test fires in a batch. I wasn't just shooting one, looking at it under a microscope, taking another single shot, getting it, looking at a microscope. I shot them in a batch multiple times. So I would take that batch of additional test standards, and I would look at that batch, and I would look at the test standards, see how those marks are repeating. The marks were the same. It wasn't different marks each time, and I would just use my best exemplar from that batch, and I would compare them to that like ammunition.
Okay. But best implies that they were not all the same.
I mean, not all the same, so you're never going to get everything that's exactly the same. I just used this one as my best exemplar out of that batch.
Okay. And then those other ones, did you take any notes about those and how they agreed but weren't quite the best, or do we know anything about that from your reports?
No, we wouldn't do that, sir.
Okay. Okay.
You're not going to tell about the ones that didn't match?
So, you wouldn't do that. And you wouldn't do that because obviously what you're putting together as far as your presentation is your ultimate conclusions, right?
Correct.
And your ultimate conclusions rely on the best evidence samples that you have, right?
Correct.
And anything that was not the best or didn't mark as well or anything like that, the notes about those things are not preserved, right?
No.
Okay. And so it's impossible to say the ways in which they weren't quite right in terms of their presentation for your report, right?
No, it can. No, so we're not looking at you're not looking at there were no differences from test shot to test shot. It's just how they mark and the degree of how they mark.
Okay. So let me go back to one thing though. So the bullet tracks, the measurement itself is what it calls the firing pin outline.
Correct. That's not in the shell casing. The shell casing, sir.
I'm sorry?
We're not doing the bullet. It's the cartridge case.
The cartridge case. It says firing pin outline, right?
Yes, sir.
And then it's measuring something on the shell casing.
Fire pin outline, yes, sir.
Okay. So what is the firing pin outline on the shell casing?
Literally what it says, the outline of the fire pin impression. You're just measuring that.
The outline left by the firing pin.
Yes. So if you have a fire
Can I see
right?
counsel for a second, please?
Judge is like, if you're not going to object, I'm going to get your butt up here. We're going to count that as number 90 on the. Paul's like, I can't hear. I object. They're struggling. They're struggling. This is painful. The witness, I think, is being clear, using the terminology he is comfortable with. The defense, I think, failed to sleep in a Holiday Inn Express last night and did some cramming, the night before the test, and thinks they know what the answers are, but they're talking past each other. It needs to stop, and I think the judge might have to jump in and say, look, asked and answered 100 times. Let's see. Let's see what it says. Moving on. You want the screaming goat?
So the firing pin outline is the impression from the firing on the shell casing.
Yes, in the primer. Yes.
Okay, it's not a fact about the shell casing. Like when the shell casing is designed, right? It's manufactured, and it is all the shell casings that are manufactured, same caliber by the same company. Those are all designed with certain specifications, right?
Correct.
Okay. So the statement in these reports about the firing pin outline is not a statement about the manufacturing standard of the shell casing, right?
No.
It's about the outline that gets left by the firing pin of the weapon.
Correct.
Okay. So that firing pin of the weapon that we saw, right, can leave different sized markings on the same ammunition.
No. So that again, we'll just go over the firing pin, the tip of the firing pin, right? It's a circular firing pin. When you pull that trigger, the firing pin is hitting that primer. It's detonating that primer. That's what fires that cartridge case.
Sure.
So that firing pin, once it hits that primer, it makes a crater from that pin hitting it. All that is doing there for Ayden is measuring the crater, so to say. From this point, from the 12 o'clock position to the 6 o'clock position,
right.
It's just taking that measurement of the crater and the firing pin on that primer.
Right. And then but the measurements it takes from shot to shot using the same weapon and still using nickel primer brass case shell casings left different size impressions from the firing pin.
It could.
Okay, so those are different marks in terms of their size.
Right, but it's not actually physically measuring the firing pin. It's measuring the crater that it hits.
I understand.
Right, the crater that it's causing.
Right, it's measuring the impression on the shell casing.
Yes, the impression on the shell casing.
But the impression on the shell casing is the thing that you use to determine if two things are like or if two things are unlike. Right?
No, it's not. I'm not looking at the size of the crater of the impression. I'm looking at the tool marks inside that impression.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is, do you agree that the same tool, right, fired at relatively the same time, using ammunition of the same composite, can create different sized impressions?
Yes.
Difference, I get it. I assume it can. Okay. But again, you're not talking about the tool marks inside the firing pin impression, the tool marks on the imperfection on the tip of the firing pin. You're talking about the firing pin impression, the crater that it's leaving.
Yes.
On the primer.
Yes, that's right. I am. I'm just trying to make sure that I understand that the same tool fired at the same time with the same ammunition can leave different sized markings.
The crater of the firing pin? Yes.
It's an impression, is it not?
Yes, I'm agreeing with you.
It's a tool mark impression, right?
Correct.
And it's a tool mark impression that can create different sized impressions even when fired at the same time using the same ammunition.
Again, I don't take those measurements.
I'm not saying you do. Right. I'm just saying that this is a thing that happens.
Can it vary by thousandths of an inch? Yes.
Okay. Well, your microscope, what's its maximum magnification?
It could go up to over 100 times magnification.
Right.
So we're not talking about the same thing right now.
We're not. But when we're talking about 100th of an inch.
I have to object. This has been asked.
Yeah, he's asked and answered this many different ways, many different times. So you're talking about two different things. If you want to try to specifically ask something, but what you have asked him right now, you have asked him several different ways, and he has answered it the way he's answered it. I'll just leave it that way.
Thank you, Judge. That's 91 for judicial displeasure. He's buffering. Give him a second. Wheels are spinning. Words are not coming out. Do you want to huddle, maybe? Talk to the lady in red.
You just use your words.
Sloth.
You requested the ammunition, the Fiocchi ammunition, right?
I'm not sure if I requested it or if the prosecutor's office had that ammunition and let me know. So I don't recall, sir.
Okay. I think you said yesterday that you were doing these test fires and the ammunition you had wasn't working as well, right?
Yes.
So you were the one that came to that conclusion, right?
Yes.
Like maybe I don't have the right ammunition, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then you look for it at the state police lab, right?
Yes.
Because you want to use state police ammunition if you can, right?
Both. So we would use our ammunition, but you also, it's very important to use like ammunition. Yes, sir.
Right, but one of the things you said yesterday was that you don't really like taking ammunition from outside sources.
Correct.
Because you don't know where it's been.
Sure.
And you don't know if it could be damaged or something like that. So it's better to use the ammunition that you have at the armory if you can, right?
Yes, ideally, yes, sir.
Okay. And typically, you said you don't like accepting outside ammunition, right?
Yes, sir.
Unless there was a reason for you to believe that it was reliable and useful, right?
Correct.
Okay. This property receipt that you saw yesterday, S351, it says that the ammunition was requested by you for further testing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that sound accurate?
If that's what's in my notes, yes, that's accurate then.
Okay. How did you know that the prosecutor's office had that ammunition?
I don't know, sir.
You don't know? Because
I could have asked it, could have requested it from there, because again, it's best to use like ammunition.
But, I mean, in your typical shooting, there's not going to be a box of ammunition lying around at the crime scene, right?
I don't know, sir.
Well, is that typical in your casework that you receive a box of ammunition?
No, sir.
Okay. So how did you know that the prosecutor's office had this?
I didn't know if they had it or not.
You just asking, hey, if you happen to have a box of Fiocchi ammunition, can you send it my way?
No, it would be along the lines of the ammunition that we have. We don't have this type of ammunition. That's not unique, common ammunition. That Fiocchi ammunition that you have in your hand right there.
Sure, but you requested it from the prosecutor's office.
That's back to defense.
Because again, the ammunition that we had in our reference collection wasn't the same as that type of ammunition, the bullets that were in this case.
Right, but like there's somebody who works at state police who can tell you, like I'm sure there's some kind of person who can obtain various ammunition, weapons, things of that nature, right?
No, sir.
There's nobody who can buy ammunition. There's
We
no
can.
procurement.
What's that?
You don't have a procurement division?
No, we procure our own ammunition here.
Okay. So, but instead of doing that, you ask the prosecutor's office if they happen to have Fiocchi ammunition.
Correct. Or the same ammunition that was used at the scene. Yes, sir.
Okay. And I guess I'm just confused because if it's atypical to accept outside ammunition, right?
Correct.
Because it's unreliable, potentially, right?
Correct.
And it's atypical for boxes of ammunition to be left at crime scenes, right?
Correct.
Why would you assume that the prosecutor's office had a box of reliable ammunition unless you already knew that they had it?
They didn't know they already had it, sir. If best case scenario, you want to use test fires like ammunition. Typically, you're right, we don't use ammunition from outside agencies, but if there's an instance where we cannot obtain that type of ammunition, we would request the ammunition and use it for test fires. We do procure our own ammunition, but we don't have our own credit card. It's a state agency. For us to get any type of ammunition, it's a process. I don't know where you would actually even find that ammunition from a local store. So for exigent circumstances or under certain circumstances, we would ask if the agency had the ammunition. We would test fire it to make so we're using like ammunition.
But you requested this from the prosecutor's office specifically, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's why it's on that property receipt.
Yes.
Okay. Also on the property receipt from November 26th is a synopsis of the case where it states that Paul Caneiro is suspected to have disassembled and or altered firearms by exchanging the parts.
Yes, sir.
That statement wasn't something that came from you, right?
No, sir.
Somebody else put that in there.
Correct.
And that statement wasn't the result of your ballistics investigation, right?
Correct.
So, and this evidence receipt is from the 26th, which is prior to you having this ammunition, right?
Correct.
And so that has to mean that whoever put this on here, put that statement on here prior to you doing the testing with this ammunition, right?
Yes, sir.
And do you know who put that statement on that receipt?
No, sir.
Do you know why they put it on that receipt?
That's typical. Every case that comes in, it has a brief synopsis of the case. It's every single case that we get in.
Okay.
People put information on there, so that's typical.
But why is it on here that Paul Caneiro is suspected of exchanging or altering firearms parts prior to you doing any case investigation in terms of ballistics?
That's typical.
Typical?
Yes, on that receipt it will tell you. It says brief history of the case on that evidence receipt.
And then 2 days go by, and this box of ammunition arrives at the ballistics unit, right?
Correct.
Did you receive, and then all the test fires that we saw as far as the comparisons were fired using the Fiocchi ammunition?
Correct, sir.
Okay, so none of the slides from yesterday that we saw used anything other than Fiocchi?
They might have. Again, I'd have to check the notes, but I originally shot our own ammunition for all those firearms.
Yeah.
And then I would take additional shots with the Fiocchi ammunition.
But the Fiocchi was the best?
Yes.
Because the original ammunition was not as good?
Correct, for the bullets, yes.
Okay. And so then all these bullet shots that we see from the photos are from December 17, 2018. These are actually all comparisons, like one bullet to the other. And the one dated November 28, 2018. You're not sure whether those are Fiocchi or whether those are the test bullets that you had originally?
Bullets are the Fiocchi ammunition, sir.
Okay, all the bullets are the Fiocchi ammunition. Okay, got it. To get the bullets, you have to fire the entire cartridge, right?
Correct.
You can't extract the bullet without firing.
Correct.
Okay. And then there were 15 test shots between the SIG pistol that with the rails on it and the SIG pistol without the rails, right?
It sounds about right, sir.
Okay. This was the only box of Fiocchi ammunition you received?
Correct.
Okay. And then there's only 12 bullets, it looks like, missing from this.
12 bullets missing, sir?
Well, I'm just showing this to you. You see the empty spaces?
Correct, sir.
Looks like there's
12.
Okay.
For the record, that's
This is item 21, which is S195.
So he says he shot 15 of these.
12 missing from this.
Correct, sir.
Which is the only Fiocchi ammunition that you got from the prosecutor's office.
Yes, it's the only box ammunition from the prosecutor's office.
Okay. But there were 15 test shots between the two SIG pistols.
Right, but again, that's using additional ammunition from our lab as well.
The jurors now thoroughly understand this and have it locked in their brains that this is very unique ammunition that matched what was in Paul's safe and found at the crime scene. This was not gaining any ground by the defense.
The guns that were recovered were mostly 9mm, right?
Correct.
Now, some of them, it looked like, had a right twist that was polygonal.
Yes, sir.
And I guess that means it leaves a different mark than just a regular right twist?
No, sir. It's a different barrel. Barrel rifling, so it's cut rifling, which you literally cut the grooves in there, as opposed to polygonal type rifling, where it's metal displacement, where you're not getting those cuts in there. So it's different rifling characteristics. So just, again, those are class characteristics. Cut rifling, poly rifling, it's different. They're two different barrels.
Right, but don't they produce, maybe they don't, I don't know. Do they produce the same impressions? Does polygonal rifling produce the same impressions on a bullet as traditional rifling?
Similar, but not identical.
No, so the rifling would be different. Again, it's cut, would be your traditional cut rifling, and you can define shoulders. Where if it's polygonal type rifling, it's metal displacement when they're cutting the lands and the grooves. The lands and the grooves would be the same, whether it's 6, 7, whatever, or the direction twist would be the same. It's just how the rifling is cut, so it needs different type rifling. It's not cut, it's poly. So,
just so I understand, that would mean that you'd have to look at it microscopically to know if it was, if there were differences from which you could identify it as unique to that firearm.
No, sir. So the difference between cut and poly rifling on the bullet, you can tell. You don't have to do a microscopic comparison. You can just look on a regular stereoscope, and the rifling is different.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. So basically, the polygonal rifling produces something that is different in kind from the regular rifling, such that you don't have to do microscopic comparison to see the difference.
Correct, sir.
Okay. But there was still 2 9mm Luger pistols, right?
Correct.
And both had a right twist.
Correct.
And there was a 9mm Walter pistol.
Correct.
That had a right twist.
Correct.
Right? And obviously, in the absence of knowing anything further, any one of those weapons could have fired the cartridges in the case, right?
No, not the Walter, sir.
Because you eliminated the Walter.
Correct.
And you eliminated the Walter based on, it looks like, a comparison to specimen 25?
No, 25 would, yes, because the landing groove impression, the width was different. So the class elimination.
The 25 was a bullet fragment, right?
Correct, sir.
And 25 you had compared to other bullets in the case. You had compared it to 11, 12, 17, 20, and 26?
Yes, sir.
But 25, as compared to those, was inconclusive, right?
Yes, sir.
You couldn't determine whether 25 was fired by the same weapon as those other ones or not.
Yes, sir.
But you knew that those other ones, those 5 other ones, were all fired by the same weapon.
Correct.
Thank you, Grizzly Grandma.
We're not sure.
Appreciate it.
When we get to the point of looking at it microscopically compared to these other weapons, right?
It's inconclusive, yes, sir.
Okay. But then 25 is the one that you used to eliminate the Walter.
Correct.
Not one of these other bullets that you had identified as actually being like in kind to the others collected.
Correct.
So, but because 25 can't be compared to the others conclusively, the Walter at that point, we can't make a statement about whether the Walter, just using that information, could or could not match those like in kind bullets.
I'm sorry, just repeat that again.
You used 25 to eliminate the Walter, right?
Yes, based off of class characteristics, yes.
But 25 was inconclusive as to the being like or unlike from the other bullets.
It was inconclusive to the other bullets,
which
correct.
you matched to each other, right?
Correct.
And those bullets, we don't know if it would have been inclusions or exclusions from the Walter.
No, they would have been excluded from the Walter.
And 25 is the inconclusive bullet in that range of bullets, right?
25 to those 4 bullets are what we're talking about. Yes, that's inconclusive. Right. But both are eliminated to the Walter.
Mm-hmm. But your report specifically says, so I understand this, that 25 is the one that you used to eliminate the Walter. right?
Yes.
Okay.
DSN, thank you very much. We have fantastic mods. They're suffering through some difficult testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Redirect.
Yeah. Sergeant Clayton, I don't think I heard it yesterday, I don't think I heard it today. Just to be clear, you never testified that the silencer was actually used in this case, correct?
Correct, sir.
Did you actually identify marks on the silencer?
Yes, sir.
On test firing bullets through the silencer?
Yes, sir.
Were there marks on those bullets?
Yes, sir.
And were they on the bullets that were located at the crime scene or at the autopsy from 50 in Willowbrook?
No, sir.
So
No
you're not saying
silencer.
the silencer was used, correct?
No, sir, I don't.
You're saying that it just could fit on that barrel.
Correct.
Now, 25. New Jersey State Police,
That
item
makes
number
sense.
25.
Makes sense
that
now.
was something that was inconclusive in compared with the other bullets that were found in Colt's neck, correct?
Correct.
And I think,
Sorry, I bumped everything.
Refresh your recollection. Item number 25 from the state police, you indicated it had a right-hand twist. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to determine the number of lands and grooves?
No, sir.
Okay. So is that why it's inconclusive?
So it's inconclusive. There's just, again, microscopically, there's just a lack of tool marks on there. So when I'm comparing them to the other bullet specimens, it's inconclusive. There's not enough tool marks on there to make any type of either a positive or elimination conclusion.
Okay. And item number 25, just to be clear, I'm going to show you S349 for identification. Item number 25, where does that come from?
Honestly, I left my glasses in the car. Yeah, this is a bullet fragment removed from the head of Jennifer Caneiro at autopsy.
Okay. So that's a fragment, correct?
Correct, sir.
Now, I just want to be clear. Did you say the Fiocchi ammunition that you used with the GFL 10 9x19 head stamp, did you say that was common or less common?
It's a less common, sir.
Okay. But that ammunition that we're talking about that you were ultimately provided by the prosecutor's office, that came from ultimately the basement of 27 Tilton Drive in Ocean Township, right?
I believe so. It says it on that package, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, you're relying on information you're provided. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
But that Fiocchi less common ammunition with that same head stamp, GFL 10 9x19, is also the same cartridge cases that are found at 50 in Willowbrook and Colt's Neck, correct?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Judge, I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Cross.
Two
Please
questions.
no. Two questions.
Based on the prosecutor's feedback, what I understand you said is that your conclusion would be, in terms of the bullets found at the Colt's Neck scene, those bullets were not fired through the silencer.
I don't believe so, sir.
They didn't have the same markings, right?
Correct.
So your conclusion is, those bullets at that scene, not fired through the silencer.
I didn't have a conclusion on that. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I don't believe it was, but I didn't come to a definite conclusion that either it was or it wasn't.
Okay.
I don't know, sir.
You didn't conclude it was, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, does the state police in general look to the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office as a supplier of rare ammunition?
No.
I'm just going to object. I just been asked the answer.
He's so butthurt about that. Oh my goodness.
Question is being withdrawn, I assume then. So, sir, you can step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our mid-morning break. Before we start our next witness, we'll start back up at about 10:20. Thank you. Don't discuss this case. Don't do any research. Mr. Decker, a little help?
Oh. Rapidly catching up here. So let's take our break. Let's see. That's not it. There we go. Waited for the break to end. It was a long one. There we go.
Were Jennifer's hands
That
covering white
was too
protection
far.
bags?
Stop. We've got new testimony coming in. I just skipped like an hour ahead.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
We're breaking for lunch. Not breaking for lunch right now, that's for sure. Okay. There we go. Now we're ready. Let the judge come in.
Have a good break. Feeling strong?
I'm feeling great, Judge.
Prosecutor, you ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Judge. The state calls Dr. Lauren Toma.
While she comes to the stand, I was able to successfully uninstall DaVinci Resolve Studio from my laptop and put it on the new PC. Might be better at doing some with the higher graphics card. Might be able to be better at doing the replay. So
take your time.
That'll be good.
Put your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Okay, I do solemnly. Now I just forgot the whole part of it.
I do solemnly swear.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I affirm.
Okay, thank you so much. You can be seated.
He almost
State
married
your full
her.
name for the record and spell your last name, please.
Do you take this prosecutor?
Toma. My last name is spelled Thoma.
Okay. Great. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Toma, where are you employed?
I am employed by the Middlesex Regional Medical Examiner's Office.
And what is your title?
So as of the beginning of this year, I'm now the acting chief medical examiner.
Now, what does the Middlesex Regional County Medical Office or Medical Examiner's Office cover? What particular counties?
She was
we're
crossing her
typically
fingers
located in
behind her
Middlesex
back.
County, but we have shared services agreements with Monmouth County and Mercer County.
And what specifically do you do there?
So first and foremost, I am a forensic pathologist employed as a medical examiner, which means I investigate sudden, unexpected, or unnatural deaths that fall into certain categories under New Jersey state statute. Now with my role, I was the deputy chief from 2018 until beginning of this year. So I had more of a management oversight, and now I'm the head honcho.
Doctor, I'm going to approach you with S376. Judge, may I approach?
Okay.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
It is a copy of my slightly outdated CV now.
Can you please provide the jury with the benefit of your educational background?
Sure. I completed a bachelor's degree in biology at Wilson College in Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. I then undertook a medical degree at it's called Jefferson Medical College when I went there in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I completed a 4-year pathology residency in both anatomic and clinical pathology at the Hospital of the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. I then moved to New York City and completed 2-year-long fellowships. The first was in forensic pathology, and then the second was in forensic cardiac pathology and neuropathology.
Now, can you summarize your employment history, starting chronologically, if you could?
Sure. So I was initially hired as an assistant medical examiner at the Northern Regional Medical Examiner's Office in Newark, New Jersey. I was there for approximately 2 years before being hired by Middlesex County in September of 2014 when it was a single county office.
Doctor, what is your medical specialty?
So my medical specialty is forensic pathology, but I also have board certifications not only in forensic pathology, but anatomic and clinical pathology, which is my primary specialty.
Now, your certification for forensic pathology, what did that entail?
So for any certification, board certification process, you have to complete a certain number of training years, and then you sit for and ultimately pass a day-long examination.
Now, are you a member of any professional organizations?
Oh, man.
Yes, I'm a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners, the American Academy of Forensic Science, and the Society for Cardiovascular Pathology.
I'm going to slow it down a bit. Just 1 second.
So if you count my fellowship, where I was performing autopsies in the same manner that I'm doing now, it's been coming up on 16 years.
Can you tell us what forensic pathology is?
So to back up, pathology itself is a study of the understanding of the causes and the diagnosis of human disease. Forensic pathology specifically deals with sudden, unexpected, or unnatural deaths.
Is it possible for you to estimate the number of autopsies that you've performed in the course of your career?
I've performed over 2,500 autopsies.
And have you ever testified in court with respect to your conclusions?
She's super quiet.
Yes, I have.
And how many times is that?
This will be number 70.
What jurisdictions did you testify in?
So for New York State, it was New York County, which is Manhattan, as well as Kings County, which is Brooklyn. When I was at the Northern Regional Office, I testified in Essex County, Somerset County, and Hudson County.
No, go ahead.
And, the 3 counties here, Middlesex, Monmouth, and Mercer.
Were you qualified as an expert in those instances in which you testified?
Yes.
And specifically an expert in what?
An expert in forensic pathology.
How many times did you qualify?
Every time.
Judge, at this time, the state offers Dr. Kilmer as an expert in forensic pathology and determination of matter and causation. No objection.
I had to crank the audio because they're so quiet right now.
I didn't mean to speak for Mr. Byrne.
We don't have an objection.
If you have an objection, you can, even if she doesn't.
No, I understand. But we don't have it.
Okay, great. Thanks. All right. Who's going to read it? I'll do it.
Now they're arguing.
All right. Normally, a witness cannot testify to an opinion. However, an exception to this rule exists in the case of an expert witness who may give an opinion as to any matter in which they are versed. In legal terminology, an expert witness is a witness who has some special knowledge, skill, experience, or training that is not possessed by the ordinary juror, and who thus may be able to provide assistance to the jury in understanding the evidence presented and determine the facts in the case. You're not bound by such expert's opinion, but you should consider the opinion and give it the weight to which you deem it is entitled, whether that be great or slight, or you may reject it. In examining an expert's opinion, you may consider the reasons given for it, if any, and you may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. It is always within the special function of the jury to determine whether the facts on which the answer or testimony of the expert is based actually exist. The value or weight of the opinion of the expert is dependent upon, and is no stronger than, the facts on which it is based. In other words, the probative value of the opinion will depend upon whether from all of the evidence in the case you find that those facts are true. You may in fact determine from the evidence in the case that the facts that form the basis of the opinion are true, not true, or true in part, and in light of such findings you should decide what effect such determination has upon the weight to be given to the opinion of the expert. Your acceptance or rejection of the expert opinion will depend, therefore, to some extent on your findings as to the truth of the facts relied upon. You and you alone are the sole fact finders in this case. You must be persuaded solely by the evidence presented at trial when determining whether the state has satisfied its burden. As the sole judges of the facts, you are to determine the credibility of the various witnesses as well as the weight to be afforded to their testimony to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt all the elements of the crimes charged. With that being said, prosecutor, you can go ahead. The court is accepting this witness as an expert in forensic pathology and the determination in manner and cause of death.
Doctor, the term autopsy and the term post-mortem examination, are those essentially synonymous terms?
Post-mortem examination encompasses exams where we just do an external examination. We don't need to proceed with an internal examination, but autopsy does fall under that broad header.
Now, in the present case, State of New Jersey versus Paul Caneiro, did you have occasion to perform any autopsies?
Yes, I performed autopsies on Jesse Caneiro and Jennifer Caneiro.
I would like to first address your autopsy with regard to Jennifer Caneiro. Did you document your exam in a report?
Yes, we prepare a report for every postmortem examination that we complete.
And does that report include a body diagram?
The report itself does not include that, but I create a body diagram in the autopsy suite to aid with creating the report.
Okay, I'm going to approach with S378. I'm going to ask you if you recognize this.
I do.
And what is that?
So this is a copy of my autopsy report. It's bearing my signature and the date of February 1st, 2019. There's also a copy of the toxicology report, as well as the investigator's report, and copies of the diagrams I generated in the autopsy suite.
Now, the date on the report, that February date, is that the date you actually conducted the autopsy of Jennifer?
Of Jesse.
Jesse, I'm sorry. Did I give you the...
Oh, you gave me Jesse.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I'd like to discuss Jennifer first. But let me ask you, does the date that you have on your report, does that reflect the date that you actually conducted the autopsy, or was it done at some different date?
Let me just make sure that all the pages that I spoke of before are here. They are.
Doctor, what's the exhibit number on that one?
This is S377.
Okay, great, thank you.
So, no, the date of examination was November 21st, 2018, and the majority of my report is generated at that time, including the internal and external examination. We wait until the results of all of our testing, including toxicology testing or other ancillary tests, are received before we incorporate those findings into our report, and then the date at the bottom is when the report is finalized.
Now, in your report, let me ask you, what was the age of Jennifer?
So I was told that her age was 45.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention specifically, and they're not numbered, but it's going to be page number 17 of that report, specifically the body diagram. Do you have that body diagram?
I do.
Okay. We talked a little bit about it before, but what is the purpose of that body diagram?
The body diagram is something that I use during the autopsy to make notations of my observations, both external and internal.
Are you making those notations as you go along with your examination?
Yes.
Now, is there a protocol that you routinely follow when you perform an autopsy?
So every case that gets reported to our office is assigned a unique identifier number, and that is used to label all of the case documentation as well as photographs. So in this case, it's 13-18-1299. 13 is the code for Monmouth County. It's the New Jersey counties in alphabetical order. 2018, the last two digits of the year. And the last number means that this is the 1,299th death report we got from Monmouth County in the year 2018. So you'll see that identifying number on all of the documentation. So once I am given, as we know a case is coming into the office, we review the investigators' reports. In this particular case, X-rays were ordered before. We look at those before we go in and do an exam. Then we proceed stepwise through the exam process. That is the same basic process for all the cases we do.
And the X-rays, what is the importance of that?
So we generally order X-rays in a routine panel of cases. Any case that is charred or there's penetrating trauma, or child deaths, or people who may not be visually recognizable.
Now, can you explain to us the protocol that you follow when you perform an autopsy, as you just discussed, starting with how the body is received?
So the body is received in a sealed body bag with a unique case number that is photographed for documentation of chain of custody purposes. Then the seal is broken, and we do what's called our first round photographs, which is a documentation of exactly how the body is received in the office. The next step is to remove any clothing that's present, any debris or fluids, to get a clean view of any injuries or any identifying features of the body. And we take photographs at that step. Those are called our second round photographs. While my technicians are helping prepare the body, remove clothing, I am documenting things such as hair color, eye color, height, weight, tattoos, scars, anything that could be important for identifying later on.
After that, is there an external exam that happens?
Yes, that's the general basic items that I just described documenting. I will also note if there's any signs of external injury or any signs of external natural disease.
When you write your report, how do you go about documenting any injuries that you find?
So if a report. In this case, there are a significant amount of findings on the external examination. I will give those injuries a letter designation, which matches what's on my diagram and in my report, just to keep myself straight. Then I will proceed with following those wound paths and other findings in the body itself during the internal examination. And then when I write my report, I take each individual injury, starting from the outside to the inside, and group them separately.
Now, when you do your external exam, are you also noting any potential post-mortem changes that occurred?
Yes.
And what kinds of things are those?
That could be rigor mortis, or stiffening of the body's muscles after death. Lividity, or lever mortis, which is pooling of the body's blood in response to gravity, as well as temperature, cooling of the body after death.
After the external exam, what happens next?
So then we perform an internal examination, which is a review of all of the body's cavities and organs, from the cranial vault to the chest, abdomen, and pelvis.
You mentioned toxicology. Are there times when you take toxicology? Does that happen all the time? Just if you could tell us about that.
So we take toxicology samples in the vast majority of our autopsies. It's up in the 90%. Homicides, it's 100% if we're able to get a sample.
And how do you do that specifically? Where does that come from?
So generally, we take blood from the femoral vein externally through a venipuncture, but depending on the condition of the remains, we may have to seek other sources. So we start peripherally from the legs, from the arms, move more towards centrally. So blood from the heart, blood from the chest cavities. So it just depends on the nature of the case.
Are there times when a DNA sample is taken from the victim or a body?
So we prepare what are called blood spot cards on every case that comes in, autopsy and external, and we retain those.
Now, the procedure that you just told us about that you follow when you conduct your autopsies, were you able to follow that procedure in Jennifer's particular case?
So in Jennifer's case, a lot of the external examination was obscured, the normal external features, by the extensive charring of her body. So I was unable to see any residual hair, any eye color, any identifying scars or marks, fingernail length. There was extensive fire damage to the outside of her body. This made documenting the injuries during the external exam more difficult, because I didn't appreciate a lot of them until I did the internal examination, because that external appearance had been obscured by the fire damage.
Now, was there any clothing or personal items collected from Jennifer's body?
No, there were no. I don't know if she was unclad, but there were no clothing remnants that was received with her remains.
Were Jennifer's hands covered in white retention bags?
Yes, any suspected homicide or other suspicious cases, we cover hands and sometimes feet, depending on the case, with what we call white evidence retention bags. This just protects any potential trace evidence that is in the hands that might be disrupted during transport to our office.
Now, were any fingerprints or nail clippings able to be obtained from Jennifer?
So, again, due to the extensive thermal injuries, she both exhibited pugilistic posturing, which is the drawing of the arms up in response to the heat shortening of the flexor muscles. She also had heat fractures of the hands, so her hand bones were exposed and charred, and her fingerprints, the skin of the fingerprints was, or the fingertips was unable to be printed. It was too damaged.
The post-mortem changes that you discussed that you will look for during an external examination, such as lividity and rigor mortis, were you able to observe those in this particular case?
So yes, referring to my report on page number 2, this is on the autopsy report. So again, because of that pugilistic posturing, I can't assess the actual rigor mortis that's from the decomposition process, because it's obscured by these heat changes. I was able to see very faint purple fixed lividity on the remaining intact skin of her torso. She had very little skin just on the back that was not damaged by the fire.
Now, I'd like to discuss the injuries that you noted in your report, starting with number 1, which is the thermal injuries. Now, you discussed your findings just now with regard to that, but I'd like to draw your attention to the part of your report under that section where it says there is no soot in the airways. Did you see that?
Yes.
All right. How were you able to make that determination?
So when I remove the airways, including from the tongue intact with the trachea and the bronchi and the lungs, I open up the back of those airways and I look with my eye to see if there's any black soot-type material that might be deposited in the airway.
Did that mean anything to you, the fact that there was no soot in the airways in regards to this case?
So it's a soft finding that indicates the person may not have been breathing at the time of their death, but it's not conclusive. We submit additional testing to determine if that's the case.
So was there another test that was performed to determine whether or not there was smoke inhalation with regard to Jennifer?
Yes, as part of a comprehensive toxicology panel, a carbon monoxide test was ordered. So carbon monoxide binds to the protein in your blood called hemoglobin that carries oxygen from your lungs out to your tissues of your body. Carboxyhemoglobin binds to hemoglobin much tighter than oxygen itself, so you become unable to deliver oxygen to your tissues via your bloodstream. And the percentage that's given is the results given in a percentage. It's 8% in this case. That just means of 100 hemoglobin molecules, 8% of those had carbon monoxide as opposed to oxygen bound.
Doctor, I just want to ask you, was it not detected or was it 8% in Jennifer?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. It was not detected in this case. I'm thinking of Jesse.
And with regard to that finding, again, what, if anything, did that mean to you with regards to this particular case?
So to me, that means that Jennifer was not breathing at the time her body was burned. So that was what we call post-mortem thermal injuries. So she was not breathing, meaning not inhaling that carbon monoxide gas into her lungs.
I'd like to discuss
So she was dead before the fire.
Where it says gunshot wound to head. Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, prior to your internal exam, and you may have said it, were x-rays taken in this case?
Yes.
Were you able to determine anything from those x-rays about the head area?
So I was able to see that there was something called radiopaque, meaning it appears dark on an x-ray, on the right side of her head. You can only kind of see the general area, you don't know exactly, and there did appear to be some skull fractures as well.
You indicated that photos were taken during the course of this examination. I'm going to show you, and let me just ask you, was that of both Jennifer and Jesse's autopsies? I'm going to show
Standard procedure for every case.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as S1.
I'm hoping they're not showing us these. These can be quite graphic.
I'm going to ask you, Doctor, if you could take a look at these photos. I'm sorry, yeah, just all of them, and let me know if you recognize those.
The witness mic is much more sensitive than anyone else's mic. Try to turn it down a bit so it saves our ears.
Yes, these are photographs of that were taken at the autopsy of Jennifer, as well as Jesse.
And are the two body diagrams also in these photos as well?
They are, yes.
Thank you. And do those photos fairly and accurately depict how Jennifer and Jesse's bodies looked in those pictures at the time when you performed their autopsies?
They do.
At this time, the state would seek permission to publish photos.
Any objection?
Could we just approach briefly?
Sure.
It's going to be a quick approach here. I think they're going to say we don't want these public, and I think we'd agree on this one. I know a few of you out there are like, we can handle it. I know, but I can't. Yeah, only diagrams. I know. We're still catching up a little bit. We're going to be skipping lunch to get more caught up, but lunches and breaks. Let's give them just a minute. If I fast forward, I have to resync everything, and I'm hoping I don't have to do that. Also, I'm sort of distracted. I'm fighting an issue with my network, with my PC, which I'm hoping to run the replay machine on, which might work better than my current setup, how I had it working. Doesn't want to find my NAS storage, which is where the video is. So, trying to get it to connect. It wants a user account on a device I don't have user accounts on. I'll figure it out. The description's enough for me. Also, we're going to see the drawings for sure. That's going to help us understand the number of attacks and honestly, like the positioning. If she's stabbed in the back, that's one thing. If she's stabbed, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to say there were hand wounds or not, but depends on how much damage there was to her body. It's taking a minute. Might skip ahead. As soon as I do, they're going to be done. Skipping ahead. And they're done. Nice. They're going to end right here. I think they're done. Did I go back to where I was before? That's the wrong one. Pause that guy. Skip ahead on this one. That was just another minute. Oh, man.
Okay. With that request, we're ready to move forward if you want to show pictures on the screen.
They are showing it. Oh, wow.
Doctor, what is this that we're looking at?
So this is a photograph of the screen in my old x-ray suite of an x-ray of Jennifer's head, neck, and upper shoulders.
Now, did you make any, you said it before, but did you make any notations or notice anything in this particular x-ray?
Yes, and it's important to note that left and right are flipped, so you can see the faint R up at the top. So in the right side of her head, there are several, again, what we call radio opaque objects. I don't know what these are until I remove them. I just note where they are so I can find them. And I also see evidence of skull fractures on the right side.
Would you be able, if you could, just circle both of those areas just so we can kind of understand where they're located?
Okay, we'll print that as slide 33.1.
Thank you, Judge. Once this is printed, if we could have...
Dr. Toma, can you do me a favor? In the bottom right corner, there's an undo button. If you hold it down, or either way. Thank you.
We can have slide 37, please. Okay, Doctor, what are we looking at?
So this is a copy of the body diagram that I took my notes on for this case. You can see Jennifer's name at the top, that unique case number, which in her case is 13181299, as well as the autopsy date, my initials, and my tech's initials.
Now, is the injury that you just noted with regard to her head, is that notated on this diagram anywhere?
It is, yes.
And where is that?
So up at the top, should I circle it?
Yes,
please. So, or I'll underline it. So I noted where I recovered that radio opaque object, which turned out to be ballistics material, from her head.
And if you could describe where specifically on her head that was located.
Sure. So this is page 3, about halfway down the page under site of lodgement. So I'm going to use the anatomic word and then show on my body too. So the right parietal scalp, so that's the scalp that is near the top of the head. This is frontal, this is temporal, this is parietal. So that bullet and fragments were recovered from directly underneath that scalp as well as the parietal bone. The bone has the same name as the scalp region that it's over.
Now, was there a track associated with this injury?
Yes.
And what does that mean, I guess, first of all, track?
Sure. So when we're documenting gunshot wounds, we document an entrance, we document an exit if there is one, or a site of lodgement if the bullet did not exit. We follow the pathway of the bullet from the entrance wound through the body, and that's called the track.
What, if anything, can you say about the course and direction?
So in this case, the skin that would have contained the entrance wound or shown the entrance wound externally was not present. It was burned away. So I was able to just see some fracturing on the base of the skull in the region of the right ear. So I was able to see that that was where the bullet had entered the cranial cavity, or it struck the cranial cavity. I could not see it on the skin because it was no longer there. It then went through, it was a tangential wound, so it didn't go in and pass through a bunch of structures in the brain. It was very at an angle, like this. So it was very shallow wound path.
Now, you indicated that some ballistic fragments were recovered.
Yes.
If we could please have slide 5.
Can we have that one? 37.1. Excuse me. Yeah, 37.1.
Doctor, this is slide 35. Can you tell us what this is?
So this is a fragment, or a photograph of the deformed lead core that was the main projectile on that x-ray, and that was recovered between the scalp on the right side of the head.
We could have slide 36, please. And how about this, doctor? What are we looking at?
So this is the copper jacketing, as well as the bone fragment here that was recovered within the brain itself. So some bullets have copper jacketing and a lead core on the inside. When bullets that have these characteristics strike bones, especially thick ones at a certain angle, I see this a lot where the core and the jacket become separated. So this is the largest fragment of the jacket that I recovered from within the brain itself. There were 2 other smaller fragments that were in the wound track.
What, if anything, was done with those 4 fragments that you mentioned?
So each one we collect, photograph, and place into a labeled envelope.
Can we preserve 36.1, please?
Doctor, I'd like to move on now to wound number 3 that you note. What is that?
So wound number 3, and that's at the bottom of page 3, is a stab wound of the left lower chest.
In your report under wound number 3, where it says the exact wound characteristics cannot be ascertained due to the absence of the overlying skin, do you see that?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
So the wounds on the front of the body, the anterior torso, a lot of that skin was no longer absent due to the thermal effects, the fire effects burning the skin away. So the first surface that I encountered externally was actually some of the underlying musculature and underlying fat under your skin.
If I showed you your the diagram, the body diagram, would you be able to point out all of the subsequent, that one and the subsequent stab wounds on that diagram?
Yes.
If we could please have slide 37 again. Okay, so this injury that you just referred to, can you point this out for us?
So it's A on the diagram and A in the report. Sorry.
We can move on to number 4. What is that?
37.2.
So number 4 is the stab wound of the left lower abdomen.
And where is that located on this diagram?
That is B. There.
And what, if anything, did you note about this particular wound?
So this is similar to the above wound A, where I could not examine the external features due to the lack of overlying skin remaining.
Now, with regards to these wounds, did you make any notations about the direction of the wounds? And I guess we'll go back if we could. I should have asked you with regard to the first one that you discussed, so number 2. Actually, would be number 3 in your report.
Yes, so this wound enters the chest cavity on the left side and strikes the left lung, a portion of the left lung. This is from and when I state these directions in any type of injury, I'm simply talking about the body in this so-called anatomic position. So I'm looking at the external injury in comparison to the internal track and describing that relation to the standard body axes. This does not mean that anyone was in any particular position. So this went from the front of Jennifer's body towards the back. It went from the lateral or left side of the body towards the midline.
And with regard to number 4, the stab wound of the left lower abdomen that you marked, and that, just to be clear, does that correlate to B? It's hard to see. Does that correlate to B, doctor?
It does, yes.
Okay. Can you just, again, describe the direction of that wound and any other observations that you made about it?
Sure. So this was a shallower wound compared to wound A. It did not enter the body cavity or the inside of the stomach area, what we call our stomach, but the inside of the abdomen, peritoneal cavity. So it did not go through it did go through the peritoneal wall, but it did not strike any of the abdominal organs.
Can you say anything about the depth of that wound?
It was up to an inch, but hard to say because I didn't have the overlying skin.
Now, with regard to wound number 5, what is that?
Wound number 5 is a stab wound of the right breast that I'm indicating here, marked with C on the diagram, as well as in the autopsy report itself, page 4, about halfway down.
And what was the estimated depth of penetration of that wound?
This one went much deeper. It was approximately 3 to 4 inches.
And can you tell us anything else that you noted about this wound in terms of its characteristics?
This wound was associated with injuries to both the middle and lower lobes of the right lung, and there was also, not sure if it'll let me write this. I can't read that, sorry. 900 milliliters of blood in the right chest cavity.
What, if anything, does that indicate to you, the 900 milliliters of blood in the chest cavity?
So all of these wounds, with the exception of B, clearly have hemorrhage associated with them, both in the wound track itself, as well as around defects in the left lung and the right lung, and bleeding into the body cavities, which leads me to conclude that she was alive and actively bleeding while being stabbed, or was stabbed and then could bleed, so to speak.
The direction of penetration of this wound was what?
This is wound 5, so this again is front to back and downward.
We could move on to wound number 6. What is that?
Wound number 6 is a stab wound of the left mid-back. That is here.
You just know you're noting that.
I'm noting that. Sorry, this is not a very blunt instrument.
And what, if anything, did you note about this particular wound?
So this wound went entirely through the posterior chest wall and entered the chest cavity. I was able to trace tracks in the lower lobe of the left lung. There was 600 milliliters in the left cavity, but because there were defects from both A and D, it could be from one or the other or both.
Can you say anything about the depth of the penetration of that wound?
Yes, this was another one of the deeper wounds with the estimated depth of penetration 3 to 4 inches.
We could move on to wound number 7 now. What is that?
Wound number 7 is a stab wound of the left lower back. It's here on the diagram. It's hard to see, but it's right there.
What, if anything, did you note about the characteristics of that wound?
So this wound, I was able to get a better look at. The skin was preserved, so I was able to give when we describe stab wounds, we describe the length of the wound on the surface of the skin with skin tension. So sometimes the wounds get pulled apart by the natural fibers in your skin. And without skin tension, so I cut around those and sever those fibers so I can get a truer appearance of how long the wound is on the skin surface. So this one was an inch long on the surface, both with and without tension.
Were you able to do that with regard to the other stab wounds?
I was able to do that with the stab wound D of the left mid-back. The other stab wounds on the front of the torso, A, B, and C, again, the overlying skin was no longer present, so I could not give an estimate of how it appeared on the skin.
We could have slide 34, please.
Hold on, so let's print. Can you go back for a second? Can we print that as 37.3, please? Now we can move on, and we can just undo that.
Doctor, what are we looking at here?
So this is the skin of the lower back. This is hard to tell because it's zoomed in. Usually the number indicates the feet. I'm not sure where this one is. I'm just making sure that if it's D or E. They're both oriented obliquely, and they both have similar external characteristics, meaning they have a length of 1/2 inch, so that's this length, as well as a little tail, so to speak. These kind of irregular wound edges can be produced if, once the knife enters the body cavity, either the person holding the knife twists the knife, or if the person being stabbed with the knife turns away, or a combination of both. So you get those irregular wound edges as the knife changes orientation and is pulled out.
Thank you. I'm going to take this. Just go to the whole screen.
IB Babs, there's the link to the thing you're asking for. I had to dig for it.
We just have to print that. Can you go back just for 1 second? 34.
It sounds like she was
34.1.
alive and moving
Thank
when
you.
the stabbing took place.
Doctor, could you determine, as a result of your examination, whether at the time of her death she was suffering from any natural diseases?
No, I proceeded with the internal examination where I examined all of the organs for injuries and signs of natural disease, and she appeared in good health that I would expect from a 45-year-old.
Okay, so could you determine whether any natural causes contributed to her death?
No, there was no natural disease.
Now, based on your examination of Jennifer, and in light of your education, training, and experience, were you able to come to a determination as to the cause or mechanism of her death?
So for the cause and manner?
Yes.
Okay, so yes, I was.
Okay, what was the cause first?
So I'm going to talk about mechanism, which I don't normally do because it's not specific, but the mechanism in this case is blood loss. So that's the specific physiologic derangement that causes somebody's life functions to cease. So because you can have blood loss from a bunch of different factors, we don't leave that alone on a death certificate. But because the mechanism involves both types of injuries that cause blood loss, the gunshot wound to the head, as well as bleeding internally from those stab wounds, I combined them in my cause of death statement, and I listed it as gunshot wound of head and stab wounds of torso.
And on what did you base that conclusion?
So there was a significant amount of blood in both chest cavities, and so-called softer findings, such as organ pallor. So one of the reasons your skin and your organs appear certain colors that you have circulating blood. So if you're losing that blood volume, you can look very pale, as can your internal organs and your mucosal membranes.
Now, based on your examination of Jennifer, in light of your education, training, and experience, were you able to come to a determination as to the manner of her death?
Yes, I was.
And what was that?
So the manner of death is just basically a shorthand way to explain how the cause of death came to be, so it's the circumstances. So since these injuries were inflicted by another person or persons, the manner of death is classified as homicide.
Okay, and then what did you base that conclusion?
In my opinion, she did not do this to herself, and it didn't happen accidentally, and it's not natural because it's injuries.
Thank you. Doctor, on November 21st of 2018, did you also perform an autopsy on Jesse Caneiro?
I did.
Did you document that examination in a report?
I did.
I'm going to show you and showing counsel what's been marked as S378. Do you recognize that?
So this is the report that I previously looked over and has those same components: the autopsy report, toxicology, investigative report, and additional body diagrams.
Now, what is the date of that report?
So the report was signed on February 1st, 2019.
And does it document the date and time that the autopsy of Jesse was performed?
Yes, I performed the autopsy on November 21st of 2018 at around 2 p.m.
And what was the age of Jesse?
So I was told that Jesse was 11 years old.
And did you take notes on a body diagram with respect to Jesse's autopsy?
Yes, I did.
And if I showed you that diagram, would that assist in explaining his injuries?
Yes, it would.
Now, we talked earlier about the protocol for performing an autopsy. Were you able to follow that protocol in Jesse's case?
Yes, I did the same basic steps.
During your examination of Jesse's body, did you note anything about his physical condition, including any clothing, height, weight, etc.?
So, starting at the top, I noted that he was only wearing light-colored briefs that were blood-stained and also very wet. He had no personal property that was on his body, but a blue earring was found within the body bag.
How about his weight?
He was 95 pounds.
What, if any, other observations did you make about Jesse during that external examination?
So he had some what we call skin slippage, or loss of the overlying layers of the skin. These can be caused by decomposition, where the bonds break down. But in this case, my opinion is that it's caused by exposure to heat, not obviously as direct exposure to as Jennifer's body was, but there was some heat near him. That's some superficial blistering is another word for it, and there's also some brownish discoloration, not quite charring, but just some changes of the skin on the body.
What, if any, post-mortem changes did you note about Jesse's body?
So he had rigor that was able to be evaluated. It was moderately difficult to break. He had purple posterior lividity that was slightly blanching, and his body was cool, but both bodies had been refrigerated.
I don't know if you explained it, but just lividity, what is that?
It's cooling of the bodies, of the blood in response to gravity. So in whatever position you die in, your heart's no longer pumping, the blood is going to settle downward to, gravitational forces. After a certain, or before a certain period of time, it's still located within the blood vessels themselves. So you can actually push on the body surface and physically move with your hand the blood out of those vessels. It's called blanching. After a certain period of time, those blood vessels themselves start to break down and the blood seeps into all of the other body layers, so the fat, and that's called fixed because it's not in a blood vessel anymore.
So in this case, did the fluidity tell you anything at all about Jesse?
Honestly, we document these things because they're part of the standard protocol, but they're very rarely useful in practicality because there's just so many different variations and factors. It's unfortunately not like you see on TV.
Now, on page 2 of your report, do you begin to document Jesse's injuries, both external and internal?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm just referring your attention to the bottom of page 2. How do you generally describe the characteristics of those injuries?
Can you clarify?
Yeah, I think there's 3 different things there, beginning with stab wounds of the torso.
Understood, yes. So in all of my reports involving injuries, I give kind of a summary statements of what type of injuries you see and what general body regions you see them in. So in this case, there are stab wounds of the torso and left upper arm. The torso is just the trunk of the body. An atypical appearing wound of the right side of the chin. I can describe that later. I couldn't classify it into one particular injury category, as well as evidence of smoke inhalation.
Could you please have slide 31 diagram? Doctor, what is this that we're looking at on the screen?
So this is a copy of the body diagram that I used during my external examination. I can see Jesse's name up at the top, his unique case number, which is 1300, as well as my initials, the date, and my text initials.
Are all of Jesse's wounds, or at least stab wounds, noted on this diagram, or these diagrams that we're looking at?
Yes.
Can you go over them on this diagram for us, just pointing them out, and then we'll go through each one?
Okay. So starting from the left side, there's wound A, there's wound B, and then further down on the left side is wound C. On the right side, the top of the shoulder is wound D. Then moving to the arm, there are 4 different wounds, but many of them are paired because the knife went through one side of the arm and came out the other side. So there's E and F on the bicep, and then there's H, I, J, and K that are on the top of the arm or around the axilla. And then there's also a wound near the left nipple, G.
We could have slide 28, please. Doctor, what are we looking at in general here?
This is a photograph of Jesse's body. You can see his case number up at the top.
This is
you can also see this purple discoloration here. That's lividity.
Of the wounds that we looked at on the body diagram just previously, which of those wounds, if you put in terms of how you characterize them by their letter, which of those wounds are we looking at on this picture?
So this is A, this is B, this is C. You cannot appreciate D. It's under,
Where would that be?
It's under the black box. This is very roughly the top of the shoulder up there. And then let me look at my report to see if this is E or F, just because the arm is rotated. So this is F.
So in your report, under injury number 1, stab wound, back of left shoulder, do you see that on page 2?
I do.
Which injury does that correspond to on here? What letter?
So this is letter A.
Can you describe for us what you noted about that injury?
Yes, so it's slightly obliquely oriented or at an angle. There's no discernible blunt edge. And these are standard descriptions that we give of these external wound characteristics. The measurement on the skin was 1/2 inch long with the tension, 3/8 of an inch without the tension.
Now, after penetrating the skin, which direction did the knife proceed through?
So this went through the shoulder blade in towards the front of the shoulder and soft tissue of the left shoulder area.
And the estimated depth of the penetration is what?
So this went approximately 3 to 4 inches through the body. It did not enter the chest cavity. It was straight through, kind of towards the axle, if you will.
I'm going to refer you to injury number 2 in your report. What does that say?
So this is stab wound of the left upper back.
And can we see that in this photo?
Yes, it's lettered B, both on the photo and in the report.
Can you describe anything that you noted about this injury?
This injury does have some bruising around it, or some hemorrhage of the blood that's entered the soft tissue.
And how is it oriented?
So it's slightly obliquely oriented, but the other direction. It is 1/2 inch long on the skin surface with tension and 3/8 of an inch without tension.
Can you say anything about the direction of penetration and or the estimated depth?
Yes, so unlike in my report, which has a typo, it's actually back to front. The knife goes through the skin surface and struck a spinous process of the vertebral column. These are projections of bone that stick off the back of your vertebra so that muscles can attach to them. So because the knife struck the bone, it only went approximately 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch deep.
We can move on to wound number 3 in your report. What is that?
So wound number 3 is the C, the back of the left shoulder.
What, if anything, did you note about this wound?
This is a very similar appearance. It's obliquely oriented. It measures 3/4 of an inch long on the surface of the skin and 3/8 of an inch without tension.
After penetrating the skin, can you explain the direction that the knife proceeded?
Yes, it went through the soft tissue of the back and through the back of the chest cavity. It entered the chest, but there are no injuries that I saw to internal organs in the left side of the chest.
I'd like to move on to injury number 4. What is that?
That's D. That's the one that is obscured by this black box.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you note about that injury?
So this injury has a different appearance. It's 1.5 inches long with tension and 1.25 inches long without tension. The wound edges are slightly irregular, leading me to think there's more of that pulling of the knife and or twisting of the body while this injury is happening.
And is that different from the other injuries that you just described?
The appearance is different, yes.
We can go back to this page. Oh, I have to, I'm sorry. If we could capture this, please.
That's 28.1.
Doctor, if we could move on to injury number 5 now in your report. What is that?
So this is a stab wound of the left upper arm and chest. And I should point out these next 3 wounds are all closely approximated on the body. So they're all involving the left shoulder or upper arm and involve a trajectory or a track that enters the axilla or armpit, as well as the chest, both in the axilla and then on the chest itself. So meaning to me that his arm was held in a position where it's against his chest, because I can follow 3 separate wound tracks in that direction.
So are you saying that the wound would have gone through the arm and come out the other side?
Several do, and then are associated with almost a re-entry stab wound on the torso. So went completely through the arm, and then the knife went straight into the torso.
Understood. Now, Doctor, the slide that we just looked at, were you able to see those wounds on that picture?
I could see wound F, which is the inside of the upper arm. The arm is very tricky because I'm observing someone in this position, but obviously they can move their arm all around, and it can be difficult to measure as well as document the inside of the wounds. So I have a lot of pictures of different orientations so I can see which wounds match up to which wounds.
Now, Doctor, of the pictures that you and I looked at, is there another picture that depicts those wounds that you just referred to?
Yes, I believe there's at least one picture that gets a large, most of the groupings of the wounds.
If we could please have slide 29. Doctor, what are we looking at?
Okay, so this is the left upper arm. So we are not seeing that wound on the back of the arm. That's lower down. This is just the very top of the shoulder and upper arm. And these wounds actually all connect. So this is...
Jesse was 11. His sister was 8.
Right one here. That's each. Yeah. This is wound 4.
So the line that you have, the purple line with the arrow, is the outermost one? I'll let you say it.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
It's hard just with the one photograph and not seeing the zoomed out picture to orient.
So you have I, K, and J.
Yes.
Now is that the order? Is that the order of the wounds, sort of, in terms of entry?
So the knife entered the outside of the upper arm, went through the front of the upper arm, so in front of the, just make sure. It didn't hit the humerus. It went through the muscles of the upper arm, exited out the inside of the upper arm, and I'm retracting the arm out so you can see that this wound J
Is that his family back there?
represents
I don't know where his wife
back
is.
into the axilla. So in reality, this picture is taken like this so you can appreciate all the wounds, but the wound path is actually like this.
Doctor, in your report, do you make certain notations about each of these wounds in your report?
I don't understand the question.
I'll refer to you. So, wound number 5 in your report.
Yes.
What is that wound refer to on this picture?
So wound number 5 is not visible. That would be down here. And F would be down here. So that's a lower down stab wound that is not visible in this one photo, where the knife went completely through the muscles of the back of the arm and exited out the front. After that, when you line all of these wound tracks back up, it lines perfectly with the stab wound in the left chest.
Doctor, if we can move on, and I want to get to that, but to wound number 6, what is that, and do we see it on here?
Wound number 6 is right here. This is H. This is the stab wound of the left upper arm. It's quite close to the top of the shoulder. This is one of the more atypical appearing, or not atypical, but one of the larger wounds on the skin surface. It measures 2 inches long with that tension and 2 1/4 inches without the tension. And this is another wound that it's difficult to appreciate on this photo, the exact pathway, because that knife actually goes in the arm and just travels through the musculature of your axilla and your upper arm. So it looks like it's connected to some of these, but it's actually just the knife goes in, doesn't come back out.
And then wound number 7, do we see that on this photo?
Yes, this is this complex of wounds that I highlighted here.
The IKJ.
Yeah, so IKJ, yes.
Can we go back to the diagram?
Hold on, let's do that yet. Slide 29.1, please. All right, clear that, please.
Doctor, on this diagram, the third one down, facing the photo to the right, where it says G.
Yes.
Can you just tell us about that? Because I don't think we saw that one.
No, that's not represented in any of the pictures we have. This is associated with these wounds here, B and F. So that's also under, that is supposed to be a Roman numeral V. So this is the knife going through the upper arm into the chest wall. And after this went through the chest wall on the left, it entered the chest cavity but did not cause any internal injuries other than some bleeding into the chest.
Thank you, doctor. And then, was there another wound that you know in particular? I'm looking at wound 8.
Yes.
Is that on this diagram?
It is not on this diagram.
Okay. Is it in one of the pictures that we looked at?
Yes.
If we could please.
Can we print 31.1, please? So E, F, and G are all part of this, a single wound.
Yes.
So you can raise that when you get a chance, doctor, and then we'll look at the next. Okay, if you have slide 30. Doctor, what are we looking at in this slide?
So this is this wound 8, wound of right shin. So the feet are towards this way. This is the mouth is up here. Okay, the head would be towards the top of the screen. And this wound is very shallow. It does have some features that I would lump in the gunshot wound category. So it's got a central punched out defect. As I say, gunshot wound, entrance wound category. And then this, so this is the hole. And then this is what we call a margin of abrasion, meaning that the bullet struck the skin at an acute angle and scraped the skin off. But because this is such a shallow wound and there's no track in the body,
The bullet?
I was not comfortable classifying it definitively as a gunshot wound. But with this appearance of the outside, and there's a depressed fracture of the underlying mandible of the jaw, I think this is very reasonable to believe that this is some type of what we call atypical gunshot wound.
So
Doctor,
he
can
was
you
shot
just
as well?
orient us on yourself? Whereabout is that wound?
So it's about here.
For the record, the doctor pointed to the right side, just below her lips, down towards the bottom part of her jawbone. Slide 30.1.
He ran out of ammo.
Doctor, did any of the stab wounds that you described or the wound to the chin hit any major organs that would cause immediate blood loss?
Not immediate or not immediate fatal blood loss, or fatal organ injury, I should say.
Now, after you note these particular injuries, your report goes on to discuss the internal examination. I'd like to draw your attention to page 5 where it says neck. Do you see that?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you note about this area?
So as I did in Jennifer's case, I removed the entire respiratory system in block, tongue, trachea, bronchi, lungs, and opened that up so I can see if there's any soot deposited anywhere in the breathing pathways. So this had a small amount of dark colored material that was a little bit further up towards the, near the vocal cords, so towards the top.
Did that mean anything to you?
Again, this is a soft sign that somebody was alive at the time of a fire, bringing in that particles, those dark particles, that soot.
Doctor, your report goes on to discuss your examination of the respiratory system. Do you see that?
I do.
And what, if anything, do you note about that, or did you note?
So further down where the trachea splits into the main stem bronchi, going to the right and left lung, there was some similar appearing dark material there.
Now, what, if any, testing was conducted with respect to smoke inhalation?
So in addition to a comprehensive toxicology panel, I requested a carbon monoxide exposure screen, as I did in Jennifer.
And what were the results of that?
So this is the result of that 8% carboxyhemoglobin. So 8 of the 100 hemoglobin molecules had carbon monoxide bound to them.
And just what does that mean, if you could explain that to us?
So when we have fire deaths, we always send for carbon monoxide. We want to make sure that it is elevated enough to explain the death. Obviously, if we have a death that's billed as a fire death and the concentration is 0, that's concerning that something else happened and the fire was set to obscure that. Lower concentrations can be fatal in people that have significant underlying disease, such as in elderly people with heart disease. It can be difficult to interpret at the lower levels because normal individuals can have anywhere from 2 to 3.5%, depending on which textbook you read, that is just breathing in our environment. People who are smokers, I've seen reported anywhere from up to 5 to 8%. But so his 8% is in that range, but because I don't have the history that Jesse was a smoker, I believe that this is all from inhalation of that carbon monoxide during a fire.
Now, could you determine at the time of Jesse's death whether he was suffering from any natural diseases?
So after I examined all of the organs and all of the organ cavities, he appeared to be a standard 11-year-old in good health.
Can you determine whether any natural causes contributed to Jesse's death?
There was no natural disease present to contribute to his death.
Now, based on your examination of Jesse Caneiro, and in light of your education, your training, and experience, were you able to come to a determination as to the cause of his death?
Yes.
And what was that?
So in this case, I gave it a cause of death and a contributing cause of death. So similar to Jennifer, his mechanism is blood loss and the inability to deliver oxygen to his organs. But he had while hers was just blood loss, he has the addition of having that carbon monoxide that is going to limit his oxygen carrying capacity. So I listed the stab wounds of the torso and left upper extremity as the cause of death, or the main cause of death, but then the contributing cause of death is smoke inhalation.
And what did you base these conclusions on?
My years of training experience, the autopsy I performed on him, as well as the many other autopsies I performed on both homicide victims and fire victims.
And based on your examination of Jesse, and in light of your education, training, and experience, were you able to come to a determination as to the manner of his death?
Yes, I was.
And what was that?
So similarly, these injuries were not self-inflicted or accidental in nature. They're not natural, so homicide. They were inflicted by somebody else or some other set of persons.
And what did you base that conclusion on?
Just the appearance of the wounds, the location of the wounds in the back of the shoulder.
Thank you, Doctor. Take your report up there. Nothing further, Judge.
Cross? No question. Okay.
No cross.
Doctor, you can step down. Thank you.
They don't want to spend another moment talking about that in front of the jury.
State can call the next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Dr. Alex Zeng.
The judge looks to the jury and says, "Are you okay?" Clearly, that was difficult for them to watch, them being able to see all the pictures that we only heard described to us. Wow. sharp-looking suit.
Come right around, doctor, if you don't mind. Just watch your step as you're going up to the witness stand for me.
Thank you.
Sir, can you put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I will.
Okay. You can sit down and be comfortable. Once you're comfortable, you can state your full name for the record and spell your last name, please.
My name is Ayden. Last name is Zhang.
Thank you. Prosecutor?
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Zhang, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell us where you currently work?
For the Chief Medical Examiner Office of New Jersey.
Okay, and what is your current title?
I'm acting Chief Medical Examiner.
Okay, for the entire state?
Yes, indeed.
Can you tell us what your current responsibilities are as the acting Chief Medical Examiner?
As Chief State Medical Examiners, I set up policy and also evaluated the doctors and the office to see them follow the policy of like a Medical Examiner Act.
Okay. Now, I want to just approach real quick. I'm going to show you what's been marked as S379 for identification. Doctor, do you recognize that?
Yes, it's my CV.
Okay. Does that document your education, your training, and all your experience?
Yes, indeed.
Now, can I just ask you, as a starting point, to tell us about your educational background?
I graduated from medical school in 1986, almost 40 years ago. I did 3 years pediatric pathology in the largest children's hospital in Beijing. After that, I did like 6 years is like a research fellow, is a American Heart Association fellow in New York Medical College. I did a 4-year resident training, graduated from Thomas Jefferson University, which is located in Philadelphia, not far from here. After that, I did a 1-year forensic fellow training in Nashville, Tennessee.
That forensic fellow training, was that in a specific discipline of medicine?
In the forensic science.
Hey, Doctor, when we talk about the fact that you're a medical doctor, correct?
Correct.
What is your particular specialty?
I was trained in the field anatomic pathology, and also in the field clinical pathology, and also I was in this specific topic is forensic pathology. By the way, I'm board certified physician in that 3 fields.
Okay. So anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology?
Correct.
Can you just first tell us what pathology is generally and then what forensic pathology is?
Yes, it's a pathology, generally speaking. They make diagnosis, why the person have disease. And in this specific subject will be why the person died. Forensic pathology is a combine the medicine and the law together. And more specifically, in the capacity of forensic pathology in state New Jersey, they also make a determination the manner of death. In state of New Jersey, the regular physician only can certify the case which they died natural conditions. If the person died unnatural conditions, we have to rely in the state New Jersey is a forensic pathology.
Can you just walk us through your experience, your work experience as a doctor doing forensic pathology?
The doctors are doing forensic. Certainly you first have basic knowledge regarding medicine, and when we did in forensic pathology in the state New Jersey, I cannot just purely rely on the autopsy. We have to know what's happening to the body. In the state of New Jersey, each medical examiner office, they have a group of people called the investigator. They will went to the scene or get information from the police. So the first things I have to know what's happening to the case. And if need necessary before the autopsy, for example, it's a gunshot related case, we'll do the body X-ray to identify any bullet. So in general speaking, we talk about first know what's happening, and second do whatever studies they need to do before the autopsy. Then third step, I want to make sure. Then the third step we can see the autopsy. But for the first step autopsy, I want to check. Now the body is evidence, so I want to see integrity of the bodies. The bag is we have like a seal numbers around the bag. We make sure that seal number is intact. If a seal number is not intact, that means potential body was contaminated or damaged. The evidence can be potential damage.
I want to walk you back a step or two. Can you tell us when you first started your career as a medical examiner and where?
Yeah, I started medical examiners in Phoenix, Arizona.
And approximately how long did you work there?
It's almost 3 years.
Okay. Was there a point in time thereafter that you moved to the state of New Jersey?
Yes, indeed. After that, I did, it's almost 3 years in the Northern Regional Medical Examiner Office, which is located in Newark. They dealing the 4 counties in that specific office. Most, especially serve the county of Essex, Hudson County, Passaic County. They have high concentration homicide case. And certainly in the Phoenix, they have a much high volume of homicide case in that specific county. It's a high volume.
After your time at the Northern Region Medical Examiner's Office, where'd you go then?
I went to Middlesex County Medical Examiner's Office. Initially, when I went to that office only concentrate on the county of the Middlesex County. Then later on, they become a regional office. I was still there. That become regional office. They cover not only Middlesex County, and then they have like in also for Monmouth County. Then later on, they get the county from the Trenton sites.
Okay. So Monmouth, Middlesex, and Mercer, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So Doc, based upon your experience as a forensic pathologist and as a medical examiner, excuse me, is there a way that you could approximate the number of autopsies that you performed?
Around 5,000.
Okay. Now, during the course of those 5,000 autopsies, approximate, was the point of that to come up with or determine cause and manner of death?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. And as a result of those approximately 5,000 autopsies, were you ever asked to testify in a court of law regarding conclusions that you made?
Yes, indeed.
And have you ever qualified as an expert in forensic pathology?
Yes, indeed.
Approximately how many times?
It's 250 to 300
Whoa.
in that capacities.
Have you qualified as a forensic pathologist, an expert in forensic pathology in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, indeed.
Have most of those qualifications been in the state of New Jersey?
Yes, and also some in the federal court in the Arizona and here, and some cases I was in the Phoenix area.
I just lastly wanted to ask you briefly, you talked about some training that you received in Beijing, China, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and what was that specific training that you did there?
That is it's like a.
It's gonna get
after
tough though.
Finish medical school, I was in Beijing Children's Hospital. Again, that is in back up like 35 years ago, or 36 or 7, like 40 years ago. That time the hospital around 5,000 to 6,000 outpatient, and my personally did a baby autopsy each year around 250 cases.
You said baby autopsies?
Yeah, children autopsies. I'm sorry.
No problem. Now, Your Honor, at this time, the State would offer Dr. Zhang as an expert in the field of forensic pathology and determination of cause and manner of death.
No objection.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you just heard me give this charge about an hour and a half ago. Does everybody remember that charge? Yes. Okay, thank you. I'm not going to give that to you again, considering I just gave it to you this morning. Dr. Zhang will be qualified as an expert in forensic pathology and determination of cause and manner of death. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Dr. Zhang, obviously you're here to testify about a certain case, correct?
Yes.
And obviously that involves the death of 4 individuals. Did you perform any of these autopsies?
Yes, indeed.
Okay. And how many autopsies did you perform in this case?
I did 2 cases.
Okay. And Dr. Toma did the other 2?
Yes, indeed.
Now, just to be clear, at that time, were you and Dr. Toma working in the same office?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I just want to first talk about the autopsy of Keith Caneiro. So I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked as S380 for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. And is that your report, and also some notes, some toxicology results, and a body diagram?
Correct.
I just want to show you also what's been marked as S1H. I think we've discussed that some photographs were taken during the course of the autopsies of Jesse and Sophia Caneiro. Is that accurate? Can you just look and tell me if you recognize all of these photographs that are contained in here?
Some of these photos will be shown and partially shown on the screen during this. Just heads up. I think we might need to take a lunch break. What do you guys think?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Now, with respect to the autopsy of Keith Caneiro, can you just walk me through how the initial steps of the autopsy, from the beginning, starting with X-ray and external examination?
Yes, I previously already talked the initial state. Now we talked specifically regarding autopsy. So when we make sure the seals are intact, we open the body bag. Normally, we'll take pictures, just show the condition which receive, and also collect evidence which relevant to each specific case. After that, we'll take off the clothes, then clean the bodies to identify any injuries, any natural disease. After that is we'll do called internal examination. Basically, we open the head, chest, abdomen. If necessary, we also do the dissection in certain parts, if necessary. So after the autopsy, we'll send histology, toxicology, which is related to the case, to the further studies. In certain case, we can reach immediately the causal death and the manual death, and certain case will pending the first studies until get the whole information back. Then we call the causal death and manual death.
Now, Doctor, you have S380 in front of you. I'm going to direct your attention to page 2. And I'm just going to ask you whether or not, during the beginning parts of the examination, you noted the general physical condition, height, and weight of Keith Caneiro.
Yeah, he's 67 inches tall, 201 pounds. The weight, appearance around 50 years old.
Okay. Now, did you also, I think you talked about clothing. Did you take note of the clothing that Mr. Caneiro had come to the medical examiner's office in?
Yes, indeed.
Could you talk about those items?
One is a black winter jacket with hoodies. There's a large amount of blood inside the hoodies, and also multiple gunshot-related holes around the hoodie area. And also there's a black sweat pants with the blood fluid on the back of left pants without any gunshot holes. And also there's one blue underwear. On the blue underwear, on the upper top of the underwear, there's a defect, which later on identified, which correlated gunshot wound at the lower back and upper buttock area. In that one, I didn't identify any third muzzle imprint and the gunpowder.
That was
around
possibly
that defect.
the first
Another
shot
one is
at
a
the waist.
blue shirt, which transferred blood from the top of the t-shirt, and one is a pair of black socks without any blood stains, and one pair of black and white Nike brand shoes. It's possible is faint blood stain on the bottom of right shoe.
Now, you talked about the black hooded jacket that Mr. Caneiro was wearing at the time that you received him, correct?
Yes, indeed.
I just want to very quickly show you what's been marked as S299 for identification. See the markings on the back of that?
We're gonna stick with this until they take a lunch. It'll be a late lunch for us.
Yes.
We're getting caught up.
Do you recognize this jacket?
I think they're at lunch
Yes,
right now.
indeed.
Okay. And did you take notes? Did you take note, as you just talked about, of any defects in a certain area within this jacket?
Yes, indeed.
And where was that generally?
Yeah, just the holes on the back of the hoodie area. Also, you are noticed in the right edge of that hoodie, there's a large defect.
Okay. Can I have the back table, please? Can I have slide 10, please? Doc, do you recognize that photo?
Yes, indeed.
And what does that photo show?
Like I mentioned before I start autopsy, the first thing I want to know what's happening. And this case, I was doing other autopsy during the daytime. I didn't went to the scene. But
Sorry, Doc, I just took it down briefly while you were talking.
the investigators went to the scene. So they took photos, reflect what's happening at the crime scene. So we can see, the person lying face down on the grass level. Also investigating report not far from the garage he was found face down with gunshot wounds.
Okay. Now, Doc, just briefly, can I have slide 11? What are we looking at here specifically?
On the scene photo, actually, you can see this green is grass. On the hoodie, the right side hoodies, you see a relatively large defect. And if
Sorry, I don't want to leave it up too long. I know you're...
Okay.
So, I also want to show you, because you talked about a defect in the underwear, is that correct?
Correct.
Can I have slide 5, please?
Sorry, you got to see my view for a little bit. That's how I watch
things. What are we looking at there?
Look at the underwear put on the table. Look at on the back of the underwear. There is a show the blood stain. More concentrate on the upper portion. There is a small defect.
Now, Doc, when we talk about defects, like the one on slide 5 in the underwear and the one that we just saw on the hood of the jacket, as part of your autopsy process, do you try to line up defects in clothing with injuries on a body?
Correct.
Okay. Were you ultimately, I'm not going to ask you what that is yet, but were you able to do that at times during the autopsy?
Yes. In this, sometimes I'm not 100% sure, but this case, yes.
Now, I want to ask you about the process you talked about, and I know you kind of described how you go about doing autopsies, but in this case in particular with respect to Mr. Keith Caneiro, were x-rays taken?
Yes.
Okay, and can I just, can I have slide 4? Before I ask you what that shows, can you just tell us, like, kind of when these are taken and what the purpose of them is?
This is X-ray. We took the X-rays from front to back. Before autopsy, yes, you can see multiple skull fractures in the head. With you see like 3 pieces, high density object inside. That is due to the fragment of the bullet.
Now, when we talk about an external examination that you conducted upon Keith Caneiro, do you kind of give a summary of that on page 2 of S380, your report?
Having some problems with my screen. I've now lost everything.
Summary, which page?
External examination, page 2. Doc, do you see where I'm referring to?
I'm not. I'm not sure.
Okay, so the bottom of page 2, is there an area that says external examination?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, and part of that would include what you talked about with respect to Keith Caneiro's height and weight as well as his age, correct?
Correct.
And do you make any other observations about his hair, about anything that was found upon his face, or any other injuries at that point externally?
There was multiple gunshot wound around the head and face, and the face is covered with blood.
Okay. Now, in that photograph, the slide we looked at before, I believe it was slide 11, you saw grass, correct?
Yes.
And did you also see leaves?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see any evidence of that or any remnants of the ground upon Mr. Caneiro's face?
Yes. Actually, there's a dirt inside of on the surface until tongue, and the tea leaf on the left upper lip.
Is it a tree leaf?
The tree leaf, yeah.
Now, as we move on with your examination, do you note in your report, and did you note it at the time of the autopsy, approximately how many gunshot wounds were observed upon Mr. Caneiro?
There are multiple gunshot wounds, but 2 of them I consider 2 actual gunshot. I think it's a re-entrance wound, and one is 100% sure is a re-entrance wound. Another wound can be another shot. So, so my interpretation, so there are 5 gunshot wounds.
Okay. When you classified 5 gunshot wounds, does that include certain ones where there's entry, exit, and possible re-entry?
Correct.
Okay. So just to make that clear, I want to specifically refer you to the first gunshot that you classified, or the first area of gunshot that you classified in your report at page 3. Do you see that?
Page 3. Yes.
Okay, so you see that. Doc, when you talk about the fact that you numbered them 1 through 5 in your report, you did that, right?
Correct.
Now, do those numbers, do they relate, or are you making any opinions as to the chronology of those gunshots or the sequence of them?
No.
Okay. Is 1 through 5 for ease of explanation, so to speak?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when we talk about that first gunshot wound, could you tell us, can you tell us where it is and the actual wound track and that sort of thing?
Yes, this gunshot wound is in the left lower back on the junction with the left upper buttock, close on the left side, close to the vertebral bodies. There's an entrance wound, and there's also on this wound I didn't see certain compounds sticking or muscle imprints around the wound, and on the right abdomen I see the exit wound. So the gunshot, through the and another thing that I want to mention to you guys, when I mentioned the direction the bullet travel, is based on the body is in anatomic position. I'm going to identify what is anatomic position. It's basically you stand still, you face forward, you palm forward, you both feet forward, called the standard anatomic position. Whatever I mentioned direction is based on that, not based on real when the body was shot. The body can move around. The direction also can be changed in certain degree. So, thank you. You want to me?
I'm sorry, Doc. So you talked about the gunshot wound number 1, correct?
Yes.
Where does it enter the body?
It's on the left lower back. Is like a left upper buttock sides.
Okay. And Doc, once that bullet enters the lower back area, where does it go?
You see on the left lower buttock area. So the immediately fractured called the sacrum bone is the middle bone on the pelvic area. The fracture that sacrum bone, then before in front of the sacrum bone is rectum. They perforated the bone, then perforate the rectum, then the perforate urinary bladder, and the travel from back to the front, left, right, and also had a little bit upper version. So you see, after perforate the urinary bladder, then they perforate a different part of small intestine multiple times, then exit from right abdomen.
Okay, so it comes in the back and ultimately travels to the body, causing the injuries you described. Then it comes out of the abdomen, correct?
Correct.
Once it comes out of the abdomen, where does it go?
The exit wound kind of slid exit wound. So when they come out of exit wound, I identify I classify the re-entrance wound. They have a similar shape, slit exit wound on the palm, just beneath the thumb. Then exit on the back of the right hands.
Okay. Can I just briefly have slide 6? Doc, do you recognize that?
it's yeah, it's just it's a.
Doctor, you have the.
Yeah, it's a.
You have it in front of you too, if that helps.
It's an entrance room.
Okay, is that the entrance room on the rear of the lower back of Mr. Caneiro?
Yes, indeed.
Now, can I have slide 7, please? Do you recognize what that shows?
This is the exit wound I mentioned in here. I'm sorry, in here in the abdomen.
Okay.
And also I showed the re-entrance wound on the palm surface. So I consider when they come out from here, the hands happen to be in front of the bodies. They re-entrance from palm surface, then exit from the back of right hands.
Ron, can we preserve that as 7.1? Thank you.
Sure.
And Doctor, on the bottom of the screen, once that you hear that printing, you can hit undo. Then can I have slide 8, please? Do you recognize what that shows?
Yes.
Okay, and what does that show?
Again, show when this wound is come out, and also show the show the exit wound on the back of right on the back of the hands.
So, Doctor, despite seeing marks of injury on the lower back, the right abdomen, the inside of the hand, and the outside of the hand, is it your expert opinion that this is one gunshot?
Yes, indeed. But certainly, if this case, this specific the gunshot is my opinion, but can be. I'm not 100% sure. There's no addition one shot through the hands.
Now, also on page 3 of your report, you talk about gunshot number 2, and that is in a different area, correct?
Correct.
Can you tell us what that second gunshot
The second gunshot wound is basically I use my body to demonstrate. Is the gunshot wound on the right lateral neck. The exit from the right medial neck, and the re-entrance wound from the right lateral face, and exit from the right cheek area.
Can I briefly have slide 13? Doc, does that photo assist with the identification of
Yes,
entry
indeed.
and exit?
Yes, indeed.
Can you see the entry and exit wounds on that photograph?
Yes.
For gunshot 2?
Yeah.
You marked them with it?
Yeah, indeed. So we now look at the face from the right side. Look at the face. You can see entrance wound on the right neck. They exit from the right lateral medial side neck. Re-entrance in here. Then the bullet travel to here. So the bullet exit from the right cheek area.
Can we preserve that, please? 13.1.
13.1.
Now, slide 18.
Wow.
Now, Doctor, do you recognize what slide 18 shows?
It's yes, indeed.
What is it?
It's the body diagram, which during the autopsy identify where's the injury, the location, the measurements.
Is that something that was created by you, all that writing?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that second gunshot, can you just identify via the diagram potentially where you noted the wounds associated with gunshot 2?
Yes.
And there's a pen there, Doctor. If you...
Sorry, my hands shake. I mean, that like entry down there.
If it helps, I can show you my view while we're watching this. So it's a lot more
The
interesting.
shot from right. Yeah.
Just put a number 2 under there somewhere.
Doctor, can you put the line
Oh,
back?
I'm
'Cause
sorry.
We're going to preserve that.
I'm sorry, I can
That's okay.
put there. Number 2 is in here. Gunshot 2. The entrance wound, I use arrow on the right lateral neck. Then direction is from here. Sorry.
He'd definitely be a fun lunch date for sure. This guy could probably tell you some stories 300 times on the stand.
It's not very sensitive, but anyway, I'm not going to line the line, just confused. You see from the right lateral neck, the exit in the right cheekbone area.
18.1.
Now, I want to move on to page 4 of your report. You talk about the third gunshot wound, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain where? Can you undo that? Just hit that little undo button. That third gunshot wound. Can you tell us where that was located?
Is this on the right lateral face? I use the dots. Yeah, I use my fingers, not pinpoint my lateral face. There's a entrance wound on the right lateral face.
Doc, can we just preserve that, sir?
18.2.
I'm going to ask for slide 13 again. Doc, does that photograph assist in the identification of that?
Thank you. Yes, you can see on the right lateral face, slightly below the right ear. On the face, you can see there's a relatively large irregular abrasions on that
giving us the
bone.
bird.
It's just upper. Is in here. I'm sorry. Now I come. That is number 3 entrance wound.
Okay, and we can preserve that. Where does that wound?
Slide 13.2.
Doctor, where does that wound ultimately exit? The third one.
I don't see how he can have that entrance, exit with one bullet wrapping around the neck and the cheek. Unless I'm seeing that wrong.
So this wound is travel from right to the left, and also this wound also from the slightly upper angles and exit from the left side of the face.
Can I have slide 15, please? Doc, you could just hit undo on this one. Do you recognize what we're looking at here?
Yes.
What are we looking at?
This is, I just mentioned, the shot on the cheek, lower cheek area, the travel from right to left and from bottom to right side. We can see there is a irregular axis wound we call short axis wound. They are located on the left side face, just from the left lower ear. The reason called short spelling is H-O-R-E-D. The short means is the bullet when they perforate the body, when they exit, they tend to be push the skin out. So normally a typical axis wound, you can see the holes or lacerations. On the surface, you won't see any abrasions. But in this case, they have like abrasions around this axis wound. They can kind of mimic entrance wound. So what's happening is anything is blocked, the bullet come off the skin. The skin surface will be against that object that created abrasions. So this is called short axis wound.
Doc, you can take that down. Now, Doc, with respect to that third gunshot wound, the one that went in the right side of the face with the short exit wound to the left side of the face. Did you evaluate that in conjunction with?
Slide 15.1.
We went too fast.
We need to go back. Sorry.
Go back to 15
We didn't get it
first.
fast enough.
Sorry. Doc, could you just circle that wound again? And we'll
We can print that 15.1.
Okay.
Once you get the printer, then you can hit it.
I can do it, right?
Yes, you can, Doctor.
Doctor, I was saying, did you evaluate that third gunshot injury, the one to the right side of the face, in conjunction with the black hooded sweatshirt or jacket that you described earlier, you saw earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Did you receive any information from the New Jersey State Police Trace Evidence Unit which helped you in making that conclusion?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, and ultimately, what was the determination that you made with respect to gunshot injury 3?
After received that information, I combined the scene investigation. Do you see when the body was lying on the ground with the larger holes on the right lateral hoodie area? And later on, that hoodies, when they sent to the police did a gunshot residue studies. Based on police report, that the large hole is, which later on I associated with the gunshot wound on the right lateral face. Based on the police study, they consider they have residues down. They consider either contact with the hoodies or or near contact with hoodies when the fire shot. Then I reviewed my autopsy. You remember I just showed that wound. They have regular large abrasions around the entrance wound compared with others. I consider that irregular abrasion may be associated with muzzle imprints. When the gun against your face, you can create irregular abrasions. And also you remember I just showed the short exit, and during autopsy I see the leaves on the upper lip, the dirt on the tongue, and the body was face on the ground. And also I have information. There's initial information. There is a bullet identified on the ground just beneath the head area. So based on all those features, later on I issue an addendum report. I consider this person already lying on the ground. The fire shot is against or close to the right side face, then push body downward. So the face, left side face against the ground, and create abrasions. And when your face move forward to the ground, you create a compressed area on your left side face, and the dirt push you the contact with the tongue. The leaves had contact with the upper lip. So I consider when this shot fire is the person already lying ground, either dying or already dead. That shot, it's dying. Since I see abrasion, that means the person not dead. When you fire shot, you can see red abrasions.
Doctor, you referenced an addendum report, correct?
Yes, indeed.
Can I just for purposes of the record, can I just show you what's been marked as S381?
Yes.
Is that the addendum report that you discussed?
Yes, indeed.
Okay, thank you. Now, can I ask you about that fourth gunshot wound that you document in your autopsy report?
Before we do that, we're going to just stop for now for the lunch break.
So I can fix all my equipment.
If we could just move that box. We spent a long morning. I'm going to give you
It's
guys
randomly
a break
just started
now for
working
lunch.
again.
We'll come back at 1:35. So you get a full more than an hour for lunch, and then we'll continue back on. Remember, don't discuss this case, don't do any research. We'll be back this afternoon and we'll continue on with the testimony. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
All right, they're going to lunch. I'm going to try to figure out what I did to my system to break it. I'm trying to set up my NAS storage to connect to a different computer, and in the process, one of my HyperDecks decided to give you this view right here, which is great. This is how I watch court. You guys, come join me sometime. It's great. I'm up here at the top. But watching multiple feeds and multiple computers and audio levels and everything else. And now it wanted to show you that instead, which is great. It's fun to show you a little behind the scenes. But I got to get that fixed because too many buttons and cables. I've got so many. I don't like it because you're not in the corner, says Baby Shark A. All right, that's all right. We're going to take a lunch break, and they were taking a lunch break as well. They're about to probably start, so we're about an hour behind right now, which if we take a half-hour lunch break and then work a little bit later than them and skip their break afterwards, we'll be caught up at the end of today. There's no court tomorrow, so we'll find something else to watch or talk about, possibly. Some of the other cases that are going on, there's a...
All right, anybody need to put anything on the record?
No, Judge.
No, thank you, Judge.
They're going to approach. Okay. They're going to approach. Nice. Before they go to lunch. I already have eaten one of the burritos my wife made me. They're delicious. But this will continue after lunch. And we'll get all caught up by the end of today. Little man has to be in the corner. Yeah. I would like a bite of your burrito. Help yourself. Here. This is... No? Okay. It's yummy. This one has refried beans, some ground hamburger, guacamole, mozzarella cheese, sour cream, a little bit of salsa. I don't see any cheese on this one. Oh wait, there's some mozzarella, but no cheddar. So it's yummy though. It's delicious. All right, we're going to go to lunch. We're going to come back and have more of this as we get caught up today. Yes, I'll portal. Let me make a portal. Schedule stream. Reuse settings. It's going to be 13. We're going to come back. Let's see. It's 2:10 right now. How about 2:35? Does that work? 2:35? Give us enough time for me to fix my hardware and eat my burrito. It might be 2:45, but I'm going to try for 2:35. How about that? So about 30 minutes, roughly, give or take a little bit, and we'll be back. We're rapidly catching up. Big news, lots of trials have hearings. Oh my goodness, I think there was something in Karen Reed's trial. Corey Richens had one the other day. Tyler Robinson had a big thing going on. There's a case out of Arizona, a missing woman that is developing and starting to look really suspicious. But anyway, lots of things to talk about. We'll have a busy day tomorrow as well. You guys, tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe to go live after lunch for the rest of the story, as Paul Harvey would say. See you guys. Have a good lunch. Bye.